Chapter 707. In the following days, the barren state was as peaceful as ever. However, Tingsua House in the Zhongzhou region, Alchemy City in the western region of the barren state, and the Zhuge family which was located to the north of the Zhongzhou region all received visitors from the Holy Ji Palace. In the following days, the barren state was as peaceful as ever. However, Tingsua House in the Zhongzhou region, Alchemy City in the western region of the barren state, and the Zhuge family which was located to the north of the Zhongzhou region all received visitors from the Holy Ji Palace. Right now, Sage Qianxing had come personally to visit the Zhuge family at Crouching Dragon Mountain and was meeting Zhuge Qingfeng. At his quarters, Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Sage Qianxing, who stood before him, and asked, "Has the palace finally decided to involve itself in this matter? Qingfeng, you all have already caused so much chaos and bloodshed within the barren state. So many have died in the last battle alone, are you going to stubbornly carry on this way?" Sage Qianxing questioned Zhuge Qingfeng, looking straight at him. "Take my advice on this, now that Zhon Xiao has been killed, there is no way Jisheng Cliffs is going to let this matter go. They've explicitly stated that they want Jiyu Dongliu to be handed over to them. The palace is still unsure where Jisheng Cliffs will draw the line regarding this, but we're hoping that the Zhuge family can be left unharmed by this as much as possible. As such, necessary sacrifices have to be made. I'd like to know what the palace would do if Jisheng Cliffs asks for Bai Luli one day," Zhuge Qingfeng asked, glancing over at Sage Qianxing. "You're still stubbornly refusing to come to your senses," Sage Qianxing commented coldly, staring at Zhuge Qingfeng. "Answer my question first. Would the palace sacrifice Bai Luli?" Zhuge Qingfeng was still staring at Sage Qianxing determinedly, refusing to budge until he received his answer. "Bai Luli is the future of the barren state," Sage Qianxing responded, returning the other man's stare. At this, Zhuge Qingfeng smiled. It was just as he had expected. Bai Luli represents hope for the palace and for the Holy Sage Pavilion, not for the barren state, Zhuge Qingfeng stated. "You were there at the battle between Jiyu Dongliu and Bai Luli. Did Jiyu Dongliu really seem weaker than Bai Luli then? Even if you consider him to be weaker, can he really be that far off from Bai Luli in terms of ability? As for Yi Futian, is he any less talented than Bai Luli? Between the two of them, they've defeated Zhon Xiao and Qin Zhong respectively. Why aren't they seen as hope for the barren state as well? Why does the palace want to kill off this strand of hope?" Facing the barrage of questions from Zhuge Qingfeng, Sage Qianxing was rendered speechless for a moment. Zhuge Qingfeng stared at him, and continued rather aggressively, "Being from the palace myself, I definitely understand teacher and uncle master's intentions. But you all have become so fixated on your own beliefs that you refuse to admit that you're wrong. Now that Zhon Xiao has been killed and Jisheng Cliffs is advancing upon us, the palace is the only force in the entire barren state that can do anything about this situation. However, the palace's actions thus far have been very disappointing to me." Sage Qianxing stared at Zhuge Qingfeng. He had come with the intention to advise and persuade Zhuge Qingfeng, but at this very moment, the roles had been reversed, and Zhuge Qingfeng was trying to give him advice instead. With this, he understood that neither of them would budge in this conversation. It was evident that Zhuge Qingfeng did not intend to give up anything. Wan Xiang divined that a crisis would befall the palace. If this matter isn't handled properly, then great changes will occur within the barren state. "Zhuge Qingfeng, think carefully about what you have done," Sage Qianxing warned the other before turning to leave. As he left, he cautioned once more, "If the circumstances call for it, the palace may take action. Now that you've left the palace, I hope it won't be you standing opposing the palace." Zhuge Qingfeng watched as Sage Qianxing left. He knew that the palace was about to involve itself properly in this matter, and once the palace decided to capture Jiyu Dongliu, there would not be much question as to how the situation would end. Two figures appeared behind Zhuge Qingfeng. It was Jiyu Dongliu and Zhuge Mingyu. "You heard everything?" Zhuge Qingfeng asked the two. Jiyu Dongliu nodded. They had heard the conversation between the two men, and it was possible that Sage Qianxing knew they had been listening as well. "I'll head down to the palace," Jiyu Dongliu declared. Zhuge Qingfeng turned and stared fixedly at Jiyu Dongliu, who stood before him. Jiyu Dongliu should know that if he made the trip, it was very possible that he would not return. Zhuge Qingfeng's gaze then flicked over to his daughter Zhuge Mingyu. She was very calm despite Jiyu Dongliu's declaration, suggesting that she already knew his plans beforehand. Mingyu has agreed as well, Jiyu Dongliu explained. Since this issue has to be solved eventually, why don't I take the initiative to do so? Have you two thought this through? Zhuge Qingfeng asked the duo. Back when Zhuge Mingyu was engaged to Bai Luli, she had been so stubbornly against it, and when he had actually appeared, she had given up everything to be with him. It was unthinkable that she would actually agree to let Jiyu Dongliu head over to the palace now. Yes. Jiyu Dongliu nodded. From the time of the battle at Xuanwu Tower, he had already thought this matter through. It was just that his youngest brother had refused to give up then. While his youngest brother did manage to triumph somewhat the last time, it didn't change much. As such, it was inevitable that things had come to this. Father, let him go, Zhuge Mingyu requested as well. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at his daughter silently, unsure of what to say. In the end, he didn't say much. Turning away from them, he lifted his head to glance at the sky, before walking off. There wasn't much he could say anyway. After holding on for so long, was he going to personally agree to let Jiyu Dongliu head off to his death? There were certain things that a gentleman would and would not do. While this son-in-law of his was starting to grow on him, the fonder he grew of him, the more difficult things were for him. Jiyu Dongliu left Crouching Dragon Mountain alone. Zhuge Mingyu stood on the highest point on Crouching Dragon Mountain, watching as he disappeared into the distance. Her expression was exceptionally peaceful. It was hard for her to endure this, but she accepted the way things were. This was what made Jiyu Dongliu the man she loved after all. Sage Tianxing took Jiyu Dongliu to the Holy Sage Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace. This was done at Jiyu Dongliu's request, who had wanted to see Liu Chan. Sage Tianxing had agreed to Jiyu Dongliu's request, which was why Liu Chan was currently standing opposite him. Liu Chan was slightly taken by surprise. He had not expected Sage Tianxing to bring Jiyu Dongliu back with him so easily. But when Sage Tianxing secretly transmitted the events that had transpired to him, Liu Chan understood as well. Looking at the man before him, Liu Chan felt a sense of admiration. Jiyu Dongliu had held up against Bai Luli in battle despite only being a mid-level sage. He was insanely talented, the sort of powerful character one rarely saw in the barren state. It was even rarer that someone like Bai Luli would be willing to sacrifice himself. What did you want to talk to me about? Liu Chan asked Jiyu Dongliu. He had been informed by Sage Tianxing that Jiyu Dongliu wished to meet him. I'd like to ask you, Senior, what path it is that you're pursuing? Jiyu Dongliu asked, as his gaze shifted towards Liu Chan. The divine path is what I'm pursuing, naturally. And it's not just me, that is the path that every cultivator is pursuing, Liu Chan replied. Of course, I think that's not what you're asking about. When it comes to the barren state, the path I'm pursuing is the one that leads to a saint appearing in the barren state. I'm working towards a future where martial arts will flourish in the barren state and allow it to contend within the 9 states. I want the palace to be a place that trains generation after generation of strong disciples and carries on the important task of passing down knowledge and even the actual divine path itself. Not like what it is right now, being only a place for divine teachings in name. What makes the Holy Ji Palace a holy ground recognized by the people of the barren state? What would make it a place that meets your expectations, Senior? Jiyu Dongliu questioned further. It would be a place that stands apart from personal grievances and external circumstances, a place that exists only for the purpose of passing down divine teachings, Liu Chan replied. In other words, it would be an impartial place. Jiyu Dongliu nodded. Then, what is it that would allow martial arts to flourish in the barren state? Liu Chan stared at Jiyu Dongliu. He suddenly knew where Jiyu Dongliu was trying to steer him in this conversation. He also understood what Jiyu Dongliu was hinting at. Get to the point, Liu Chan ordered coldly. Jiyu Dongliu replied, if martial arts are to flourish in the barren state, then besides having men of great talent, an impartial place established for the sole purpose of passing down divine teachings, like the Holy Ji Palace, is necessary. If such a place is tainted by personal interests, then it would surely tamp down those that go against it, making Senior's dream impossible. He then continued slowly, but now, what you are doing goes against your beliefs. If the palace is going to focus all its attention on Bai Luli and pin all its hopes on him, how can the various cultivators rise together and allow martial arts to flourish in the barren state? How can the barren state contend within the 9 states then? Right now, what the barren state most urgently needs is a saint, Liu Chan defended himself. He knew that ultimately, dreams were only just dreams and that one often had to consider reality as well. If your actions don't match your beliefs, then there's a flaw in your frame of mind that would destroy any hopes you have in advancing along the divine path. Jiyu Dongliu responded calmly, Senior, won't you be destroying the path that you've been holding on to then? At his words, Liu Chan was slightly shaken. His frame of mind was stable, yet a few words from Jiyu Dongliu had stirred an unease within him today. Looks like you haven't given up completely, Liu Chan commented, looking at Jiyu Dongliu. Is Jiyu Dongliu trying to persuade me? If one has the option of living, who would want to die? Besides, my conscience is clear, and my frame of mind is flawless. Allow me to show you something, Senior, Jiyu Dongliu requested, closing his eyes. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, strands of the energy seeping into Liu Chan's forehead. Soon, Liu Chan saw a flurry of scenes and images. Those images were from when Jiyu Dongliu and Zhong Xiao were together in the secret realm of the relic. Jiyu Dongliu was proving that he was not lying, that the holy item had indeed chosen him, and that Zhong Xiao had been the one that killed the sages. What else are you trying to say? Liu Chan asked. Jiyu Dongliu responded, the truth can be distorted, but one knows in their heart whether they're in the right or wrong. Since I've come here, I don't expect to leave this place alive. But you hadn't expelled my youngest brother from the palace back at Crouching Dragon Mountain, Senior, then perhaps the palace could have flourished even greater than what you hoped for in future. There's a saying that goes being unable to see the wood for the trees. As the acting palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, you should not have been like that. If you still stand by your beliefs, Senior, then I hope one day you'll actually live by them. After speaking his part, Jiyu Dongliu bowed slightly and turned to leave. He had said everything he wanted to say. He would accept whatever happened next with grace. Looking at Jiyu Dongliu's disappearing figure, Liu Chan sighed. Sometimes, there was no turning back. Especially in this case, now that they had come to this point, there was nothing he could do but carry on. Jiyu Dongliu was taken to the party from Jisheng Cliffs and presented before Kong Yarrow. Kong Yarrow's gaze was cold beyond measure, and a murderous intent glinted in his eyes. The palace indeed was the holy grounds of the barren state. It was so much easier for them to get things done. Everything that has happened thus far arose from the bad blood between me and Zhong Xiao. Since Jisheng Cliffs is the holy grounds of the Yu state, now that Zhong Xiao has been killed by me, you're welcome to take me with you. But I hope that Jisheng Cliffs will not give its holy grounds a bad name, Jiyu Dongliu said to Kong Yarrow. Are you trying to take on everything upon yourself? Kong Yarrow asked, staring at Jiyu Dongliu. Do you think that's possible? Where's Yi Futian now? Kong Yarrow demanded, his demeanor frosty. Since Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Futian were both people singled out by the head saint, Kong Yarrow had to take them both to the Yu state. Chapter 708. Jiyu Dongliu stared at Kong Yarrow. So Jisheng Cliffs won't even let our little brother off, eh? Jiyu Dongliu stared at Kong Yarrow. So Jisheng Cliffs won't even let our little brother off, eh? He has left barren state, Jiyu Dongliu said. I haven't brought any sacred relics with me this time. With Zhong Xiao dead and the killing of the sages long past, you can all put the blame on me. So, would Jisheng Cliffs want a sacred relic? Or would you people make do with Yi Futian? Kong Yarrow looked at Jiyu Dongliu and said, Jiyu Dongliu, if you headed for Jisheng Cliffs earlier, you might have ended up being a son of the place, and there would have been no need for you to stand against Jisheng Cliffs. Now, your threats mean nothing. I'm going to the sacred relic, and I'm taking Yi Futian as well. It was you who started all this. But you brothers indeed cherished one another, and you became the very reason why Yi Futian got himself into this and stirred up all that trouble. He roped the Zhuge family, Taihang Mountain, Alchemy City, and Tingsua House into this, all so that you, his third brother, can live. If that is the case with him and you now surrendering yourself, it wouldn't matter where he is now. So long as you're around, would he be far off? As for the sacred relic, we'll take you back to Jisheng Cliffs after we're done with all this. You will spill its whereabouts, whether you like it or now, Kong Yarrow said coldly. His words provoked Jiyu Dongliu enough to have his eyes filled with thick murderous intent. Kong Yarrow, you are, at the very least, someone ranked 9th on Sage ranking out of all 9 states. You're even the number 1 below the Saint Plane. Don't you ever feel any guilt doing all this? Du Dongliu glared at him and asked. No, I don't, Kong Yarrow said without any hesitation. Jiyu Dongliu said nothing more. He was only hoping that his little brother had already escaped. The news was heard in the barren state soon that Jiyu Dongliu was taken to the Holy Ji Palace and handed over to the people of Jisheng Cliffs. The Holy Ji Palace released more news saying that they would let Yi Futian return to the Holy Ji Palace to end the war. The Zhuge family, Taihang Mountain, Tingsua House, and the other forces would have had further complications to deal with otherwise. It was apparent that the Holy Ji Palace did not wish for Jisheng Cliffs to end forces, like the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain, but they had to take Yi Futian in. It was an indisputable fact, as both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace had no intention of letting him run loose. Countless people in the barren state were exasperated. With the Holy Ji Palace stepping in, things changed drastically and it was too late for anything to go back to how it once had been. It was said that Yi Futian had fled. He was nowhere to be found in both Crouching Dragon Mountain nor Taihang Mountain. No one knew where he was and no one knew if he would have returned. Many speculated that Yi Futian was probably gone for good this time. After all, it was too late to turn back the clock now. If they were Yi Futian, they would have given up some things just to keep themselves alive. With his talents, there would always be a chance for revenge in the future. The east side of Taihang Mountain was near the eastern regions of the barren state. The Zhaixing House was somewhere in that region. Yi Futian woke up somewhere in the Zhaixing House. He opened his eyes and felt rather tired. That battle back there thoroughly exhausted him. As he went cranking up the will of the Emperor to the extreme and even went burning the powers of his life palace. All energies within his body were almost burnt up without a speck of power left. He had relied on nothing more than the self-repair abilities of his life spirit to regenerate his strength, allowing him to wake up. However, he was still extremely weak at the moment. Third brother, Yi Futian called with a low voice as he woke. He sat up and saw Hua Jiyu by his side. Jiyu, where are we? Yi Futian asked. Zhaixing House. Hua Jiyu answered, when we fled eastward that day, we passed by Zhaixing House's territory and met the chief of Zhaixing House. He was the one who let us in. Zhaixing House. Yi Futian felt rather peculiar with the name. Mu Chuan actually bothered helping me. This was where I took his polearm of divine destruction all those years ago. Didn't that old fart Mu Chuan not like me, and bickered with headmaster Chen Yuan all the time? Where is third brother? Yi Futian asked. He should have returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain. He said nothing would happen to him and he had us leave, Hua Jiyu explained softly. Jiyu, why bother lying to yourself? Yi Futian said looking at Hua Jiyu. Nothing would have happened to him, really? Yi Futian killed Zhong Xiao and his third brother knocked him unconscious, before having Hua Jiyu spirit him away. There was simply no need to say much about why Jiyu Dongliu did so. His third brother wanted to shoulder everything himself while having both of them flee as far as possible. Hua Jiyu lowered her head. She had indeed been lying to herself at times, which was she simply was unable to keep calm about things. Yu Sheng, how is he? Yi Futian appeared very calm. He is training these days to recover from his injuries, Hua Jiyu said. The exhaustion Yu Sheng suffered that day when he practically turned into a demon to fight was not that far off from what Yi Futian had suffered. One could have even said that they were fortunate to be able to survive that battle at Taihang Mountain. Any news about Senior Shu Shong? Yi Futian asked further. There were too many things on his mind, too many people he was concerned about. My, look at yourself. Do you really think you're in a place to be concerned for others now? A voice was heard somewhere. Mu Chuan, chief of Jiaxing House, walked in and said to Yi Futian, "Relax, Shu Shong is live, though he is pretty badly injured. But the city lord of White Cloud City also suffered quite a bad stab wound. Both of them left on a truce." Yi Futian sighed in relief and said, "Thank you, sir. But why would you bother saving me?" "Saving you?" Mu Chuan said coldly. "I'm only concerned for that piece of treasure that was the pride of the Jiaxing House. When are you going to return pole arm of divine destruction to me? Mu Chuan, do you have any decency left in you?" A voice was heard berating him somewhere else. Yi Futian then saw Chen Yuan walking in, glared at Mu Chuan and added, "The polearm of divine destruction now belongs to Yi Futian. Are you really still thinking about getting it back?" "Headmaster." Yi Futian felt rather surprised. He did not expect to see the headmaster in Jiaxing House at all. "Futian, take as much rest as you need. When your injuries have recovered, I'll get you out of the barren state." Chen Yuan looked at Yi Futian and said, "As for the affairs of the barren state, I'd advise you to keep your hands to yourself." "Leaving barren state, huh?" Yi Futian mumbled to himself. "Will I be able to leave with barren state in shambles? Headmaster, just tell me honestly. How are things in the barren state now? Did any other mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs show up after Zhong Xiao was dead? How is my third brother doing now? And news from Crouching Dragon Mountain and Taihang Mountain." Yi Futian went blasting him with questions. "You want to hear the truth?" Chen Yuan stared at Yi Futian. What happened to the barren state now was already common knowledge. If Yi Futian wanted to find anything out, there was simply no hiding of anything from him. "Of course." Yi Futian nodded. "After your third brother killed Zhong Xiao, the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs arrived at the Holy Ji Palace and insisted to have the Holy Ji Palace interfere with things. The big shots of the place then went to Crouching Dragon Mountain and other forces. Finally, your third brother went straight to the Holy Ji Palace himself, wanting to end all of that conflict once and for all." Chen Yuan added, "But the Holy Ji Palace and Jisheng Cliffs wanted more than just your third brother, they wanted you as well." Yi Futian went silent hearing all that. Jiyu Dongliu had indeed wanted to shoulder everything himself, but even then, both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace refused to just let Yi Futian go. "I was the one who killed Zhong Xiao," Yi Futian said. Chen Yuan and Mu Chuan were both shaken to the core hearing that, especially Chen Yuan. He knew secrets about Yi Futian. As such, Chen Yuan believed Yi Futian when the young man said he was the one who killed Zhong Xiao. However, the news still proved to be a startling one. Yi Futian was just a noble and Zhong Xiao was a son of Jisheng Cliffs, an upper-level sage. It was insanely unreasonable to have Yi Futian killing Zhong Xiao. This can't be true. Mu Chuan felt rather reluctant to believe what he had just heard. "My third brother knocked me unconscious after that battle and had Jiyu spirited me away. He then went to the Holy Ji Palace alone. He wanted to shoulder everything for me." Yi Futian did not care one bit if Mu Chuan believed anything he said. "If your third brother was willing to go that far just to let you flee, I don't see any reason for you to surrender yourself." Chen Yuan looked at Yi Futian and said, "Someone with talents like Yi Futian did not deserve to just die like that. His future was connected to more than just the barren state, it was connected to all 9 states, and probably far beyond that." Yi Futian looked at Chen Yuan. He was able to relate to the headmaster's thoughts. But he would have never been able to forgive himself if he were to just flee like that. His guilt would have followed him for the rest of his life. Mu Chuan, who was hearing the ongoing conversation from the sides, knew from there that Yi Futian was not lying about anything. Chen Yuan apparently believed what he said, which meant that Yi Futian had meant not known to most people that allowed him to surpass the limits of planes. Furthermore, the fact that he was able to kill Zhong Xiao meant that Yi Futian had developed matured power of rules. "I'll go check on Yu Sheng," Yi Futian said and got up. He then said to Mu Chuan, "Sir, if I don't end up dead and when the day comes where the polearm of divine destruction was no longer of use to me, I'll return it to you." Mu Chuan was completely startled. Yi Futian's talents were such that there would definitely be a day where the polearm of divine destruction would no longer be able to serve him. It was not some kind of bluff. The polearm of divine destruction was just a ritual implement that had once been used by a saint. If the day where Yi Futian was to achieve sainthood would come, there would indeed be no more need for that piece of equipment. Yi Futian left where he was and went to check on Yu Sheng and Yi Qingxian. They were really having peace and quiet in the Zhaixing house. While Chief Mu Chuan had a sharp tongue, he treated them well. He would not have let Chen Yuan show up there otherwise, and would have informed Jisheng Cliffs or the Holy Ji Palace. There were many instances where what one did was far more important than what one said. Yi Futian went to sit with his legs crossed on top of Zhaixing house. The wind blew and he closed his eyes, melding his spiritual will within the wind, within the world around him. That space would have been frozen just so long as he triggered his will. Rules. So this is the power of rules, huh? Yi Futian mumbled quietly to himself. The wind blew again. That gentle breeze suddenly turned into a gale as sharp as knives, cutting up the space they occupied. Comprehension of one led to the comprehension of all. Yi Futian had stepped foot into that territory and had developed comprehension of matured rules of incredibly high levels, space-type power of rules. That meant that some of the simplest rules would have been nothing to him. He could have developed comprehension of them in no time. All that was needed was for the strength of his spiritual powers to reach new heights. He would have then become a true sage. In actuality, however, what he was right there was hardly different from being a sage. Yi Futian's spirit and vigor restored considerably several days later. The powers within his body felt more ample than it had been before. He felt himself to have grown far stronger than he had been. He had spent the past few days training on top of Zhaixing house, so much so that he did not sleep nor rest at night, and he said little to nothing to anyone. Everyone was able to feel what he was going through and nobody went bothering him. They were feeling rather contradictory about things. On one hand, they hoped Yi Futian would have eventually choose to leave. But if he were to simply leave like that, they would be somewhat disappointed. Chapter 709. One day after another passed in Zhaixing house. Mu Chuan and Chen Yuan looked up at the person dressed in white at the top of Zhaixing house. Mu Chuan then said, "He has been doing nothing but training these days. I wonder what's going on in his head." One day after another passed in Zhaixing house. Mu Chuan and Chen Yuan looked up at the person dressed in white at the top of Zhaixing house. Mu Chuan then said, "He has been doing nothing but training these days. I wonder what's going on in his head." Chen Yuan shook his head. Yi Futian seemed to be in a never-ending trance since the day he started training in Zhaixing house, without talking to anyone nor sleeping. Even Chen Yuan had no idea what was going on in Yi Futian's mind. But it was apparent that Yi Futian had no intentions of leaving the barren state, or he would have left already. Hua Jiyu was also looking at Yi Futian from another direction. She had no idea what was going on in Yi Futian's mind, but she nonetheless was able to relate to how Yi Futian felt. She knew Yi Futian too well, which meant she knew what his character was like, as well as what his third brother meant to him. That figure who stood before him and defended him back in Eastern Barren territory held an extremely significant place in his mind. Yet, his third brother had now gone to the Holy Ji Palace, and it was probably a trip he would never return from. Yi Futian closed his eyes on top of the mountain. Mystical energies filled his surroundings, making the entire space indescribably heavy. His eyes popped wide open all of a sudden. Tiny, broken stones rose from the ground before him. However, each and every stone seemed to have been imbued with the power of rules, and they all grew incredibly heavy, covered with a layer of light of rules as if they were shining stars. A flash shot out from his eyes, and in a split second, every single piece of those stones shot at a peak far away at breakneck speed. Boom! A thunderous rumble was heard as the peak crumbled before him. The rumble traveled all the way to the top of Zhaixing house. That bombarded peak exploded violently, with half of it gone when the dust settled. Many below turned their head up to look at the top of Zhaixing house. It was not a place anyone could have simply gone up to, and everyone wondered what was happening, seeing the peak being blasted to pieces. Who is training up there? Mu Chuan and Chen Yuan had their eyes thrown wide open, before turning to look at each other in shock. The power of rules of the stars. The Zhaixing House and the Starry School were of the same lineage, where all learned to master the power of the stars laid down by the saint. Yi Futian has now mastered the power of rules of the stars. What do you have more to say, old fellow? Chen Yuan said. Too bad that the timing is rather off. Mu Chuan sighed. He had to acknowledge Yi Futian's talents now. Or rather, he was forced to when he witnessed what Yi Futian was capable of back in the law battles. Yi Futian had come to develop the use of the power of rules of the stars, a territory of sages when he was still a noble. Furthermore, it seemed to be a very, very mature one. It was anyone's guess if he had killed Zhong Xiao back then using the power of rules of the stars. Shouldn't he rest for a bit? Chen Yuan looked at Yi Futian and said. The young man was seen standing up, then headed to the edge of the sky above the Zhaixing House. He turned his attention to where they were and said, Headmaster, Chief Mu, it's time for me to leave. Where are you going? Chen Yuan stared at Yi Futian and asked. So he finally has an answer now, huh? Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yi Futian answered. You'd be walking to your death if you did that, Chen Yuan said as he looked at Yi Futian. Regardless of how talented Yi Futian was, as well as the fact that he had come to comprehend the power of rules and killed Zhong Xiao, all that hardly mattered now. I will leave Zhaixing House, and then Senior Yuan Hong will come pick me up as to not drag the chief into this. With things as they were then, there was no way he would have simply left on his own. If someone were to see him and went after him, he would have been taken down before he was even able to reach Crouching Dragon Mountain. You've been recuperating here at Zhaixing House. If you were to head back, do you really think no one would notice? Mu Chuan looked at Yi Futian and said, I won't stop you if you want to head back to Crouching Dragon Mountain. Just wait for Yuan Hong to pick you up. People from those two sacred grounds won't come after Zhaixing House just because I let you stay around. Yi Futian glanced at Mu Chuan and found his words reasonable. So long as Zhaixing House did not get involved in this, people of those two sacred grounds would not have stooped so low as to go against Zhaixing House. The Black-Winged Condor guided Yuan Hong to Zhaixing House several days later, picking up Yi Futian and leaving. Chen Yuan left with them as well. The barren state was shaken to the core that day when Yi Futian made it back to Crouching Dragon Mountain. Everyone knew that Yi Futian, who had disappeared for a while, was back on Crouching Dragon Mountain. Both the Holy Ji Palace and Jisheng Cliffs were looking for him. Yi Futian went straight to see Zhuge Qingfeng and Zhuge Mingyu as soon as he returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain. Zhuge Mingyu smiled when she saw him, yet her smile was one no longer as composed as it used to be. At the moment, Jiyu Dongliu had gone to the Holy Ji Palace and Yi Futian had returned. Why do you need to do this? Your third brother has decided to give himself up. What are you returning here for? Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian and said. Third brother did intend to give himself up, but Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace still have no intentions of letting me walk, no? Yi Futian added, if I just walk away like that, would peace return to the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain? Despite having returned, the people of Jisheng Cliffs did not do anything themselves, they had the Holy Ji Palace do the dirty work instead. But then again, with Zhong Xiao dead and Kong Yarrow having suffered losses in 2 battles, there was no way Jisheng Cliffs would not have come prepared. Yi Futian thought as much himself. The people of Jisheng Cliffs took themselves to be outside the loop, watching the show and whatever was going to happen from outside in a jesting manner. Zhuge Qingfeng, of course, knew what Yi Futian meant. He looked at Yi Futian silently and said, but what can you change coming back here? The worst outcome from all of this would be to quell the rage of both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace before we got more people into this. Yi Futian turned to Zhuge Qingfeng and said, what is the Holy Ji Palace's stance in all of this? Yi Futian felt heavy inside. While the Holy Ji Palace did try to stop him at White Cloud City, he did not wish for the Holy Ji Palace to get more involved. However, the Holy Ji Palace had become totally involved, shattering their very last hope. How much can the stance of the Holy Ji Palace change from what it was before? Zhuge Qingfeng then added, they do not wish to see the barren state in chaos and the power of the state diminished. Their actions of taking down both Jiyu Dongliu and Yu for Jisheng Cliffs were done so to quell Jisheng Cliffs' anger, so as to prevent that anger from spreading to the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain. So that is to say that the Holy Ji Palace still has a line they wouldn't cross then. Yi Futian said casually, is there really no other way around this? Both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace are now standing at the same side. How are we going to do anything about this? Things would be in our favor if the entire barren state were to be on your side. But even so, if Jisheng Cliffs insisted on taking you in, so there is still little anyone can do to stop that, Zhuge Qingfeng said and sighed. The only one who would be able to break through such a deadlock is the Holy Ji Palace. He felt rather despaired as he said so. Even a figure ranked 6th on the Barren Sky ranking was still capable of feeling despair. Only they can break through this, huh? Yi Futian looked up at the sky and asked, any news about third brother? None, Zhuge Qingfeng shook his head and answered. If someone from the Holy Ji Palace came, please tell them this, uncle. If third brother is still safe inside the Holy Ji Palace, I will then head for the Holy Ji Palace within the month, Yi Futian said and turned around to leave. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian leaving. He has still decided to surrender himself to the Holy Ji Palace, then. Adamant and without regret, just like his third brother. Too bad that it would be a trip he would never return from. Someone from the Holy Ji Palace soon came to the Zhuge family estate to take Yi Futian, and Zhuge Qingfeng told them what he had been told. The people of the Holy Ji Palace left. A month's time was not long, and both them and Jisheng Cliffs had at least that much time to spare. The Holy Ji Palace had no intentions of waging a war, and Kong Yarrow from Jisheng Cliffs was in no hurry. If Yi Futian had given his word, then all they had to do was wait. The news spread throughout the entire barren state and everyone sighed. Even top-class geniuses like Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Futian were unable to escape. Both of them eventually had to surrender themselves. Barren state turned quiet after the news was out. There was nothing going on. It was as if everyone was waiting as well. Yi Futian entered the Holy Ji Palace within the month. Everything turned quiet on that day, unlike the two great battles which yielded no results before. A great battle could have broken out for the third time, or things would have simply ended quietly. City Lord Office of Alchemy City. Shui Yi and Luo Fan kept standing right outside Yu Kai's bedchambers. Yu Shi held her baby in the bedchambers, a daughter born from her and Shui Yi. Despite the great event of the daughter of the city giving birth to a baby girl, there were no celebrations of any kind to be had. The reason of which was all too obvious to everyone from the City Lord office. Yu Kai looked at his daughter and then his granddaughter before turning around to glare at Shui Yi. He said, I'd have refused to have the wedding go on if I knew all of this would happen. Is there any point saying all that now? Yu Shi said gently as she looked at her daughter. I even lent the divine implement to Yi Futian. Haven't I done enough? With both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace in this, what can I, the boss of Alchemy City, do? And there is still that thing with the Emperor family. Yu Kai yapped away feeling very displeased. What are you telling me all of this for? Yu Shi's voice was just as gentle. Daughters indeed don't side with their daddies when they've grown up, Yu Kai said feeling very frustrated. If they like standing around so much, let them stand all they want. I'm not yielding to anything. Shui Yi and Luo Fan remained standing outside as if they had heard nothing. Yu Kai, the one who ranked 8th on the Barren Sky ranking, City Lord of Alchemy City, and in possession of a divine implement. If he had gotten himself involved in this, he might have been able to change the course of the outcome. At the very least, he would have been able to do something to affect how things were now. West Mountain Dragon Clan, Divine Sky City, Eastern region of Barren State. A girl, 18 or 19, was seen yelling in some corner of the estate, I want to go look for Brother Futian at Crouching Dragon Mountain. Do you intend to walk to your death? Long Ao glared at her daughter and said. I don't care. Long Linger shouted, Uncle will protect me. Linger, stop kicking up a fuss, Madam Long tried to persuade her. It was not that they did not want to help Yi Futian, it was simply that things at hand were simply too great for them to be able to do anything. It was Madam Long who recommended Yi Futian to the Starry School. She had admired Yi Futian all that time. If Yi Futian was unable to survive this ordeal, then it was simply because fate was against him. At the moment, There were many things happening with many forces throughout the barren state other than just Alchemy City and West Mountain, and all of them had to do with Futian one way or another. A noble capable of moving all forces throughout the entire barren state, there was probably no other like him. Bai Luli was probably the only one who had such influence before Futian came into the picture. Chapter 7:10. Another 20 days passed with the blink of an eye. A storm seemed to be brewing throughout the barren state. News from Crouching Dragon Mountain said that Futian would be entering the Holy Sea Palace in 7 days. It was news that shocked barren state somewhat and caught the attention of many. Another 20 days passed with the blink of an eye. A storm seemed to be brewing throughout the barren state. News from Crouching Dragon Mountain said that Futian would be entering the Holy Sea Palace in 7 days. It was news that shocked barren state somewhat and caught the attention of many. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Futian. The young man was sitting there training in silence. Everything seemed peaceful. He had made it through the Grade 1 Noble Plane. With him at the pinnacle of the Noble Plane and having developed mature comprehension of rules, the Sage Plane seemed to no longer be some faraway goal. It would have been something worth celebrating about, but be it Futian himself or everyone around him, no one was in the mood for celebrating anything. What do you plan to do at the Holy Ji Palace? Zhuge Qingfeng asked the young man. Futian had, no doubt, been seeing if he was able to advance further. He would not have waited another month to go to the Holy Ji Palace otherwise. To prove one thing, Futian answered. And what would that be? Zhuge Qingfeng asked. The big shots at the Holy Ji Palace always thought themselves to be right about everything. Liu Chan had always been reluctant to admit when he was wrong about anything, holding the extreme belief that nothing he did had ever been wrong. I'm here to prove otherwise, Futian said. Of course, there is a chance that the place simply won't bother giving me such a chance. There was a self-dismissive smirk on his face when he said so. He had been weaker than others, which meant he had little means of negotiating terms with anyone. Still, he deemed that he owed it to himself to try. Even if his attempts were to end in failure, it would have still been better than how things were at the moment. There's also a chance that you're actually able to prove something, yet the Holy Ji Palace still won't admit anything, Zhuge Qingfeng added. Of course. But still, having tried is better than having done nothing, Futian said. I'll go with you, Zhuge Qingfeng said. Futian turned around to look at the clan leader behind him. Zhuge Qingfeng said, just like you said yourself. Even if you're not going, there is no certainty to say that Jisheng Cliffs will let the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain off. Do you think they would let us go if I didn't show up? I also hope that you're able to prove something, even if things do turn out for the worse in the end. If things do turn out that way, I still hope that I'll be able to keep the Zhuge family in one piece, for I was once a student of the Holy Ji Palace. It was his personal decision to get involved with the matter involving Jiyu Dongliu and Futian. Many in the Zhuge family did not agree with what he did, and so, it was natural for him as the one to suffer the eventual consequences. It was, after all, his responsibility as the head of the clan. All right, Futian smiled and said, while still feeling rather guilty inside. He was the one who had gotten Zhuge Qingfeng into this in the first place, and he never thought things would turn out as they had. There are 7 more days. I'll head out for a bit, Zhuge Qingfeng said. He knew more or less what Futian was trying to do. If Futian wanted to try, then he saw fit to try himself as well, just so that they have a better chance at it. A woman was wearing plain clothes and reading a sutra quietly, with a lamp and a statue of Buddha by her side in Qingdeng Temple. The abbot, monk Qingdeng, added a bit of oil in the lamp by her side. The woman put down her sutra after a while and asked, Teacher, I've turned to the Buddhist way and I should have let go of my longing for the mortal world. Yet, why am I unable to do so? Everyone in the mortal world has their own beginning and ending. One could not be on one's path of return with unfinished business in their mind, monk Qingdeng said. Where does such a path lie? The woman asked. The path of return lies where one's heart lies, monk Qingdeng explained plainly. I understand. The woman nodded. Book Mountain, Eastern Barren Territory, Barren State. It was a peaceful, tranquil place for training. While the access restriction to Eastern Barren Territory lifted, the spread of news and information was slow. As such, few knew about the major events taking place in the Barren State. A figure was seen sitting cross-legged and training at the peak of Book Mountain. That figure was none other than the Sword Saint. There was little for him to attend to in the college for the past few years, enabling him to pour his energy into his own training. As such, his level of cultivation had reached Magi Plane. Such a state would have naturally enabled him to become an invincible being in the Eastern Barren Territory. However, he was not all that worth mentioning when he was compared to the people in the Barren State. Nonetheless, he had been progressed very quickly in his training, far quicker than he had been, being able to bring his cultivation to such a height within the span of several years. Without the events in the Barren State interfering with his training, he would have become even stronger. However, what was happening in Barren State was beyond him. A breeze blew by and the Sword Saint opened his eyes and said, "You are here." He turned around and saw a figure dressed in grey standing before him, emanating no aura. The Sword Saint was not surprised at all. It was as if he had known all along that the figure would show up. "You're going to the Barren State?" the figure dressed in grey asked. "Indeed." The Sword Saint nodded. Regardless if he was actually able to do anything, he deemed it necessary to go. It was his juniors who were in trouble, after all. "While you've improved greatly for the past few years, you're far from ready," the figure in grey said. "I know that, which is why I'm waiting for you," the Sword Saint said. The figure in grey glanced at the Sword Saint with cold eyes. That very instant had the Sword Saint feeling as if he had been thrust into purgatory. "Stop guessing my thoughts from here on out," the figure in grey said and unleashed a broadsword in their hand. Countless runes flowed about the broadsword as if its powers were unsealed. "The blade will only be unsealed when you decide to fight, but it is possible that it will bring you unbearable pain in return. Do you wish to take the blade?" the figure in grey asked while looking at the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint did not doubt their words at all. If the blade was said to bring him unbearable pain, then it was certain that things would have turned worse than what he anticipated, instead of those words being something said only to scare him. Even so, he took the blade without any hesitation. The figure dressed in grey looked at him calmly and said, "Remember this. You will remain as long as the blade remains. Your life will be linked with the blade itself, the very moment you unseal it. I will keep this in mind." The Sword Saint nodded. He dared not forget anything the figure dressed in grey said. A wind blew and the figure dressed in grey was nowhere to be seen. It was as if they never appeared on Book Mountain in the first place. The Sword Saint looked at the blade in his hand, the blade that could only be unsealed only in battle. He put the blade away and headed for the bottom of Book Mountain. 7 days passed like a flying arrow to a cultivator. Since the news spread from Crouching Dragon Mountain, many in the Barren State acted. Countless flooded the Holy Ji Palace, with many from top forces among them. They had all reached the outskirts of the palace, and it seemed as if they had been anticipating that very day. The city lord of White Cloud City and Yang Wuji, head of the Sword Saint Villa, arrived at the Holy Ji Palace. There were also those from the Emperor family and Sacred Fire sect. They were all in this, and it was only natural that they came to witness the final outcome of it all. None of them could rest easy until they saw the demise of the Zhuge family and Yuan Hong dead. That day, Yu Kai saw Yu Shi and Shui Yi walking about back and forth before him at the city lord office. He yielded and said, all right, I'll go have a look at things. You all stay here and take care of the place." Yu Kai walked out of the city lord office and gathered some of the mighty ones throughout Alchemy City before taking to the air, heading for the Holy Ji Palace. On the very same day, Xu Shong recuperated and broke his isolation in Tingxue House. He too took a group of people with him and headed for the Holy Ji Palace. In sovereign territory, Huang Shi looked at Huang Zhouge and asked, "Are you feeling rather sad about things?" Among my peers in the Barren State, he was the one that was truly peerless and the one who served as a beacon for us all. If he were to simply fall, it would be a shame indeed, Huang Zhouge sighed and said. "Seems like you appreciate each other." Huang Shi smiled and continued, "Zhuge Qingfeng came looking for me a few days ago. I guess he had gone to quite a number of places besides here. He wanted to get his chances up as much as he could. While I too wish for the sovereign family to go do this, we are powerless against both Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace. Zhuge Qingfeng should know that much. There is just nothing the forces of the Barren State can do to change how things end, Huang Zhuge said. Zhuge Qingfeng wasn't asking for us to be in the war. He was only hoping that we give a chance to Yi Futian to prove himself, Huang Shi said. Is there even a need to prove himself further? Huang Zhuge asked. Yi Futian had already proven that he possessed unequaled talent among his peers. Even Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs lost at his hands. I know not what Yi Futian was trying to prove, but since Zhuge Qingfeng himself went around visiting places, I'm now rather curious about what is that they are trying to do. So, I decided to go to the Holy Ji Palace myself, Huang Shi said. Huang Zhuge turned to look at Huang Shi with a smile. However, he still remained unconvinced that they stood a chance to change anything. Chen Yuan returned to Divine Sky City at the eastern region of the Barren State after visiting West Mountain, the Jiyu clan and the Zhaixing House, persuading all those forces to go to the Holy Ji Palace to bear witness instead of to fight. That day eventually came. The air above 1,000 holy islands was filled with mighty ones arriving by air. The Holy Ji Palace personnel did nothing to interfere, allowing the mighty ones to pass the Holy River and the 1,000 holy islands, arriving before the Holy Ji Palace. A massive number of mighty ones gathered at the outskirts of the Holy Ji Palace on that day. It was a scene eclipsing the law battles held once in 3 years. After all, very few top-class figures came to watch the law battles, yet all who came that very day consisted of top-class figures from all over the Barren State. It was said that Yi Futian from Crouching Dragon Mountain had departed with Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong, serving as his escort, heading for the Holy Ji Palace. Liu Chan stood before the ancient hall in Holy Sage Pavilion and asked, "Who is here today?" Everyone in the top 10 on the Barren Sky ranking, other than the Lord of Ice Temple, will probably be here today, Sage Tianqing answered. All of the top 10 figures were either already inside the Holy Ji Palace, or they were to be found among the crowd outside. Things are really bustling. Liu Chan looked up at the sky. The top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking gathering about because Yi Futian was showing up at the Holy Ji Palace. There was hardly any time in history where one noble plain youth had such an influence. A figure flashed before them and landed right before Liu Chan, assistant palace lord. The messenger bowed. "What is the matter?" Liu Chan asked. "People from Ice Temple are here," the messenger said, and Liu Chan became dumbfounded. There are also figures from all top forces, including monk Qingdeng, who does not care for mortal world affairs. It is unknown, however, why they are all here, the messenger bowed and said. Liu Chan went silent. So all the top figures will indeed gather here today? Chapter 7:11. While Liu Chan had anticipated the day to be one that would have caught the attention of many, he never expected just about all of the absolute top-class figures to be found in the Barren State to show. Even the Ice Temple had someone coming to the Holy Ji Palace. While Liu Chan had anticipated the day to be one that would have caught the attention of many, he never expected just about all of the absolute top-class figures to be found in the Barren State to show. Even the Ice Temple had someone coming to the Holy Ji Palace. Of course, Liu Chan knew that majority came only to see what was about to happen. While their stances and attitudes were unknown, he knew for sure that the ones who would actually get involved were but a handful. Sage Wanxiang was performing divination in Wanxiang Pavilion. Stars showered from above as he spun the star wheel around. He saw the Grand Holy Ji Palace caught in the middle of a storm, dark omens of devastating trouble shone and dark clouds overshadow the place. It seemed that the storm would soon be upon them, and dawn was nowhere to be found. "Someone come here," Sage Wanxiang shouted. One of his students walked and felt completely shaken by the image they saw. "Teacher, this is..." "Go inform the assistant palace lord that the ordeal of the Holy Ji Palace is upon us." Sage Wanxiang then added, "I need time to observe the stars, to wait for a sign to break the ordeal." The one who walked in had a very serious look on their face. Is Yi Futian's arrival at the Holy Ji Palace the ordeal spoken in the divination? How is this happening? What is going to happen today? "Yes, teacher." They nodded and left to inform Liu Chan of Holy Sage Pavilion. Liu Chan was just as shocked hearing Sage Wanxiang's words. He was, however, puzzled as to where this ordeal was to come from. Nothing was heard from the forces of Jisheng Cliffs. The great force that hailed from Yu State probably had ample preparations. What do we need to do before they will leave the barren state alone? I never expected Sage Wanxiang to actually need to observe the stars like this. It is anyone's guess how fearsome the signs are this time. Is a storm about to hit the barren state today after such a long time of peace? Liu Chan's eyes were adamant. Whatever was to happen, he would be there to help the Holy Ji Palace survive the ordeal, for it was his mission to do so. In the palace where the mighty ones of Jisheng Cliffs were housed, Kong Yarrow turned his eyes to the person before him and said, "I heard Yi Futian is on his way here." Not just Yi Futian. Many of the top-class figures from all over the barren state will also be here today. They may be quite a lot who want to get involved in this, the person before him said. Kong Yarrow remained calm, however, with a tinge of sarcasm on his face. So things turned out like this? He thought. Very well, time to clean everything up in the Holy Ji Palace once and for all. Without a saint in the barren state for so many years, they seem to have forgotten what respect and fear are. Well then, it's time for the forces in the barren state to undergo a reshuffling. This place of orthodoxy of Emperor Xia will be taken away sooner or later. All it needs for that to come true is simply a chance. Kong Yarrow headed for a prison which was specifically built for Jiyu Dongliu, locking the man within. "Your little brother is here," Kong Yarrow said, looking at Jiyu Dongliu. Jiyu Dongliu looked at Kong Yarrow and sighed to himself. So our little brother is still here in barren state? Not just Yi Futian. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Hong, and many others will come too. You may want to shoulder everything yourself, but it seems like there are many out there who actually care about you. Kong Yarrow smirked sarcastically. It's fine how things turn out, as I want to see who dares to stand up. He lifted his head and little and said, "Everyone, prepare to get a move on." Many silhouettes arrived by air as soon as he finished. All of them were mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs. Two walked to Kong Yarrow's side. Their bearing was imposing, which meant that they were incredibly fearsome people. "Senior Kong, I heard that there are many ranked on the barren sky ranking here today," someone at his side said sarcastically. The tone was such that it seemed that the person did not care about it at all. "Indeed." Kong Yarrow nodded. "It's been quite a while since I last went tempering my skills in martial arts with top-class sages." An elder beside him said in an extremely cold manner, "If someone dares move against Jisheng Cliffs, I'm not going to hold back." "I assume you won't have any opinions about that?" "None at all. Anyone who dares meddle in this, there will be no mercy for them," Kong Yarrow said in an equally cold manner. "Very well then." The elder nodded. "I heard that things didn't go so well for you when you were here last. Your opponent seemed to have used divine ritual implements. I guess this time you will be able to go at them with full force. It's a good thing to have so many mighty ones throughout the barren state gathering here today. We'll be able to teach them a lesson in fear and respect." Kong Yarrow said with a tinge of murderous intent in his eyes, "Let's go." The group left as soon as he finished his words. Jiyu Dongliu sighed as he watched them leave. The trouble did not end up quelled, and it seemed that the storm was inevitable. He had been listening to the chatter in Kong Yarrow's group for the past few days and knew that they brought quite a lineup this time. Jisheng Cliffs wanted more than revenge for Zhon Xiao, they wanted to a show of force in the barren state. With a son of Jisheng Cliffs killed in the barren state, all the other states of the 9 states would have probably been looking at how events unfolded in the barren state. The outskirts of Holy Ji Palace were filled with people. There were mighty ones to be found as far as the eye was able to see. Mighty ones from everywhere had arrived. Liu Chan and Sage Tianxing went outside the palace and laid their eyes on all those who came. Liu Chan turned his eyes to one direction, finding a group of a woman carrying a carriage made of ice. A lithe, alluring woman was seen sitting in that pure, flawless carriage, yet no one dared intrude the construct with their spiritual powers. "Lord Yun, you are here," Liu Chan greeted. "Liu Chan, it has been a while." A calm voice was heard from within the carriage. Many turned their eyes in her direction. "She is indeed here." the most powerful woman in all of the Baron State, and the one who ranked second on the Baron Sky ranking, just one place beneath the lord of the entire Holy Ji Palace. Shouldn't you be training within the Ice Temple, Lord Yun? What brings you here? Liu Chan then added, I assume you are here to see what is about to happen to the Holy Ji Palace. My daughter was training in the Holy Ji Palace for some years and she had seen quite a lot of progress in her training. As such, I'm here today to give my gratitude to the Holy Ji Palace, the woman in the carriage said. Liu Chan was caught off guard. The daughter of the Lord of Ice Temple training in the Holy Ji Palace? It was something that he did not even know about. It is our honor to have your daughter train in the palace, Lord Yun, Liu Chan replied politely. The woman before him was ranked second on the Baron Sky ranking and, with his senior currently recuperating from his injuries, it would have made her the most powerful being in all of the Baron State. Yun Shuaisheng? Sage Daozong felt something was off. One of his personal students was named Yun Shuaisheng. Their surname was Yun. However, people usually took their father's surname, but it was hardly surprising for the daughter of the Lord of the Ice Temple to take her mother's surname instead. While there were many students of excellent caliber in the Holy Ji Palace, few fit the assumed criteria befitting the Princess of Ice Temple's caliber. With many among those that came to mind having a clear background, the only one who was left was none other than Yun Shuaisheng. Teacher, it's me, a girl bowed in the Holy Ji Palace and said. Please forgive me for having hidden my true identity from you. It doesn't matter. The Holy Ji Palace hardly takes the birth of those to be trained into consideration when picking students. Or rather, now that you've made your identity as the Princess of Ice Temple clear, it's quite flattering to have me train someone like you. Sage Daozong said with a smile, then added, but, I don't think your mother, Lord Yun, is coming just to see you. Sage Daozong had long had doubts about all that. The timing at which Lord Yun showed up was too convenient. To his knowledge, Yun Shuaisheng and Yi Futian shared a rather amicable relationship, and they had both went to Alchemy City before. I heard from Shuaisheng that one of her friends has top-class talents and caliber, one who defeated Qin Zhong, who was known in Jisheng Cliffs to possess the potential for sainthood. Such a person, however, was expelled from the Holy Ji Palace and is to be taken by the palace as a present for Jisheng Cliffs. I heard that he would show in the Holy Ji Palace today, and so here I am out of curiosity, Lord Yun elaborated. Liu Chan and Sage Daozong both looked in the direction of the carriage. It never came to them that Yun Shuaisheng actually called the Lord of Ice Temple here. I assume you are all here out of curiosity, then? Liu Chan looked at the others and asked. No one answered. It was apparent that all who showed today had their own attitude and stance on things. Seeing how he did not get any answer from the crowd, Liu Chan smirked coldly and said, well then, I look forward to how things will turn out. He stood on top of the Holy Ji Palace and looked far away. Wanxiang said today would be the day when the ordeal of the Holy Ji Palace comes. With so many mighty ones from all over the Baron State here, I wonder what form this ordeal will take indeed. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Hong, and Yi Futian were seen arriving outside of Thousand Holy Islands. Zhuge Mingyu and Hua Jiyu came as well. Yi Futian stopped and scanned the many island cities beneath him. He would have reached the grounds of the palace itself a little further from where he was then. If he were to go any further, the possibility of him returning would be very slim. This is far enough. Jiyu, you can head back now, Yi Futian turned around and said to Hua Jiyu all of a sudden. Hua Jiyu's eyes were frozen. She then went on to stare at him with very cold eyes. He said he would let her go with him. You promised me. She remained staring at Yi Futian, her eyes filled with determination. I did what? Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiyu and said, don't you know that I'm better with words and flirting than anything else? That promise was nothing. Hua Jiyu remained staring at him without saying anything. Yi Futian started looking frustrated and said, you have any idea how annoying you are? Lulan Shui is indeed the better girl, obedient and knows how to take care of others and all. You're just a stubborn bull in comparison. Hua Jiyu remained staring at him. Will you just leave? Yi Futian's tone turned serious. No way, Hua Jiyu answered. How can you be so selfish? Yi Futian's tone became very irritated. That day in Taihang Mountain, you cared only about yourself and you had third brother go to face everything himself. So what are you doing here today? You're being awful, tagging along. You know that. Just what are you doing here? To show how noble your love is. What about your folks? What about them, her? Hua Jiyu's eyes were fixed on him as they went slightly red. She felt very guilty of what happened at Taihang Mountain. She was being selfish. She indeed betrayed third brother and second sister just so he was able to live. She was able to even betray her parents now. But am I doing this just to show how noble my love is? Alright, I'll tell you the truth, having come so far and all. You know well what kind of a person I am. I'm a ladies' man. Unless you like fighting with other girls for my favor, I can tell you this much. I've been with quite a number of girls all this while, and I'm now getting increasingly sick of you. You're good for nothing, but still, I don't want to drag you into this mess. Stop following me. Yi Futian then said dismissively, all that about you being my destiny and what not, I say that to girls all the time, and anyone who actually believes that nonsense is stupid. He then went on without her. Chapter 7:12. Hua Jiyu saw Yi Futian going further and further away, tears in her eyes. She then turned around to the black-winged condor and said, are you going to get in my way too? Hua Jiyu saw Yi Futian going further and further away, tears in her eyes. She then turned around to the black-winged condor and said, are you going to get in my way too? The bird lowered its head and said, I'm sorry, boss orders. So are you saying it's all right for you to ignore mine instead? Hua Jiyu stared at the bird coldly. The black-winged condor shook its head. The bird was stuck in the middle of nowhere. It did not dare go against his master's orders, yet it dared not offend his master's girl. It was a pitiful scene to look at. However, it knew that its master did all that for the sake of his girl, and so it chose to keep getting in her way. Seeing how the black-winged condor insisted on not letting her pass, Hua Jiyu turned her eyes far away and asked softly, hey, am I useless and a good for nothing? The black-winged condor shook its head. It too had such a feeling when it was around its master. However, the bird progressed far faster than any other demonic beast. It had now comprehended rules of the wind. Just so long as its master kept progressing, it would benefit from it as well. Take me with you. I'll just watch everything from afar, Hua Jiyu said while staring at the bird. The black-winged condor turned its head, figuring out what to do, before it eventually nodded. If its master were to punish it for it, then so be it, it thought. Yi Futian and the others continued moving forward. Zhuge Mingyu then said, you know what Jiyu's thoughts are. Why did you need to go that far? Second sister, the very reason third brother left that breakup letter behind was so that you didn't end up getting into all this. But you were stubborn enough to refuse, and he had to go all the way up to Crouching Dragon Mountain because of it. Although I know doing this would change nothing, this trip is an extremely perilous one, and I'm still rather reluctant, Yi Futian said. I get it. Zhuge Mingyu ruffled Yi Futian's hair. They were still a young couple in their 20s. If Yi Futian was reluctant to let her go, Hua Jiyu would have been just as reluctant. In actuality, however, what he did back changed nothing, and Zhuge Mingyu could only sigh over what happened. The fate shared by both siblings in training was uncannily similar. The Holy Ji Palace was within sight after passing one floating island after another. Yi Futian and the others finally saw the grand, regal core island. It was the place where he fought in the law battles all those years ago. Mighty ones from all corners were there, and they seemed to be waiting for something, him. Countless eyes turned in Yi Futian's direction. Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong escorted him. Despite knowing that he would have ended up dead, the young man in his 20s insisted on making the trip nonetheless. A noble standing in front of all the top-class figures from all over Barren State. Liu Chan, Sage Tianxing, and all the others were standing at the sky stairwell of the palace as they cast their gaze on Yi Futian. The one who had been a student of the Holy Ji Palace, a young man with peerless talents who ranked number 1 on law rank and was allowed entrance to the Sage Hall. However, it was indeed a pity that it all came to this. Futian, someone shouted. Yi Futian turned head at the voice and saw Chen Yuan, Mu Chuan, Long Ao, and Jiyu Yunsh's father all standing there. Yi Futian looked at them and said, "Headmaster, what are you doing here?" "Just to have a look," Chen Yuan smiled and said. Yi Futian turned his eyes to the others. Many came that day. Huang Shi of the sovereign family, Yu Kai of Alchemy City, Shu Shong of Tingxue House, and he heard that there were many from all over the barren state showing up at the palace just so that he would have a better chance at what he intended to do. He had never anticipated the ones ranked high on the barren state to come. He felt rather remorseful at the moment. He, a noble, making all those top-class figures ranked on the barren sky ranking wait at the Holy Ji Palace. Of course, other than those on the barren sky ranking who were friendly with him, there were also those who were practically his enemies, such as Yang Wuji of Sword Saint Villa, the godly spear of Nantian House, Di Kai of Emperor family, the leader of Sacred Fire sect and the others. With the mighty ones of the Holy Ji Palace and the group from Jisheng Cliffs considered, even if they were to be many of his seniors willing to help him, it still fell rather short. Futian. Yet another shouted his name. He turned his eyes in another direction and saw a stout, tanned figure who bared his torso walking out from the palace. It was none other than his teacher, Sage Dozhan. "Teacher," Yi Futian shouted. "Dozhan, get back here." Liu Chan could not help but stand out and intervene. Things were as complicated as they possibly could have been. Is Sage Dozhan trying to get himself on Yi Futian's side, standing out like this? If he were to join the fray as a Lord of Battle Sage Palace, what would his stance even mean in all of this? The Holy Ji Palace does not interfere with squabbles outside and is only there to pass on the teachings of old. Today, I'm standing here as Yi Futian's teacher, not as Lord of Battle Sage Palace, Sage Dozhan replied. It was him who allowed Yi Futian to head for the Zhuge family. Yi Futian stopped the engagement, yet he had also planted the seeds of what was happening on this very day. It had been something that Sage Dozhan had totally unexpected. However, per his words, as he let Yi Futian off that day despite knowing well that the Holy Ji Palace was doing it all for the sake of having a saint emerge, they were not doing it the right way. His student did nothing wrong, and as such, he stood with the side that was doing the right thing. Liu Chan's expression turned awfully ugly. Kong Yarrow, who was standing with those from Jisheng Cliffs, simply smirked coldly. Very good indeed. He wanted to see how many would stand against Jisheng Cliffs. Futian, why are you here at the Holy Ji Palace today? Sage Dozhan asked. I'm here to make things right, Yi Futian answered. How? Sage Dozhan asked. I interfered in the engagement between Bai Luli and my second sister back at Crouching Dragon Mountain, and I got expelled for it. It was the will of the Holy Ji Palace to have Bai Luli become a saint. As such, everything the Holy Ji Palace did was to assist Bai Luli, and I acknowledge that. Yi Futian then elaborated further, looking at Liu Chan. Third brother once said that it was easy to prove what happened back in Yu State, whether it was my third brother or Zhon Xiao who killed all those sages. I believe the palace knew deep down. As such, why is the palace standing on the side of Jisheng Cliffs and taking my third brother? Why do they want to take me, an expelled student of the Holy Ji Palace? Is there any meaning to saying all this? Liu Chan looked at Yi Futian. There was nothing words were able to do anymore. Of course. Yi Futian looked at Liu Chan and said, I want to hear from the assistant palace lord personally, whether the Holy Ji Palace had been doing the right thing all this while. Your third brother said the same thing when he came to the Holy Ji Palace. However, I'm free of guilt, and so is the palace as a whole. Liu Chan looked at Yi Futian. He admired Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Futian, but it was one thing to admire and another thing altogether to say who was right or wrong. He did not think he had done anything wrong. It was simply that fate had been cruel to all of them. Free of guilt, eh? Yi Futian smiled. Nice for you to say that you are free of guilt. The very reason why you insist so adamantly on the righteousness of your actions was because of Bai Luli's potential for sainthood. What you have been doing was all for his sake, to have a saint among us, and as such, you found yourself free of guilt. In that case, I have one last request. If you still feel yourself to be free of guilt, I will then surrender myself to whatever is installed for me. If you still remember the beliefs you've held on to so adamantly, I'd then like to see if you'd really see it through. And what would that be? Liu Chan looked at Yi Futian and asked. The expelled student of the Holy Ji Palace is here to challenge Bai Luli. Yi Futian uttered every single word clearly and slowly. Many who were present felt their eyes frozen in place. Not even the top-class figures ranked on the Barren Sky ranking were able to react sensibly as they looked at Yi Futian. So this was what Zhuge Qingfeng was talking about when he said Yi Futian wanted to prove something? To challenge Bai Luli, but Yi Futian is just a noble. How is he going to do that? Bai Luli's unparalleled talents among his peers aside, his upper-level sage plane is already something that Yi Futian is unable to surpass. This is just ridiculous. Even the big shots who admired Yi Futian's talents felt that he was spewing nonsense. The city lord of White Cloud City glared at Yi Futian coldly. Him, challenging my son, Bai Luli? What kind of a joke is this? Sage Dojan too looked at Yi Futian, feeling rather puzzled. This is a joke, isn't it? Sage Tianxing said coldly, Yi Futian, is there any meaning to all of this? Challenge Bai Luli? Liu Chan too looked at Yi Futian without saying anything. That request was indeed a ridiculous one. Do you all find it funny? Yi Futian turned to address those who were present and added, if I was able to kill Zhon Xiao, why can't I challenge Bai Luli? Zhon Xiao was of the same plane as Bai Luli. Countless eyes stared at him as he finished talking. Did Yi Futian just say that he was the one who killed Zhon Xiao? You said it was you who killed Zhon Xiao? Liu Chan stared at Yi Futian. Indeed, Yi Futian said. Third brother wanted to save me, so he knocked me OU, wanting to have me leave the barren state. He then came to the Holy Ji Palace alone. I was the one killed Zhon Xiao. So that was what happened. Zhuge Qingfeng and Zhuge Mingyu felt rather relieved as they finally knew what actually happened. The great figures in the air felt rather shocked, yet Yi Futian did not seem like he was lying. But then again, how was this possible? Big words you spew there, Kong Yarrow said coldly. Zhon Xiao was a son of Jisheng Cliffs and there was no way he could have been killed by Yi Futian, a noble. It was an utter insult to Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian looked up at Kong Yarrow before rising up slowly. He then melded his spiritual will with his surroundings. A formless hurricane whipped around violently in this air. Wind, Yi Futian uttered a word. The ferocious gale then went about rampaging in the air like a dragon. Power of rules. Many found their jaws agape. Fire, Yi Futian uttered yet another word. Power of rules of fire was unleashed, turning the air around scorching hot. What? Many shivered deep down. Thunder, Yi Futian uttered yet another word, bringing about rules of lightning to work. Yi Futian's body was still seen rising up. Stars shone and glittered, then wrapped around his body. Rules of the stars, Yi Futian continued. Many felt their hearts about to pop out of their chests as they stared at Yi Futian. A grade 1 noble brought many power of rules to bear. Furthermore, all of them were matured. Space. Freeze, Yi Futian said yet again, and all of the great figures felt the power of space rules bore upon them, surprisingly feeling their bodies stiffen in the air. The entire space felt as if everything was about to freeze. That is the rules of space. This. Their hearts pumped excitedly. All of the great figures on the Barren Sky ranking felt riled up inside over someone their junior unleashing their powers. It was not enough to just unleash the power of rules of respective elements. Yi Futian had even gone on to develop comprehension of rules of stars and the extremely high rules of space. Number 1 below the Saint Plane of Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Kong Yarrow and said coldly, do you know anything about talent whatsoever? Chapter 713, Kong Yarrow, 9th on the 9-state sage ranking, the number 1 person under the Saint Plane in Jisheng Cliffs. He had seen countless talents. The Jisheng Cliffs generations of 9 sons were all people with outstanding potential. However, at this moment, in the declining barren state, a noble was pointing at him and asking whether he knew what potential was. However, he had no comeback. Kong Yarrow, 9th on the 9-state sage ranking, the number 1 person under the Saint Plane in Jisheng Cliffs. He had seen countless talents. The Jisheng Cliffs generations of 9 sons were all people with outstanding potential. However, At this moment, in the declining barren state, a noble was pointing at him and asking whether he knew what potential was. However, he had no comeback. He had indeed never seen such talent. To comprehend such complete rule power as a grade 1 noble, a prodigy could do it. To comprehend a strong and complete rule power needed an elite prodigy like Qin Zhong who had the potential to become a saint. However, even many sage plane cultivators could not comprehend spatial rule power, not to mention comprehending complete spatial rule power as a noble. Today, he had been exposed to something new. He had met a genius in the barren state. What a pity. The same with Jiyu Dongliu. If he had met them earlier, he could have inducted them into the Jisheng Cliffs. However, they were now enemies. He was thinking, what is the head saint's intention for wanting to capture them alive? Should I disable their powers first to prevent any potential issues? Yi Futian was so impudent in front of him. Evidently, he hated him very much. Moreover, the ties between the two parties could not be mitigated. Yi Futian also understood that was why he dared to be so insolent. Kong Yarrow had wanted to touch the people from Crouching Dragon Mountain, so there was no difference between offending him or not. Even if he was not insolent, Kong Yarrow would not let him off either. Liu Chan, will you do it or will the Jisheng Cliffs have to? Kong Yarrow asked coldly. Liu Chan's heart clenched. At that moment, he was extremely troubled. He had expelled Yi Futian personally. Now, outside the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had shown his potential to the entire barren state. As a grade 1 noble, he had comprehended multiple rule powers as well as the starry laws and spatial rule power. He had managed to do what countless sage plane figures had failed to. He wanted to prove that he was more outstanding than Bai Luli. In a sense, he had done it, although Bai Luli had also comprehended complete rule power as a grade 1 noble. The spatial rule power was enough to wipe out all his accomplishments. Had he been wrong? Jiyu Dongliu had questioned him. Yi Futian had questioned him. Now, doubts appeared in his mind. Liu Chan, I want to see the battle between the two most outstanding teens in the barren state. Since Yi Futian wants to challenge Bai Luli, the palace should grant him this wish. The sovereign family's Huang Shi also chipped in. Although Yi Futian had revealed such exceptional potential, it was theoretically impossible for him to defeat Bai Luli. However, since he had said that he was the one who killed Zhon Xiao, this meant that Yi Futian still had a trump card up his sleeve. What was this trump card of his? Liu Chan, the Holy Ji Palace claims to have a single will for the barren state to have a saint. Now, there is a person with the potential to become a saint in front of you. I want to see if the palace will practice what they preach, Yu Kai said coolly. They were already at a point where Yi Futian's potential was undisputed. If Qin Zhong and Bai Luli could do it, Yi Futian should also be able to. A glint appeared in Kong Yarrow's eyes. These people had all come today to attempt to sway the Holy Ji Palace. They were courting death. Take them down. Kill whoever attempts to stop us, Kong Yarrow declared abruptly in an overbearing yet ruthless tone. His words weighed down on everyone as the experts from Jisheng Cliffs stepped forward. Liu Chan raised his head and looked in the direction of Jisheng Cliffs. He naturally knew how strong the Jisheng Cliffs experts were. After Zhon Xiao's death, there were people who had returned to the Jisheng Cliffs to report the matter. Kong Yarrow did not go back, but afterward, in the group of experts that had come from the Jisheng Cliffs, 2 of them were experts on the sage ranking. There were 81 sages on the 9-state sage ranking. Among them, 8 were from the Yu state and the Jisheng Cliffs had sent 3 here. Moreover, Kong Yarrow had previously been at a disadvantage because of Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong's saint ritual implements, and one of their 9 warriors, Zhon Xiao, had died in the barren state. The Jisheng Cliffs would definitely return prepared. This time, Kong Yarrow had entered the palace with an even more dominant might and was more confident. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Hong and Sage Dozhan all around Yi Futian, shielding him in the middle. The Jisheng Cliffs experts traveled through the air with an astonishing air of suppression. The 2 at the front were an elder and a teen who looked surprisingly young but had an extremely sharp aura. These 2 are on the sage and saint ranking, Sage Dozhan said with a somber expression. 3 experts on the sage ranking had come today. From his knowledge, the younger archmage, Ji Feng, was the #1 warrior in the Jisheng Cliff's previous generation. Now, he was the disciple of the Jisheng Cliff saint. Ji Feng was one of the successors to the Jisheng Cliffs who had the chance to become a saint. He had a terrifying battle ability. The elder was also a terrifying figure. The rule power he excelled in was Ash. It was an extremely strong rule power created by combining flame rule power and transmutation. His name was Nai Yang and he killed people indiscreetly. Many people died in his hands in every battle of the divine path. An expert on the barren sky ranking? Nai Yang looked at Zhuge Qingfeng and commented. 6th on the barren sky ranking, would he be able to be ranked last on the sage ranking? The 9 states sage and saint ranking had 81 sages. Apart from the barren state, the other 8 states had approximately 10 sages each who could enter the ranking. That meant that even the last on the sage ranking was one of the top 10 in their state. However, the barren state did not have a saint and was ranked last in the 9 states. 6th on the barren sky ranking was probably somewhere around the end of the sage ranking. Nai Yang's eyes suddenly turned dark red. In an instant, the spiritual qi in the vast area became illusory. Under the influence of his eyes, Yi Futian had a feeling like his body would be burned to ashes. Rule power was omnipresent. With his current cultivation level, he could not withstand a rule power attack by an elite sage plane expert. Zhuge Qingfeng had already taken out his ritual implement. The 8 trigrams matrix shone in the area, surrounding Yi Futian within it as well. Nai Yang looked at Zhuge Qingfeng, strands of dark red aura flowing in the area, enveloping the 8 trigrams matrix. They then assaulted all of Zhuge Qingfeng's phantoms. At the same time, a silver 3-pronged halberd appeared in Ji Feng's hands. A stunning light emitted from it, tearing through the air. Ji Feng rushed down, thrusting his 3-pronged halberd at the 8 trigrams matrix. Immediately, the silver light swooped towards the clouds. Thunder struck down from the heavens onto the 3-pronged halberd. In that moment, rays of destructive silver light appeared in the area like a thunder raid. "Be careful," many people shouted as they dodged the rays. "Disciples, return to the palace," Liu Chan shouted. Thunderous sounds echoed as a shocking sight appeared. The ground outside the palace split apart and cracks appeared. The land had been torn apart. Cracks were also appearing in the 8 trigrams matrix. Saint-level ritual implement. Many people looked at the 3-pronged halberd in Ji Feng's hands and commented. Even the barren state had multiple saint-level ritual implements, Yu state would naturally have them too. However, Jisheng Cliff's saint-level ritual implements were all controlled by saints. Those under the saint plane were not worthy of having saint ritual implements and Jisheng Cliffs would only loan them out under special circumstances, such as today. Crash. Yuan Hong stepped forward, the polearm of divine destruction smashing downward. In the surroundings, the Jisheng Cliffs experts headed towards Yi Futian. Sage Dozhan's body suddenly became even more burly as he released his Dozhan body. Horrifying rays penetrated his body and in an instant, an exceedingly terrifying force erupted from his body. Stepping forward, his Dozhan body crushed down like a battle god and the Jisheng Cliffs experts immediately retreated. Dozhan. Liu Chan looked at Sage Dozhan. Wan Xiang had predicted that the palace would meet a calamity today. Dozhan going into battle with Jisheng Cliffs would undoubtedly put the palace in peril. Liu Chan, since you can't even control the palace's people, I will help you do it, Kong Yarrow said coldly and stepped forward as well. With just one step, a terrifying giant elephant appeared in the skies, crushing down on everything. Sage Dozhan's fists flew across the air and a golden glowing fist caused the giant elephant to implode. Humph. Kong Yarrow humphed coldly and looked at Yi Futian who was protected by Dozhan. He said coldly, I said that whoever dares to stop Jisheng Cliffs will be killed. What makes you think that you can protect him? As his voice landed, he stepped forward. Multiple giant elephants crushed down on them and Sage Dozhan's body emitted brilliant light, his Dozhan body keeping them at bay. Master. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at Sage Dozhan, then turned to look at Liu Chan with a frigid expression, saying, Is this the path that you have insisted on following? Liu Chan fell silent. At that moment, The other experts from the Jisheng cliffs walked towards Yi Futian, releasing their rule power. "Little brother." A voice sounded and Yi Futian was stunned. He then lowered his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a person dressed in simple clothing walking towards him. As he saw the figure, Yi Futian lowered his head in disappointment. Even Big Brother came? Even he had been implicated in this turmoil. "Big Brother," Yi Futian called out to him. "Brother." Zhuge Mingyu saw the figure and her gaze was also fixed on him. She had not seen her big brother for many years, but he was still the same as before, calm, simple, so ordinary yet extraordinary. Many people looked at the figure who had appeared. Zhuge Mingyu and Yi Futian's brother? Another person from the Eastern Barren Territory. But what difference would he make? The Holy Ji Palace has already given the order to arrest you and Dong Liu. Why do you even harbor any hopes for them? The Sword Saint looked at Yi Futian and continued saying, "What holy land is this? What a disgrace to its reputation." Yi Futian fell silent. This situation could only be resolved by the palace, so he still had hopes for it. However, even after he had revealed his potential, he was not even given the chance to prove himself. "Big brother, why did you come?" Yi Futian sighed. "The cottage's disciples are being bullied and master is not around. As the big brother, how could I not show up?" The Sword Saint smiled and continued, "Even if we have to fight to the death, I should be the first." As he said that, he took out the broadsword on his back. Broadsword will rushed into the broadsword and broke its seal. In an instant, terrifying dark energy devoured the Sword Saint's body, engulfing every part of his body. Chapter 7:14. A terrifying dark aura washed all over the place at the very next moment. Dark flowing light filled the space with the Sword Saint at the center, every streak of light containing fearsome blade will. A terrifying dark aura washed all over the place at the very next moment. Dark flowing light filled the space with the Sword Saint at the center, every streak of light containing fearsome blade will. What kind of ritual implement is this? Everyone's eyes froze as they stared at the blade in the Sword Saint's hand. The blade seemed to have forbidden powers. These powers were being unraveled bit by bit at that very moment. The power emanating from the blade rushed into every corner of the Sword Saint's body, filling up his blood and even his soul. The Sword Saint felt as if his body was being torn apart. Every single part of his body was in indescribably great pain. It was as if the streaks of blade will coursed throughout his body with impunity, threatening to cut him to pieces. The pain was more than enough to crush someone's will before killing them. Dark whirlpool seemed to have formed from his eyes. At that very instant, the Sword Saint felt the power within the blade and that it was no longer just a weapon forged from power of rules. The blade had a soul. The Sword Saint seemed to see many demonic projections within the blade. The demonic spirits manifested as terrifying devouring whirlpool. The dark aura emanating from the blade connected the heavens and the earth, causing boundless power to flow in reverse, devoured by the darkness of the demonic blade. The Sword Saint felt as if he was on the verge of being devoured by the power of that very blade. Regardless of how powerful a ritual implement was, it was limited by the one using it. He was only at the level of a magi, which meant that even if he was given an incredibly formidable ritual implement, he would still have had a hard time bringing out its full power due to the limitations of his own powers. Yet, when the seal on the blade was unraveled, the Sword Saint felt as if the blade had been crafted by the grey-robed figure just for him. The weapon matched well with the arts he trained in. Just what kind of a ritual implement is this? Many watched the scene unfolding before them in shock. The Sword Saint's plane was not all that high, and in the eyes of many, he was simply walking to his own death. Yet, when the seal on the blade was unraveled, they felt themselves trembling within as if some power that got them feeling fear resided in the blade itself. Kong Yarrow watched how the boundless dark aura in the air looked like vines, devouring the powers of the world in a frenzy. That blade was definitely a very high-level holy item. He had never thought he would have encountered such holy items in the barren state, and he deemed it crucial to get his hands on it. Such saint-level ritual implements were only accessible to saints back in Jisheng Cliffs, but if it was something that he had acquired for himself, he would have been allowed to keep it. If he were to hand it over to Jisheng Cliffs, he would have been given another one in return, instead of simply adding more to their collection. A cultivator trained in the demonic arts. Kong Yaro's expression was cold as he said, "That is someone who is trained in demonic ways. What is the Holy Ji Palace doing keeping their hands to themselves with someone like that before us? Demonic arts." Yi Futian looked at his eldest brother. Since when did he train in demonic methods? Furthermore, the blade was a very powerful one. It was a demonic blade. Reverse. A cold voice was uttered by the sword saint. The spiritual chi and power of rules seemed to have flowed in his body in reverse, being devoured by both the human and the weapon. Dark patterns appeared all over his body as if he had been clad in a piece of terrifying dark armor. He held the blade in his hand tight, as if both of them had merged into a single being. Demon. The sword saint took one step forward and one demonic shadow after another appeared around him. Dark aura that felt even more terrifying whipped about in the air. He held the demonic blade up high and veins were seen popping all over him. Kong Yaro's expression changed and said, "Look out." He sensed a sliver of danger. Kill. The blade was brought down as soon as he finished talking. The streaks of dark aura all materialized into curved blades and lashed out. "Get away," Kong Yaro roared. The Jisheng Cliffs mighty ones had initially surrounded Yi Futian and the others. When the blade was brought down, everyone was within range of the blade's attack. Retreat. Everyone from the major forces all backed away and evaded the dark blade as it swooped through the air as they went down. PFFTT. Some of the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs closest to them ended up chopped or bisected at the waist. The power of rules proved utterly inadequate to fend off the move. Anyone who got near ended up dead. Blood sprayed all over the air. One sage-level figures after another perished right there and then. Countless eyes stared at that very scene and many felt their minds trembling. The move was definitely one wrought by one at the pinnacle of Sage Plane. The sword saint melded his blade work and power of rules together with the power of the blade, boosting himself enough to reach the very limit of the Sage Plane. Boom! A loud rumble was heard. The blade was brought down the palace far away, with the peak having gashes on it. The sky stairwell was snapped. That was a holy stairwell leading into the Holy Ji Palace, a symbol that was cut up by that blade flash. Kong Yaro, Nai Yang, and Ji Yifeng all glared at the sword saint. The guy actually ended up killing so many of us from Jisheng Cliffs. One slash ended up killing over a dozen mighty ones. What are we going to tell Jisheng Cliffs when we return? Kong Yaro's body trembled slightly at the thought. His face turned incredibly grim. The two previous battles did not end up achieving their goals, but Jisheng Cliffs did not suffer many losses. However, despite having gathered more mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs, they ended up losing more instead. He deemed such a result simply unacceptable. "You all will die," Kong Yaro said coldly. A beam of holy light burst before him as soon as he finished. It was a very, very tall bronze holy cauldron, looking regal and elegant as it hovered in the air. Streaks of holy light emanated from it. Everyone in the boundless space felt themselves being suppressed by a very terrifying power of rules, so much so that they found it difficult to breathe and incapable of moving. Yi Futian felt that precisely. At that moment, he felt impossible just to move his leg. Such terrifying holy item. The minds of many trembled. Yukai of Alchemy City stared at that bronze holy cauldron. Alchemy City was unable to produce a holy item of such level. It seemed that Jisheng Cliffs was determined to get their hands on it by allowing a holy item of such a level to be used by Kong Yaro. That made Kong Yaro almost invincible at his plane. "Open," Kong Yaro said. The incredibly huge bronze holy cauldron blew up right there and then before reforming. It turned into armor-like protective gear, flying towards Kong Yaro's body. Kong Yaro's arms, legs, chest, and back were all clad in bronze armor in an instant. A boundlessly huge divine elephant life spirit appeared. The same type of armor appeared on all four legs of that massive divine elephant. It can transform. Many people's eyes froze in place. Kong Yaro stepped on the air below and the divine elephant shadow did the same as well. Incredible power radiated and suppressed all below it. Many were heard grunting, and Sage Dojan's battle form protected Yi Futian within it as well, preventing him from being affected. That one step vaguely cracked his battle form, a testament of how terrifying Kong Yarrow was when borrowing the power of holy items. He ranked 9th on the Sage ranking and was invincible throughout the entire barren state. Now that he had one such super powerful holy item with him, there was simply no one below Saint Plain capable of getting his way. "I'll go take care of him," the Sword Saint said calmly, looking at Kong Yarrow. Terrifying dark light whooshed about him still. His body seemed to have grown quite a bit and took a demon form. The demonic blade was filled with boundless blade will, enlarging it and turned it into a 100-meter-long demonic blade. Streaks of dark aura burst from the demonic blade in a frenzy. The Sword Saint then took to the air, holding the demonic blade high in the air. "All who had a part in this will die," Kong Yarrow said coldly. His murderous intent was brimming as he stepped down. The divine elephant did the same, and one divine elephant shadow after another seemed to went on a stampede in the air, stepping down as they went. The Sword Saint swung his blade very slowly. Dark aura gathered in a frenzy, enlarging the blade, gleaming with overbearing force, lashing out at the air. Sharp noises were heard, and the divine elephant shadow was cut open by the demonic blade in the middle. The blade kept cutting at the air and headed for Kong Yarrow. Kong Yarrow's expression was ice cold. "A Magi-level figure actually came at me with a ritual implement." His ritual implement was also an extremely fearsome saint-level holy item, and his plane was far higher than the Sword Saint's. One divine elephant shadow appeared after another and suppressed the air. Kong Yarrow shouted coldly, and he, who was clad in battle armor and combat boots, stepped out, turning into a foot of the divine elephant. The divine elephant right behind him stepped out at the same time. With a deafening rumble, the boot stepped right onto the demonic blade. Terrifying dark blade flashes lashed out in the surroundings in that very instant, and that power that seemed to be bringing everything to its knees landed onto the body of the Sword Saint. "Cut!" the Sword Saint shouted, and terrible light emanated from the blade, cutting up the rules that came at them from above. The blade and the boot stuck together and rose, with two shadows making for the sky. The blade flash was seen, and both stayed away from each other, each taking one side in the air. There were countless outside the Holy Ji Palace who lifted their heads, looking tiny. Eldest brother. Yi Futian was filled with boundless worry. Yi Futian knew that his eldest brother deliberately went at Kong Yarrow so as to get him away from the battlefield. Kong Yarrow was, after all, too powerful. At such a plane, Yi Futian would not have been able to fend off even one step from Kong Yarrow. Nai Yang and Ji Yifeng moved once again, fighting Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong. Nai Yang said coldly, "Isn't the Holy Ji Palace going to do anything?" Yi Futian glanced at Liu Chan, but he heard Yu Kai said, "This is a feud between Jisheng Cliffs and Yi Futian. As the sacred ground of the Barren State, it would be better for the Holy Ji Palace to stay out of this. Even though they might not be able to carry out what they believe in, there should at least have some line they wouldn't cross for whatever reasons. Go!" Yang Wuji and mighty ones from Nantian House banded together at the moment and prepared to fight Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong together. They were compelled to kill those two right there and then. "Di Kai, who gave you the permission to do anything?" Yu Kai glanced at someone, appearing right before Di Kai of the Emperor family in Alchemy City. "This has nothing to do with you," Di Kai said coldly. "I'm the City Lord of Alchemy City. If you dare do anything funny, I'd have no choice but to make my move," Yu Kai said coldly as well. Xu Shong got in the way of Yang Wuji at the same time and said plainly, "It is better for the Barren State forces to simply watch from the sidelines." "Are you going to become Jisheng Cliff's enemies then?" The City Lord of White Cloud City stepped out and said coldly, deeming them to be on the opposite side of Jisheng Cliffs. "No," Di Kai said plainly and added, "but the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain are both Barren State forces. As such, it is best for other forces from Barren State to stay out of this." He stood across by Ji Yu as soon as he finished. They promised to come, but they would have never asked for a fight with Jisheng Cliffs, as doing so would have given Jisheng Cliffs a reason to wage a war against them. But if Yi Futian and the others were able to get in Jisheng Cliffs' way, they were not beneath helping out a little. Although Jisheng Cliffs had saints, all 9 states were the orthodoxy of Emperor Xia, which meant that Jisheng Cliffs could not simply go about as they pleased. So long as they kept themselves from acting against Jisheng Cliffs, it would be impossible for that force from Yu State to simply kill all of them despite the fact that they had done nothing. Chapter 7:15, by Ji Yu, City Lord of White Cloud City, was standing against Huang Yi of the Sovereign Family. Both figures were ranked 4th and 5th on the Barren Sky ranking respectively. Bai Ji Yu, City Lord of White Cloud City, was standing against Huang Yi of the Sovereign Family. Both figures were ranked 4th and 5th on the Barren Sky ranking respectively. Xu Shong and Yang Wuji both drew their swords and faced each other. Both of them were the most powerful swordsmen found in the Barren State. One practiced the god-slaying sword while the other practiced the Wuji sword. Devastating storm of sword aura whipped around both of them. Other than that, the godly spear of Nantian was also stopped by monk Qingdeng. Chen Yuan, Mu Chuan, and Long Ao got in the way of the head of the Sacred Fire sect. Almost all who came to watch the fight were embroiled in the storm, and it seemed as if a war was about to begin. Yi Futian, the one standing at the center of the storm, looked at everything around him feeling mixed. There were many seniors and elders who came out to fight for his sake. While none of them actually clashed directly with Jisheng Cliffs, it was a sentiment he would hold close to his heart. There were many who were simply little more than mere acquaintances to him, and they had only met several times, so much so that they had almost no relation to speak of. The most that could have been said was that he was acquainted with people of their later generations and he trained with them in the Holy Ji Palace. That was all far less than adequate to actually have such great figures getting involved with such a mess. Liu Chan remained standing where he was as he scanned the place. The fiercest battle was the one taking place in midair. That was a battle between those at their pinnacle, a battle fought between the best below the sage plane. Kong Yarrow controlled the divine elephant and unleashed its rules to the limit with the bronze holy item as support. Every single attack felt as if the earth was about to collapse, being crushed under his feet. The Sword Saint's blade flashes shot through the air, and boundless aura and power of rules seemed to have flowed into his body in reverse. Every single slash felt as if it was capable of cutting the space apart. Liu Chan admitted that even if he were to fight one of them, he would have been suppressed. He had never expected the eldest brother of Yi Futian, who came from the Eastern Barren Territory, actually had a demonic blade which was capable of producing such terrifying power. He had also never expected the Sovereign Family, Alchemy City, Xu Shong, and many others ranked in high places on the Barren Sky ranking would have actually acted and fought for Yi Futian. Liu Chan felt that he was able to vaguely understand such feelings. They were not asking for anything in return. In fact, the risk of getting involved in this battle far exceeded the reward. Jisheng Cliffs was, after all, a true force with saints, and what they did there was similar to what the Holy Ji Palace had been doing to protect Bai Luli. Those people went to appreciate a talent so immensely that they were unwilling to let someone with potential for sainthood perish right there and then, which was why they were willing to do anything in their power to fight for Yi Futian. Liu Chan appreciated such an attitude immensely, and he was unable to blame those who acted. There was no right or wrong in that particular case. If there was anyone or anything to be blamed, it would have been fate. He turned his gaze at Yi Futian, which became incredibly determined in an instant. His eyes glowed with determination to see his way through, as if he had made a resolution. "Take him," Liu Chan said coldly. Liu Chan's sage Dozhan stood by Yi Futian's side and protected him. He shouted in anger and his large eyes were filled with coldness. Liu Chan actually ordered to take Yi Futian down? Isn't all this enough already? The boy has already shown his extreme genius level of talents and potential for sainthood. Many top-tier figures came to stand by Yi Futian and are willing to fight for him. "Dozhan," Liu Chan shouted, "I understand what you're thinking, but what I'm doing here is for the sake of the Holy Ji Palace and for the Barren State. There is no other choice with things coming to this state. The only thing to do to end all this is to take him. If you still remember who you are, then move aside." Many mighty ones ranked on Barren Sky ranking moved and fought for none other than Yi Futian. Almost all who ranked top 10 seemed to have gotten themselves involved in this mess, and Jisheng Cliffs was adamant to take him. If things were to escalate any further, it would be anyone's guess what would become of the barren state and how many forces would be in jeopardy. It would have been a catastrophe involving all of the barren state. The end had long been decided, and it was up to Liu Chan to end it all. For the Holy Ji Palace, for barren state. Sage Dozhan turned his eyes to look at the Holy Ji Palace and said, "I've said it once. The Holy Ji Palace has rotted, and so it should be reconfigured. There is no construction without destruction, yet you remained attached to how the place is now, Liu Chan. If that is the case, there is no hope for the Holy Ji Palace's restoration. Having the barren state be great again is all but a delusion. You have no courage to face it all, and yet you want to create a saint. But just think about it, are those legendary figures something you can just simply create? Dozhan, the barren state is already a mess, and I don't want to see the Holy Ji Palace splintering. I don't want to fight you," Liu Chan said, looking at Sage Dozhan. "Then I guess I'll have to see for myself what you're capable of, Palace Lord." Sage Dozhan took a step forward, and his Dozhan body stood regal and tall in the air, looking immensely solemn and imposing. "Brother." Sage Jingang looked at that scene and did not know how to feel. Liu Chan kept his eyes still at Sage Dozhan and went silent for a moment. He then said, "Tianxing." Sage Tianxing walked up just as soon as Liu Chan, a sword appearing in his hand. The sword looked to be the sword of punishment, shining bright with light of punishment and pulsing with devastating flashes. Sage Dozhan looked at the scene and said, very disappointed, "I take it that you even got the holy item prepared then? Dozhan, you know this sword. It is the sword of punishment left behind by the previous saint. He who holds this sword will be in charge of all punishments going on in the Holy Ji Palace. One could advise with the sword in hand even if the Palace Lord were to turn their back on the will of the Holy Ji Palace. Are you sure you want to turn your back on the will of the Holy Ji Palace?" Sage Tianxing said while staring at Sage Dozhan. "Teacher, just let it be." Yi Futian was seen with immense disappointment. He had come with the intention of getting even just to get an opportunity to fight Bai Luli, to prove to the Holy Ji Palace that they were wrong. However, things happened just as he had expected. The Holy Ji Palace never even gave him a chance. Liu Chan remained fixated at his own will even though he had gone showcasing his talents. The Holy Ji Palace was now determined to take him down. As such, it would have changed nothing even if his eldest brother was to participate in all that. Just as Liu Chan put it himself, the end had already been decided and there was simply no need for more unnecessary sacrifices, getting so many seniors and elders into the mess by fighting for his sake. He looked at Liu Chan and felt immensely disappointed. He was disappointed at the place that he used to train in. "Futian, this is more than just your fight now. It is now my fight too." Sage Dozhan said, "This concerns my beliefs. I've always thought that my ordeal would take place during the path to attaining sainthood, but I never thought it'd happen right inside the Holy Ji Palace. What irony indeed." Sage Dozhan walked out as soon as he finished. Limitless power burst and dazzling golden lights permeated through his body. "Dozhan, you're a really stubborn one indeed," Sage Tianxing said coldly. He took one step and terrifying power of rules permeated the air around them. He gathered aura with his hand and lashed out with the sword. The light of punishment took the form of crosses and hashtags, crisscrossing with each other as they cut the air before them. Boom! Sage Dozhan stepped out, and his body seemed divine. His tanned skin burst with dazzling golden light. He stood still when the attack came, letting the light cut on his physical body. However, they left only gashes and were unable to break him open. Sage Dozhan, the #1 body refiner in the barren state. His body had been refined to the limits of refinement. He lifted his fist and threw out a punch. An incredibly huge golden arm appeared in the air, lifting its fist high and bringing it down on Sage Tianxing. Sage Tianxing's expression was incredibly cold. Such was the boundless power of Sage Dozhan, Lord of Battle Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace, and the one who ranked 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. His rules were power itself, extreme forces capable of shaking anything and everything. Sage Tianxing continued lashing out with his sword, a huge golden net appearing before them, formed by countless light of punishment in cross form, covering the incoming overbearing punch and cutting it up right there and then. Boundless light glimmered and that huge fist of power was torn apart, yet the extremely overbearing fist will continued its path. Sage Tianqing slashed with his sword. Only then was he able to stop the attack. His body was thrown backward and he looked incredibly distressed. He was still a lord of the Tianqing Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace, after all. Yet he was still thrown back in a fight despite being armed with a ritual implement. Sage Tianqing held the sword tight and another even more terrifying power burst from his body. His beaming eyes looked at the air above and beams of light appeared. Countless streaks of light of punishment appeared and formed the word of punishment, circling around Sage Dozhan's body and went on to cover everything in it. Sage Tianqing stood in the center of all that, as if he was the master of punishment. Dozhan, stand back. Your physical body might be powerful, but you cannot do anything facing the sword of punishment, Sage Tianqing said coldly, and sword aura flowed into the countless light of punishment around them, ready to unleash terrifying killing moves any time. Tianqing, you might still be in charge of punishments in the Holy Ji Palace, but you have lost your beliefs, Sage Dozhan said, and even more powerful light burst out of his body. The 7-star acupoints went all open from the top of his head to all of his limbs. Dazzling light burst through his body and Sage Dozhan looked as if he was a god of war at the moment. He lifted his arms high, and with a roar, threw both of his fists in the air. Countless huge golden fists filled the air in an instant, lashing out at the void. Kill! Sage Tianqing yelled coldly. Countless killing beams emanating from the word of punishment clashed with the golden fists punching through the air, exploding violently. Sage Tianqing's body broke out like a bolt of lightning and lashed out with his sword, throwing punishment of light, intending to pierce the Dozhan body. Break! Sage Tianqing roared and boundless light of punishment exploded with that sword move. Sage Dozhan's body was immensely formidable, yet there was no stopping the sword of a saint. Sage Dozhan clenched his fist and his battle form looked like an indestructible god of war. Boundless light shone, breaking up that invincible body bit by bit. The sword arrived as cracks formed. Countless beams of light pierced through, yet at the same time, Sage Dozhan's arm lashed out and his battle form threw out an overbearing punch at Sage Tianqing as well. Devastating light whipped around the surrounding air. The battle form exploded and was destroyed. Sage Dozhan's physical body was pierced and streaks of blood were seen. But at the same time, Sage Tianqing was sent flying with one punch. The bones all over his body were shattered. If Sage Dozhan had not been pulling punches, refraining from going all out, Sage Tianqing would have died. Chapter 716, Liu Chan and the others from the Holy Ji Palace were practically frozen at the scene, staring at Sage Dozhan feeling speechless. Liu Chan and the others from the Holy Ji Palace were practically frozen at the scene, staring at Sage Dozhan feeling speechless. Sage Tianqing was unable to fight anymore and Sage Dozhan's unbreakable body of the god of war was dripping blood, pierced by power of rules. However, his body remained standing tall and proud. Liu Chan apparently never thought Sage Tianqing, who was fighting using divine implements, would have ended up fighting such a bloody battle with Sage Dozhan. The lord of the number 2 palace of the Holy Ji Palace had a body that was indestructible. It suffered attacks from divine implements yet stayed completely intact, and went on to pummel Sage Tianqing until he lost all capacity for combat. If Sage Dozhan had not been going easy on him due to both of them studying in the same place, there would have been no way Sage Tianqing would have survived that one punch Sage Dozhan launched directly on his body. Teacher, Yi Futian said softly. Although Sage Dozhan was his teacher when he was studying in the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Dozhan actually spent little time teaching, and they both hardly saw each other much. However, Yi Futian remembered Sage Dozhan's words very clearly when he was teaching, saying that his body was unlike any other, capable of withstanding all manners of attack. But it was not the case with the others, as he was able to bring them down with little more than one strike. Sage Dozhan did what he claimed he was able to do right there and then. Yi Futian never thought of roping others in, yet many great figures fought for his sake at the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian wondered what they saw in him. something that his teacher stood against the Holy Ji Palace for, something that enabled his teacher to fight for him, putting his life on the line. Liu Chan, while this is the first time I've seen him, my daughter told me to come see for myself. With so many mighty ones willing to fight for his sake, is that inadequate for you to change your mind? Lord Yun of the Ice Temple said. Liu Chan glanced at her and sighed to himself. The very moment he saw Yi Futian unleash his talent, there was simply no way he would have stayed unmoved. He too questioned himself, but with things having come so far, there was simply no turning back. I have gathered all 6 palaces and pavilions to discuss you, and we granted you permission to enter the Sage Hall. Even with the incident in Crouching Dragon Mountain, I remained steadfast in the decision to allow you to return to the palace and enter the Sage Hall. The only thing I asked was that you stop interfering with what was happening in Crouching Dragon Mountain. If you had agreed to it, none of this would have happened. Liu Chan looked at Yi Futian and said. To have my second sister married to Bai Luli, paving his path to sainthood, yet my third brother would be taken away by Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian looked at Liu Chan and asked, what did they do wrong? What did anyone do wrong? Liu Chan stared at Yi Futian, who returned the gaze. It's time for all of this to end. There is no need to bring more people into this. Liu Chan then said, Daozang, take Dozhan away. Sage Daozang chuckled bitterly. Did everything need to come to this? Teacher. A voice was heard far away from the Holy Ji Palace. Sage Daozang turned around and saw Yun Shuisheng. Phoenix and other students appeared. There was no way he would not have been able to read what they meant with the look in their eyes. When Yi Futian was studying in the Holy Ji Palace, he was once the champion of the law rank and many had taken his guidance. Yi Futian's prestige in his batch had no match. Many of the younger generations were friendly with Yi Futian, and it was due to this that the battle royal happened that day. Daozang, the Sword Palace is not taking part in what is happening today. A voice was heard somewhere. Sage Daozang turned around and found the voice to be coming from the Sword Demon. The Sword Demon had defied Liu Chan before. With him making an open announcement that he was not taking part, it also apparently meant that he did not wish to see Sage Daozang taking part in any of this. Sage Daozang sighed. There was no right and wrong. Everyone had their own reasons for doing what they did. It was also an undeniable fact that things had reached a point of no return. Liu Chan saw Sage Daozang hesitate and he sighed as well. Yi Futian was able to gather many of the best the Barren State had to offer at the palace, had the Lord of the Battle Sage Palace fight for his sake, and caused the Sword Demon and Sage Daozang to turn against his will. It was obvious that everyone was shaken. However, he alone would have never wavered. Even if everyone around him thought him to be a vile criminal, he would shoulder it all. He walked and a terrifying aura descended from above, covering Yi Futian's body. Dozhan stepped forward as well. Dozhan, are you still insisting on doing this? Liu Chan stared at Sage Dozhan and said, are you really going to fight me? I fight for my beliefs and I don't need to hesitate. Make your move, Sage Dozhan said, and his body remained tall and proud. You are right indeed. If it is a fight for one's beliefs, there is indeed no need to hesitate. Liu Chan stepped forward and pointed his finger in the air. The finger shot through the air in a split second, as if countless lights of minute particles fell onto Sage Dozhan's body. He naturally knew what the assistant palace lord, the one who ranked third on the Barren Sky ranking, was capable of. He shouted and stood still with his body like an ancient god. His skin went red as if burned with fire. Fiery golden sheen burst forth as if his body was some indestructible ritual implement. However, Sage Dozhan's body exploded again and again as the light of the particles hit him. It was as if he was being bombarded by some devastating force. Blood splattered and his body was sent flying backward. He was barely able to stand when he went into the fight, and there was no way he could fight Liu Chan. Liu Chan stepped forward, bringing his unparalleled, imposing might to bear. Enough. Yi Futian looked at Liu Chan and said, I'll leave with you. Liu Chan looked at Yi Futian. Hopefully, everything would end here. You were never wrong, so why do you need to leave with him? A spectral voice was heard. Liu Chan and Yi Futian both turned around, seeing a pure, flawless figure standing not far behind Yi Futian. Who are you? Liu Chan cast a glance at the girl who appeared out of nowhere. Her bearing was pure as if she was some mystical being. "I'm Hua Qingqing, a student of monk Qingdeng," the girl said. "What are you doing here?" Yi Futian looked at Hua Qingqing and said, "Hua Qingqing, go back to where your teacher is." Hua Qingqing shook her head. She turned to look at Liu Chan and said, "I've asked my teacher if I should come. He asked me to follow my heart." "Palace Lord Liu, your stubbornness for the sake of the palace runs deep and your eyes are no longer still and clear. It seems that your mind has wavered. Why not ask yourself earnestly before you decide on anything? A student of Qingdeng, right?" Liu Chan looked at Hua Qingqing and said, "I'm not going to do anything to you, seeing that you are one of my juniors. Leave now. I understand my own mind." "I'm not wrong in my assessment," Hua Qingqing said insistently. Liu Chan glanced at her plainly and said nothing. He turned his eyes at Yi Futian and said, "Everything started because of him, and everything should end with him. Don't touch him." Yet another cold voice was heard. Liu Chan was stunned as he saw another silhouette around. It was to an extremely beautiful girl. The sight of those two girls standing together made everything else in the world seem to lose color. "Hua Jiyu, what is the point of you showing up?" Liu Chan asked coldly. Hua Jiyu's eyes remained cold. Yi Futian turned his head around to look at her, letting out a bitter laugh. He and the black-winged condor shared spiritual powers and it was only natural for him to know what happened. She had actually sneaked up on the bird. "Who asked you to come?" Yi Futian said with a tinge of anger in his voice. Hua Jiyu turned her eyes at him and lowered her head for a little bit, seemingly feeling wronged. However, her eyes were incredibly clear, and she said with great determination, "I won't let them touch you. Stop fooling around and go home." Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiyu and said. "No." Hua Jiyu shook her head and said, "I want to try." She closed her eyes after she finished talking. Terrifying aura emanated from within her body, engulfing her body. Extremely powerful spiritual power was unleashed from the middle of her brow, which seemed to be something unshackled as her spiritual will was being encroached. A shadow seemed to begin to form from her body. It all seemed as if there was another soul resting within Hua Jiyu's body. At that very moment, Hua Jiyu recalled that scene back in Jiaxing House. Back in Jiaxing House that day, she saw a mysterious figure asking if she feared death. She said yes. For him. There was nothing to fear. Jiyu. Yi Futian went pale as he looked at the changes on Hua Jiyu's body. What is happening? What is going on? Is there something wrong with Jiyu? Liu Chan's pupils were dilated as he stared at the changes on Hua Jiyu's body. The illusory shadow began to take tangible shape. Hua Jiyu's hair was flapping around in rage as another face began to take over her own. It was a face that was cold as a witch's, exuding bone-chilling frost like no other. At that moment, it seemed as if two people were sharing one body instead of there being a single person. What kind of witchcraft is this? Liu Chan stared at Hua Jiyu and asked. "You're weak. If I were to unleash my power on a weak divine spiritual sorcerer such as you, there is no way you would be able to withstand it. Your spiritual will would simply dissipate and you would die," a voice said in Hua Jiyu's mind, a voice that was bone-chilling. "It doesn't matter. Just unleash your power to the limit," Hua Jiyu answered. "As you wish," a voice answered. At the very next moment, Hua Jiyu's body shook violently as if her spiritual will was forcefully taken away from her body. The power spread through the air as an extremely overbearing will melded with her spiritual will, controlling the powers of her surroundings. She bit her lip and blood dripped from her mouth. Her long hair and her clothes flapped around wildly in the air. The power of the pearl in her mind was cranked to max, which served to diminish the pain she was experiencing. Boom! Her spiritual will seemed to have completely blown apart as unending pain emerged. Terrifying spiritual will power shot out to her surroundings. At the very moment, everything seemed crystal clear and everything seemed to be put under her control. Liu Chan looked at Hua Jiyu. He felt somehow that he was watching some godly figure before him. That fearsome figure standing in the air, a witch of near limitless power, with her jet-black hair flapping about. He was able to sense that if that girl was not living within Hua Jiyu and had instead possessed her own body, there was no way he would have been a match for her. That figure was probably someone of the Saint Plane. He was puzzled as to why a being of such power existed within Hua Jiyu. "I'll handle her, you all take Yi Futian," Liu Chan ordered the people of the Holy Ji Palace. Incredibly divine light burst from Hua Qingqing as well. Her figure floated before Yi Futian and the divine light seemed to be burning her body up. She turned into a lotus lamp. The light emanated from the middle of the lamp was incredibly bright, emanating light onto her surroundings. Tremendously powerful spiritual power emerged from within, and the lotus lamp floated lightly towards Yi Futian. Chapter 717. The lotus lamp fell before Yi Futian. Hua Qingqing's silhouette was vaguely seen as the lamplight shone at the middle of Yi Futian's brow. Yi Futian's spiritual power radiated through the vast surroundings around him. His entire body seemed to have become dazzlingly bright. It was as if he was a regal ancient Buddha. Sounds of chantings were heard around in the air, resonating with Yi Futian's spiritual will. The lotus lamp fell before Yi Futian. Hua Qingqing's silhouette was vaguely seen as the lamplight shone at the middle of Yi Futian's brow. Yi Futian's spiritual power radiated through the vast surroundings around him. His entire body seemed to have become dazzlingly bright. It was as if he was a regal ancient Buddha. Sounds of chantings were heard around in the air, resonating with Yi Futian's spiritual will. "Hua Qingqing," Yi Futian spoke telepathically. "It is me, experiencing the power in tranquility," Hua Qingqing returned. Yi Futian felt as if the power of spiritual qi and rules resonated with his own spiritual powers. Those violent scenes of battle melded with his mind, resulting in his spiritual powers becoming incredibly powerful. Liu Chan shivered inside again. Monk Qingdeng had taken in a student of very special talents. However, Liu Chan himself cared little about matters of the younger generation outside of those studying in the Holy Ji Palace. He had never expected that this student would have been that special. Is that lamp the Sarira lamp told in Buddhist legends? Is the Buddhist theory of reincarnation real? Why do so many mystical, special people keep appearing around Yi Futian? "I'd like to hear that song on Sky Mountain," Hua Qingqing's voice said inside Yi Futian's mind. She loved the sound of the guqin as well. Yi Futian nodded and conjured a guqin before him. It was the guqin belonging to Liu Quangsheng, the nine-fingered guqin devil, as well as the guqin in the Guqin Valley of the Holy Ji Palace. Liu Chan stepped out and pointed at Yi Futian. Beams of the finger's power shot forth, bringing boundless light to the air. Hua Jiyu stepped forward and unleashed her life spirit. She wore an incredibly dazzling crown and looked absolutely overbearing. Her pitch-black eyes looked at Liu Chan, and a formless spiritual wall appeared all of a sudden. The godlike wall halted all of the beams raining down before blowing them up, bringing incredibly devastating power to bear. The most powerful power a divine spiritual sorcerer lies within their thoughts, which are able to reach the gods. A cold voice was heard in Hua Jiyu's mind. At the very next moment, Hua Jiyu felt that incredibly powerful spiritual willpower taking form in some formless hand, lashing out directly at Liu Chan. Shapeless handprints appeared all over the air. Liu Chan felt as if his spiritual willpower was directly sealed. He looked at that power which permeated the space with a very awful expression. Break. Terrifying spiritual willpower burst, manifesting into countless spots of light tearing that formless power apart. However, Hua Jiyu moved forward right afterward, and her steps made Liu Chan feel tremendous pressure bearing on him. He, of course, knew that it was not Hua Jiyu that he was facing, but some cultivator who was like Hua Jiyu and probably a divine spiritual sorcerer at the Saint Plane, who was simply borrowing Hua Jiyu's body and will to unleash her powers. Did some divine spiritual sorcerer at the Saint Plane whose physical body was destroyed take an interest in Hua Jiyu? Thunder punishment. A cold voice was heard from Hua Jiyu's mouth. Streaks of spiritual lightning fell from the heavens. The attack seemed to be taking no form still, bombarding Liu Chan's mind directly. He felt as if his will was going to be torn to shreds. The attack was simply too terrifying as there were no signs to read. It was a spiritual type spell attack that went straight for his mind, after all. A bright light flashed in Liu Chan's hand and a fearsome ritual implement was conjured in his hand. That was a willow whip. The aura emanating from it was powerful enough to shake souls. It was also a fearsome offensive ritual implement passed down through the generations in the Holy Ji Palace, the god-beating whip. Liu Chan flicked his arm and swung the whip around, tearing that formless attack apart in no time. Hua Jiyu grunted. Her attacks were unleashed from her spiritual will, and any attacks she suffered would also directly hurt her mind. Music was heard in the air from another direction while they were still facing off. The spiritual qi in the air seemed to have been affected by the sound of the guqin, flowing in a rather special rhythm. Sad, withered tones were heard in the song. The Yukio song sounded rather different being played at such a time and place. Many who were fighting turned their attention to Yi Futian. A terrible storm seemed to have whipped around his body and was spreading out in his surroundings in a frightening speed, seemingly out to take control of all the spiritual qi in the air. Do it. A cold voice was heard. It was Ning Xian of the Ning clan. He led a group of mighty ones from Tianxing Pavilion and went for Yi Futian. Yi Futian seemed oblivious to all of that as he kept his low playing his guqin. The rhythm of the song was a fast and torrential one. Glittering lights enveloped Yi Futian's body, shining in sync with that lotus lamp. Ning Xian went up to the air right above Yi Futian, holding a golden halberd, then shot straight down for Yi Futian. Beams of light from the halberd shot forth with the full intention of killing Yi Futian where he sat today. There were also few others who went attacking Yi Futian as well. No one had expected the fights that day to be so violent, not even Yi Futian himself. Terrifying attacks came at him, yet the spiritual qi moving with a mystical flow in the air turned into power of rules. The beams of the golden halberd halted right before Yi Futian as if they were frozen in place. They stopped short of piercing through Yi Futian's brain. The frozen space grew wider and wider, and Ning Xian found his body getting stiff as the wave of frozen space reached him. The space where he was became completely frozen and everything seemed to be reaching an absolute halt. Ning Xian's expression turned as he lowered his head to look Yi Futian. Is that lotus lamp amplifying his powers? How can he be this powerful? The sound of the guqin was still around. Ning Xian felt his spiritual power severely restricted. It was as if he had no way of melding his will with his surrounding spiritual qi. It was not just him who suffered, as everyone who moved against Yi Futian suffered the same feeling. The wind blew and turned into a terrifying hurricane capable of tearing everything apart. That hurricane went straight for Ning Xian and the others around him. Ning Xian reached out to sense the hurricane's power, and his expression turned for the worse. The hurricane was an offensive spell imbued with powers of rules of wind, instead of just pure wind power. He wanted to escape but found his movements extremely sluggish, as if he had no way of moving. The hurricane cut through the air like blades as it sped at them, which then landed cuts on all of their throats. Ning Xian's body shivered as it went limp, his eyes filled with terror. ZXH. Splattering sounds continued to be heard as everyone who moved against Yi Futian had their throats slit. The sword demon and sage Daozang closed their eyes as the scene before them unfolded, feeling pity for those Yi Futian killed. They were, after all, still mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace. But can we blame Yi Futian for doing this? Having been cornered like this, Yi Futian probably has no love left for the Holy Ji Palace. We can't expect this former student of the Holy Ji Palace to show any more mercy. They all knew that Yi Futian came to the palace without expecting to leave alive. He wanted only a chance to let the Holy Ji Palace allow him to fight Bai Luli, so as to prove himself and change the will of the palace. It was a chance he did not get, and that set the ending in motion. However, what happened right there was probably far beyond what Yi Futian had expected. There were many who did not want him dead, and that included many of the great figures in Barren State. Sage Tianxing's face turned incredibly sour as he witnessed that very scene. All of those who were killed were mighty ones from Tianxing Pavilion. Spiritual will burst from his trembling body. The divine sword of punishment shot out to the air. While his body was unable to move, his spiritual will was still intact, and it was still possible for him to guide the sword to kill Yi Futian. Extremely cold murderous intent was seen in Sage Tianxing's eyes. Light of punishment glittered as the sword got closer to kill Yi Futian. Stop! Hua Jiyu turned around. Her terrifying spiritual thought ordered the sword to stop right there and then. However, Liu Chan's god-beating whip struck and she grunted, spewing blood, and her face turned ashen. Kill! Yi Futian shouted in rage. His voice was extremely cold. Sage Tianxing, who was standing far away, was able to feel the power of rules which enabled the space to be frozen. That instant was followed by golden vines going straight for him like blades. Sage Tianxing's pupils dilated as he attempted to resist by trying to control the power of rules, but quickly found all such powers around him were rendered unusable. PFFTTT. Cold vines landed right on him, piercing his brow, throat, and heart, nailing his body to a cliff in the palace. No! Liu Chan in rage. The Lord of Tianxing Pavilion had been killed right before the Holy Ji Palace. He turned his eyes to Sage Dozhan and then at the Sword Demon and Sage Daozong. He found a ridiculous feeling welling inside him. So this is where the true ordeal of the Holy Ji Palace is? The hearts of the people of the Holy Ji Palace were divided, and then Sage Tianxing was found dead in battle. There were also many of those who ranked on the Barren Sky ranking standing against the Holy Ji Palace. The Holy Ji Palace that was once the beacon of faith of the Barren State. He dedicated himself to the Holy Ji Palace and the Barren State. How did it all come to this? He thought that taking out Yi Futian would be adequate to cut losses to the minimum. But how did the battles get so brutally bloody? He was unable to understand any of it. His heart trembled violently and he doubted himself. Was this the ending you wanted? Yi Futian's cold voice reverberated in Liu Chan's mind. He looked up at the young man who was still playing the guqin, and Hua Jiyu who was being possessed by a saint. His hand that was holding the whip shivered. Liu Chan closed his eyes in pain. At the very next moment, he swung the god-beating whip in his hand about. Countless light of particles shone in the air, gushing at the whip. In that very instant, it seemed as if the whip had turned into a howling dragon, imbued with power out to tear everything apart. Yi Futian kept his head low as he played his guqin. His spiritual will radiated in the air, enveloping his body. Power of rules of space freezing was unleashed yet again. However, the swinging whip tore the power of rules around it apart, restricting the use of the space freezing rules. Sage Wanxiang, in the Wanxiang Pavilion within the palace, looked at the Holy Ji Palace completely submerged in the light of the ordeal. The entire palace crumbled with even the main palace destroyed, yet a light of hope seemed to have emerged from the ruins of the Holy Ji Palace. Sage Wanxiang trembled violently within. How did things turn out this way? Was Dozhan really right about it all? Chapter 718. Liu Chan unleashed terrifying powers with the god-beating whip in his hand. Countless particles coalesced into an appalling storm, swallowing everything in its path and headed for both Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu like a dragon. Every single particle that formed the dragon was imbued with the tremendous power of rules, and with the power of the whip added to it, no being below the saint plane would have survived its attack. Liu Chan unleashed terrifying powers with the god-beating whip in his hand. Countless particles coalesced into an appalling storm, swallowing everything in its path and headed for both Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu like a dragon. Every single particle that formed the dragon was imbued with the tremendous power of rules, and with the power of the whip added to it, no being below the saint plane would have survived its attack. Hua Jiyu came to stand before Yi Futian. The voice in her mind said, "If I were to resist such a force, it would exceed the limit that your mind can take. Do it." Hua Jiyu closed her eyes and went burning her spiritual will thoroughly, cranking her power to the maximum. Her hair flapped around again as a terrifying power melded with her spiritual will, enveloping her entire surroundings. "Follow my lead and one strike will rob him of his capacity to fight," that voice said, and Hua Jiyu nodded. Their melded will burst and seemed to fill every corner of the space. Jiyu. Yi Futian's fingers ran across the strings of the guqin. The will of the guqin was cranked to the absolute limit, rendering everything under the heavens under his command. A true star appeared with him and Hua Jiyu at the center. All powers under the heavens melded with the star and manifested as the power of rules of the stars. The power increasingly expanded, heading for Liu Chan. The frightening dragon clashed with the giant star and a terrifying rumble was heard. The space around them seemed to have exploded. Devastating storms whipped in the air maniacally, yet the god-beating whip maintained its course without stopping. At that very moment, the wills of Hua Jiyu and the being within her enveloped the entire space, invading Liu Chan's spiritual will. Liu Chan seemed to have witnessed a saint walking in his direction, intending to enter his mind. With one's thoughts as a catalyst, with the gods as a sacrifice, a voice that sounded like two people speaking said. The words spoken by the compounded voice resounded with a powerful impact. Forbidden spell, judgment, that voice said once again in an imposing manner that shook the hearts of all within earshot. At that very moment, the silhouette of the saint seemed to have invaded directly. Liu Chan felt as if his spiritual will was being executed by some terrifying killing spell. His expression was an extremely pained one as his face twisted about before he lashed out at the silhouette with the whip. Space freezing. Yi Futian cranked his power to the limit as well, rendering Liu Chan's movements incredibly sluggish. Liu Chan then let out a low roar. The veins on his arms popped as he shook off the shackles of rules. He lashed out with the whip, shattering all power of rules around him, and then sending it straight for Yi Futian. The whip exploded in rage as Liu Chan disregarded his own well-being to attack. The whip tore apart all power of rules as it went all the way for Yi Futian's head. The lotus lamp shone brilliantly with divine light, enveloping Yi Futian within. Yet, the whip maintained its course, and a clear crack of the whip was heard. The lotus lamp was no more and Hua Qingqing spewed blood before Yi Futian, her face completely ashen. The aftershock hit Yi Futian all the same. His soul trembled as he spewed blood. At the very same time, Liu Chan grunted. His aura diminished at frightening speed as his eyes remained glaring at the space before him. That silhouette stood right before him as frightening power of judgment rampaged in his mind, threatening to tear it apart. He cranked his spiritual power to the maximum. His robe billowed wildly as blood dripped continuously from the corner of his mouth. Liu Chan grunted again after a while. His aura diminished as if he had used up all the power in him. At the same time, Hua Jiyu spewed blood from her mouth as she wobbled about, making it seem almost impossible for her to stand. "Who are you?" Liu Chan asked coldly. It was apparent that the being within Hua Jiyu was a saint. There was no response. Yi Futian then glanced at Hua Qingqing. "I'm all right. See to her." A smile was seen on Hua Qingqing's ashen face. It was as pure and flawless as ever, with a tinge of sadness in it. Yi Futian smiled a rather pitiful smile himself. He walked towards Hua Jiyu without saying much to Hua Qingqing. He then shouted, "Jiyu." Hua Jiyu's body fell backward. Yi Futian cradled her while he was trembling deep within. He felt extremely terrified inside. "Jiyu." Yi Futian extended his shaking hand and touched his face, feeling tears at the corner of his eye. "Idiot, why are you crying?" Tears were found at Hua Jiyu's eyes as she looked at Yi Futian. She then said to him gently, "I'm feeling rather tired." "Futian, do you think I'll die?" "No, Jiyu. Promise me you'll be fine." Yi Futian held her tight in his arms. "Yeah." Hua Jiyu nodded and said, "Futian, look at Hua Qingqing. She's just like a fairy. Lulan is a good girl too. She'll take care of you." Tears rolled from the corner of her eyes. "Don't say anything, Jiyu. You'll be fine. You will definitely will be," Yi Futian said with a trembling voice. A few people came to them. They were Phoenix, Yun Shuaisheng, Mu Jiqiu, and the others, all from the Holy Ji Palace. Phoenix took out a pill and fed it to Hua Jiyu, saying, "Your mind suffered massive damage. Don't say anything anymore. Take the pill and rest. You will be fine." "Yeah." Hua Jiyu nodded at Phoenix and swallowed the pill after looking at Yi Futian with a smile. She then closed her eyes slowly. Liu Chan. Yi Futian's voice went extremely cold as he glared at Liu Chan. "I never thought of hurting her." Liu Chan sighed. He then looked at Yi Futian and said, All that I did was to end all of this. You still to refuse to admit you were wrong, even at this very moment. Yi Futian smirked sarcastically and sorrowfully. Liu Chan, a voice was heard from the Holy Ji Palace. Liu Chan turned around and saw a few people walking in his direction. The one who took the lead looked incredibly withered and old. His aura was wilting, and he looked as if he could die at any minute. There were two others by his side, Sage Wanxiang and Bai Luli. Assistant Palace Lord, Sage Wanxiang could not help but utter, seeing Liu Chan so incredibly weak. Senior, why are you out here? Liu Chan looked at the withered-looking old man. It was none other than the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, the one who ranked first on the Barren Sky ranking, Sage Chunyang. Sage Chunyang turned his eyes at Yi Futian, and Sage Wanxiang did the same, before turning their eyes at the ones beside him as well as Sage Dozhan. Brutal battles were still going on in some far corners, battles fought between top-class mighty ones ranked on the Barren Sky ranking. Why has everything come to this? Sage Chunyang looked at the brutal and miserable scenes before him. Sage Dozhan was severely injured, Sage Qianqing dead, and Liu Chan was in a grievous state as well. He looked at Yi Futian with deep, old eyes filled with sorrow. Why? Yi Futian smirked and then yelled, You tell me why. My third brother was framed by Jisheng Cliffs. Why did the Holy Ji Palace arrest him instead? I studied in the Holy Ji Palace and I was expelled. Even so, what did I do wrong? I'm here today only to set things right. Yet, why won't you let me? Why do you still insist that you have done no wrong, even at this very moment? Sage Chunyang listened to Yi Futian roar. His withering eyes remained still amidst all that, and he answered, In this world, there is more than just right or wrong. So what? Yi Futian stepped forward and said sarcastically, If you want to kill me, do it. Bai Luli stepped forward at that very moment, walking towards Yi Futian and said, There is no right or wrong. If you insist on fighting, I will fight you. Is there any meaning to it anymore? Yi Futian smirked dismissively. Bai Luli took several steps more forward and said, There is. It is to prove your mind. The star wheel behind Sage Wanxiang spun. Stars shone all around them, encompassing the space in starlight. The space seemed as if it was an independent sky of stars, with star wheeling spinning and starlight covering both of them. There were only a few of them, as well as others, such as the Lord of Ice Temple, Phoenix, and Yun Shuixing in that space. My mind never needed to be proven. Yi Futian smiled and stepped forward. His body seemed to have burned as an incredibly bright beam of light shot up. His body became a tremendously regal beacon. The swaying light made Yi Futian looked as if he was an emperor. Powers of the world around them rushed at him. Under the envelopment of the divine light, Yi Futian's aura rose at frightening speed, vaguely reaching that of a mid-level sage. Liu Chan's body trembled slightly as his steps got incredibly wobbly. Yi Futian had unleashed such brilliance before when he played the Yukio song, yet that because there was Hua Qingqing boosting his powers as a lotus lamp and the Song of Kings. It was entirely normal for such a phenomenon to show under those circumstances. But it was only at this moment that Liu Chan had come to realize that the light was not something brought forth by Hua Qingqing's lotus lamp, and it was not a product brought about by the Song of Kings. It was something that truly belonged to Yi Futian. So this is the real Yi Futian? The hearts of Sage Chunyang and Sage Wanxiang trembled as they locked their gaze on him. They were able to sense that the light of emperors shining before them was higher than their own power, so much so that it almost compelled those who saw it to bow and proclaim reverence to it. Why does he possess such power? Sage Wanxiang closed his eyes and cranked the star wheel to the limit. Starlight showered from above, covering the two figures below. An heir of the Holy Ji Palace, ranked 10th on Barren Sky ranking, revered as the #1 genius in all of the Barren State. While none of this was your doing, you were the start of all this. The Holy Ji Palace chose you and they went doing everything for you. They thought whatever they did was right, and so did you. You have no regrets and Liu Chan felt no guilt. You all saw yourselves to be too perfect. I never saw myself to be perfect. I did only what I saw needed to be done. Bai Luli stepped forward. Beings of lightning appeared and boundless lightning flashed about in the air around Yi Futian. Bai Luli unleashed the eye of devastation, looked at the sky above Yi Futian, and said, "Godly creation of all things." A silhouette looking like an ancient god appeared as soon as Bai Luli finished. The being was seen holding the heaven-shaking divine hammer, possessing the power to destroy everything in its path. Chapter 7:19. Yi Futian turned his head up and his eyes burned with raging flames. A shadow of a godly ape appeared behind him and he was covered in rules of wind. He rose like a bolt of lightning at that very moment, heading straight for that giant ancient god. Yi Futian turned his head up and his eyes burned with raging flames. A shadow of a godly ape appeared behind him and he was covered in rules of wind. He rose like a bolt of lightning at that very moment, heading straight for that giant ancient god. Bai Luli stood in the air and waved his arms. That terrifying ancient god brought the hammer in its hand down. Lightning flashed in the air as the power of rules crushed everything beneath it. Yi Futian felt appalling powers right before him. He melded his will into his surroundings and uttered a word, "Freeze." The space around slowed and the movements of that ancient god seemed to have been affected. Yi Futian clenched his fists and terrifying light circled around him. His divine ape battle form took form and howled in the air. 5 out of the 7-star acupoints opened and tremendously violent power was unleashed. The giant divine ape lashed out at the ancient god with its arm as if to shake it down. The arm of the divine ape clashed with the sluggish hammer. As the punch was imbued with rules of stars, it felt as if a star had collided with the heaven-shaking divine hammer. Devastating power engulfed their surroundings and the hammer was shattered. The body of the ancient god was thrown back, and Yi Futian was thrown back as well. Liu Chan felt himself trembling inside. He closed his eyes, and his mind had been shaken. He opened his eyes and turned to his senior and sage Wanxiang and said, "Wanxiang, what did the signs say?" Wanxiang said he needed to observe the signs and his senior should not have come out. Sage Chunyang's end was near. Every time he spent any of his spiritual powers, his life force diminished, bringing his end even closer. It was impossible for them to show unless Sage Wanxiang saw some changes in the signs and informed Sage Chunyang. Assistant Palace Lord. Sage Wanxiang looked at Liu Chan and was rather reluctant to utter the words. The signs were too brutal for Liu Chan. "Liu Chan, just watch seriously," Sage Chunyang said. Liu Chan turned his deep eyes back on the 2 young men fighting. Yi Futian headed for Bai Luli at breakneck speed. Bai Luli's eyes turned grey as he unleashed the eye of devastation life spirit. Everything around him seemed to be put under the control of his spiritual will. 8 godlike silhouettes appeared in the air taking 8 different corners. Countless threads were laid out through the air with Yi Futian at the center as if a boundless matrix was set in place. At that very moment, Yi Futian felt his surroundings and even his spiritual will were being shackled. Lines of forbidden runes appeared, hovering in every corner around his body. The ceiling of all creations held his spiritual will in a very restricted area with no way to spread out. His radiating spiritual will seemed to have been isolated, rendering him incapable of melding his spiritual will with his surroundings, which in turn heavily restricted on the means he was able to use. Even the power of the rules of space freezing would have been restricted to the space immediately around him. Yi Futian looked up at Bai Luli. The light of emperors rose and the light of all celestial bodies shone in the air in blinding brilliance. Whooshing sounds were heard as an ancient tree seemed to have been imbued with divine essence, extending for the heavens. The ancient tree grew increasingly large, a dragon of lightning circled above it and the rock perched on one of its branches. All power of elements were melded into one and infused with the tree. The light grew increasingly dazzling and the branches expanded. Light emanating from the ancient tree extended outside the forbidden powers, with Yi Futian's spiritual power expanding with it. Both the inside and outside of the forbidden power was enveloped by Yi Futian's will. He clenched his fist and punched. The huge divine ape followed suit, lashing out with a punch at its surroundings. It was as if a star trembled in the space. Cracking sounds were heard in an instant, as the power of the ceiling of all creations were broken through bit by bit. Liu Chan practically went pale looking at the scene. Those are all Yi Futian's life spirits. The swaying light of the ancient tree enveloped Bai Luli with the mighty power of rules brought down on him in the form of space freezing. Bai Luli felt the space he was in almost ground to a halt, before sensing Yi Futian charge at him at top speed. The power of the Eye of Devastation was cranked to the limit as Bai Luli went tearing himself away from the power of rules of space freezing. His Eye of Devastation glared at Yi Futian. With the Eye Sorcery Zone, it was his rules that reigned. Outside of said zone, Yi Futian's rules reigned. An incredibly huge grey shadow appeared behind Bai Luli, holding a sword of devastation. At that very moment, Bai Luli's body melded with that of the ancient god. He borrowed the body of the ancient god and wielded the sword of devastation with both his hands, stabbing it into the space. A devastating storm, lightning storm and a storm of power rampaged about. The world tree enveloped Yi Futian's surroundings and he moved forward. A true star appeared around him and enveloped him within. The swaying world tree blinked. The power of rules became insanely powerful. Clad in defense by the rules of the stars, Yi Futian danced about with a staff in his hand. His twirling body lashed out with one strike after another as the divine ape roared, heading closer and closer to Bai Luli. The space felt like it was being torn apart before both of them clashed, letting out high-pitched, deafening noises. Soul sacrifice, Bai Luli uttered. His body had completely melded with his life spirit and the body of the ancient god, turning him into some sort of god. He then brought down the sword with both his hands. The sky felt as if it was being cleaved apart at that very moment, tearing the middle as devastating storms whipped about with the power to tear everything apart. The sword of devastation was brought down on the stars, cleaving it in the middle. The devastating storms tore everything in its path and the power of space freezing was brought to bear. The sword that was being brought down seemed to have ground to a halt, becoming incredibly sluggish. The roaring huge divine ape battle form descended, and Yi Futian had too become one with the ape, melding with his life spirit. Shadows of staffs all over the place coalesced as one as the divine ape crashed through the air. The world tree life spirit's light flowed in a crazed manner into the body of the ape. The staff felt as if the sky itself was being brought down, colliding with that sword of the ancient god. A devastating stream of storms whipped out with both of them at the center. The earth rumbled violently in response. The sword of devastation shattered bit by bit as the staff was brought down with boundless brilliance. Boom! A loud rumble was heard as the staff was reduced to dust. The staff was brought right on top of the ancient god's body. Cracks were seen all over the ancient god before it shattered bit by bit. Bai Luli was thrown behind with another rumble, landing where Liu Chan and Sage Chunyang were. He spat up blood and his face looked pale. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Bai Luli, then at Liu Chan and Sage Wanxiang. Cracks were seen on the star wheel in the air. Sage Wanxiang looked especially pale. Yi Futian stepped forward as the light of emperors shone. The world tree swayed as he was being enveloped by his other life spirits. He stared at Sage Wanxiang and said, "You know how to tell fortunes, don't you? Have you found out anything?" Sage Wanxiang looked at Yi Futian's eyes. His eyes turned demonic as if he wanted to see everything there was to see about the young man. At that very moment, he saw an incredibly regal figure walking in his direction. Wanxiang turned all of his mental and spiritual focus in order to make the figure clear, of all the signs of fate within. That regal figure glanced at him casually. Wanxiang grunted in the very next moment. His face was ashen and blood spilled from his mouth. His mind and spirit were severely injured. How could this be possible? Sage Wanxiang said as he kept coughing blood. His hands were shaking and pain was seen in his eyes. How could this be possible indeed? Liu Chan asked himself as well. He stared at Yi Futian, the one who beat Bai Luli as a noble. The will of the Holy Ji Palace was to have Bai Luli attain sainthood. They were willing to pay whatever price just to have a saint emerge. Despite Yi Futian's insane talent and being ranked first on the law rank, Liu Chan deemed him disposable, for they did not have time to wait for him. However, there Yi Futian stood, having beaten Bai Luli. Is that sainthood potential? A noble with sainthood potential defeating an upper-level sage. What does this all mean? We gave everything to create a saint, and yet it all backfired. He wanted to know why it all turned out this way. Cough. He coughed, spitting up blood again. No one was able to relate to what Liu Chan was going through. That very battle broke all of the illusions he believed in so adamantly before. Why did things turn out like this? Yi Futian smiled, but he looked rather sad. He himself wanted to know why as well. His life spirit dissipated and that overpoweringly brilliant light vanished as well. Yi Futian felt nothing but overwhelming exhaustion at that very moment. Sage Chunyang looked at Yi Futian and closed his eyes. Had Liu Chan been wrong? No, I was the one who was wrong. He was the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. In a sense, the will of the Holy Ji Palace was his will. He had been anxious and hurried with things due to his end being near. He saw Bai Luli demonstrating the potential for sainthood and gained the acknowledgement of the Sage Hall. He wanted too badly for a saint to emerge in barren state and had ignored everything going on in the outside world, which led to that great wrong before everyone that day. He, as one who was about to die, had to shoulder the responsibility for all that. What did the signs say? Sage Chunyang opened his eyes and asked Sage Wanxiang. Unknown, Sage Wanxiang said with trembling voice and added, unidentifiable. What do you mean unidentifiable? Sage Chunyang asked. The fact that it was unknown means that it is unidentifiable. Sage Wanxiang looked at Sage Chunyang and uttered something else telepathically. Sage Chunyang trembled slightly after hearing that and his aura became even weaker. He looked at the one before him and did not know what to make of it. The Lord of Ice Temple, Yun Shuaisheng, Phoenix, and the others looked at the topmost authority of the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Chunyang, Liu Chan, and Sage Wanxiang. All three of them wavered and were incredibly restless. If they had given a chance for Yi Futian to fight Bai Luli earlier, things would not have turned out like this. Chapter 720. In yet another battlefield, the Sword Saint and Kong Yarrow were fighting a monstrous battle up in the sky. Kong Yarrow's every strike packed the power to overwhelm the heavens, while every slash and thrust of the Sword Saint's blade was imbued with force so terrifying that the heavens were in danger of being cleaved open. Their battle kept escalating. In yet another battlefield, the Sword Saint and Kong Yarrow were fighting a monstrous battle up in the sky. Kong Yarrow's every strike packed the power to overwhelm the heavens, while every slash and thrust of the Sword Saint's blade was imbued with force so terrifying that the heavens were in danger of being cleaved open. Their battle kept escalating. Kong Yarrow, who was clad in a bronze divine implement, fought ferociously. He stood tall in the heavens and a mystical phenomenon appeared around him. A boundless, huge divine elephant stood in the middle, bringing boundless powers to bear. His eyes remained fixed on Sword Saint before him. People practicing demonic arts trained by going against the flow. They swallowed all powers and then unleashed them in full force. Their might was extremely overbearing and one strike could have easily proven fatal. The Sword Saint held onto the broadsword in his hand, as streaks of black air currents flowed in reverse, rushing to his body and vaguely conjuring a shadow of a demon behind him. The broadsword disappeared from his hand, seemingly turning into sword will, merging with his body. Every single dark current flowing in the air seemed to all be sword wills. Boom! A terrifying dark current burst from the Sword Saint's body, turning into a demonic blade. Their surroundings turned incredibly dark. He held the blade up high with both hands and siphoned massive power into it. He then brought the demonic blade down, and at that very instant, it seemed to have cut the space around open. Kong Yarrow clenched his fists and moved downwards. His surroundings shook and the mystical phenomenon around him trembled. An elephant roar shaking the heavens was heard as Kong Yarrow's fists conjured fearsome, devastating light. He lashed out at the air, clashing with the blade coming at him. A dark whirlpool swirled wherever his fists went, seemingly about to swallow everything in that space. The attacks of both men clashed in midair and a devastating storm whipped out. It seemed as if the space they were in was about to collapse. A silhouette was seen penetrating that very devastating space. That silhouette felt more like a blade than a person. The demonic blade had become one with the Sword Saint. That slash back then was not dealt by the blade itself, but the sword will of the blade. The heavens and the earth felt like they were being cleaved apart by the demonic blade. Kong Yarrow roared and the divine elephant went on a stampede. Another punch was brought to meet that incoming blade. Sharp, creaking noises were heard. A dazzling demonic flash swept by as the blade landed on its target. The Sword Saint's body was thrown behind while Kong Yarrow ended up bleeding in many places. The shadow of the Sword Saint disappeared yet again, streaking through the air while Kong Yarrow cranked his power to the maximum. He, invincible under the Saints, conjured devastating light in the air continuously. Kong Yarrow finally dropped from the air and was no longer on the battlefield. His body was then covered in blood as an untold number of sword will pierced through his body, but he knew well that the Sword Saint was not doing all too well either. "You crazy fool," Kong Yarrow roared in rage. The Sword Saint glanced at him before disappearing as a flash of darkness, cleaving that wheel of stars that Sage Wanxiang had laid out, entering directly. Yi Futian turned around and saw his eldest brother appear before him, staring at the figure across with cold eyes. "Chunyang, do you still wish to continue?" the Lord of Ice Temple asked. She and Sage Chunyang were ranked second and first on the Barren Sky ranking respectively, so it was only natural that they knew each other. Chunyang sighed, looking at the Sword Saint and the battlefield before him. Everyone took notice of the situation there. One figure after another ceased fighting and headed for them. The Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Chunyang, had appeared. "Here you are, finally," Huang Shi said to Sage Chunyang. "Luli." Bai Jiyu rushed to his son's side, seeing him injured. Many had funny looks on their faces. Sage Wanxiang had laid out the Wheel of Stars before. Did Yi Futian and Bai Luli just finish fighting? From the looks of things, Bai Luli was injured. "This teacher," Zhuge Qingfeng walked up to Sage Chunyang and called out to him. "Qingfeng, I'm so sorry," Sage Chunyang said. "You were acting for the sake of the Holy Ji Palace, and I have nothing to say to that. No one can truly tell all the rights and wrongs in this. From here on out, the score between both us is cleared, and we are done with each other." Zhuge Qingfeng cut a piece of his shirt and then bowed deeply to Sage Chunyang. "I know little in the way of truths and principles, but I do know that the Holy Ji Palace is just as selfish for sacrificing others for its ideals. You have no place to talk about having a saint emerge in the barren state. If it is truly to have a saint emerge, the result before our eyes is very obvious. How did the Holy Ji Palace go about carrying out its beliefs?" Xu Shong's voice sounded rather lazy, yet his words were true and blunt. Sage Chunyang looked at everyone around him and said, "The Holy Ji Palace is a sacred ground of the barren state. I can hardly absolve myself from blame for all that has happened. Liu Chan followed my will and went throwing his weight around. From here on out, both Liu Chan and I will no longer be the palace lords of the Holy Sage Pavilion." Many shuddered at the words of Sage Chunyang. They had never anticipated him to be so decisive in the matter. He quit his job as the Lord of the Holy Ji Palace with Liu Chan. "Luli, I and Liu Chan wanted nothing more than to have you become a saint, but things backfired and we roped you into a disaster instead. I hope you won't be all that affected by all that has happened." Sage Chunyang turned to Bai Luli and said. Bai Luli was calm hearing Sage Chunyang's words. He had nothing to say about his defeat. 4 years, he had been showered with adoration, ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking, and known by all as the #1 genius in all of the Barren State. If Yi Futian had not appeared, he might have glittered just as dazzling as he had. However, as another emerged to take his place, he saw it fit to step down. Bai Luli turned around and bowed deeply to Sage Chunyang and Liu Chan, saying, "I have been training diligently all these years with the will of the Holy Ji Palace held close to my heart, caring little for the affairs of the outside world. Starting from today, I will be going on my pilgrimage to the mortal world, and White Cloud City will no longer be involved in the affairs of the barren state." He knelt and kowtowed to both Sage Chunyang and Liu Chan before turning to pay his respects to the Holy Ji Palace. He stood up and looked at his father, the City Lord of White Cloud City, saying, "Father, let's go." "Are we?" Bai Jiyu looked at everyone and everything before him. All he did was in line with the Holy Ji Palace's wishes, to have his son Bai Luli become a saint. "So we've lost everything now?" He had not been able to fathom why the ones ranked first, third, and he, who ranked fourth on the barren sky ranking, ended up like this for standing by Luli. Bai Jiyu glanced at everyone around him and said, "We will be seeing you on the divine path." He left as soon as he finished, without saying goodbye to his teacher, Sage Chunyang, or his uncle, Liu Chan. It was very obvious that he did not want to admit defeat. "Chunyang, are you arranging for what is to come after you leave?" Kong Yarrow said coldly, "I care not for your holy Ji palace. The ones I came for are still on the loose. From here on out, anyone who stands in the way of Jisheng Cliffs or Yang Wuji and the others, I will see them all as acts of war against Jisheng Cliffs. Those who act in such ways will suffer the consequences." Kong Yarrow was apparently threatening Huang Shi, Xu Shong, and the others. He had intended to kill some of them right there and then, but he had changed his mind, opting to first take Yi Futian and Jiyu Dongliu away. While he did not know what happened in the battle before, he knew that Yi Futian had defeated Bai Luli. That was something worthy of immediate attention, and he deemed that Yi Futian must be taken away. Cold eyes glared at Kong Yao. He is now threatening the forces of the Barren State on behalf of Jisheng Cliffs then? Is Jisheng Cliffs threatening Barren State now? Chunyang looked at Kong Yarrow. "What if we are?" Kong Yarrow asked coldly. An aura coursed around Chunyang. Many people of the top forces in the Barren State turned around to glare at Kong Yarrow. "Brother Ge," Kong Yarrow called out. Ge Feng walked to Kong Yarrow's side. "It seems that the Holy Ji Palace is turning its back on the will of the head saint. Please call out to him," Kong Yarrow said. Indeed. Ge Feng's eyes were ice cold. He had not wanted to bother his teacher if things were not in such dire states. He closed his eyes and cranked his spiritual power to fearsome levels. A dazzling light was unleashed from within his body, with a streak of power that did not seem to belong to him vaguely emanating. A projection was thrown in the air before them, turning into an incredibly imposing and regal form. "We bow to the head saint." Everyone in Jisheng Cliffs bowed. "Teacher, I'm very sorry for interfering with your training," Ge Feng bowed and said. The illusory figure glanced at everyone around and said, "Chunyang, are you going against my will?" "Greetings to you, senior." Sage Chunyang bowed slightly. That saint then said, "Some of the people from Jisheng Cliffs were killed in the Barren State. I'm having Kong Yarrow take those two responsible away, and I assume you are not against that." Yi Futian turned to look at that regal figure. "Is that a saint?" Huang Shi, Xu Shong, and all the others looked incredibly troubled. There was no one who dared defy a saint, after all. "I beg for your forgiveness, senior. I have made the wrong decision before and now, I'm sorry to say that I cannot hand them over to you," Chunyang said. "How dare you?" A cold voice was heard. The might of its voice permeated the air to bear on everyone present. "Brother, you asked what Wanxiang saw before, didn't you?" Chunyang asked Liu Chan telepathically. Liu Chan looked at his senior and Chunyang continued, "The main palace crumbles before the light of hope appears in the Holy Ji Palace. That was what Wanxiang saw." Liu Chan shuddered before smiling as if he was laughing at himself. It is ironic indeed. The main palace, the Holy Sage Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace. "Brother, I'm so sorry," Chunyang said. "You're not to be blamed." Liu Chan smiled and looked awfully sad. "Do you still remember what our teacher told us before he died?" "I do." Liu Chan nodded. Everyone present then saw their bodies begin burning. It was their spiritual will that burned, turning into incredibly mighty powers. They looked as if they were offering themselves as sacrifices, burning their very own lives. Liu Chan turned around and cast his gaze at everyone before him, saying, "I did what I did with the best interests for the Holy Ji Palace in mind, and I have made a grave error in my actions. For that, I'm willing to shoulder the dire consequences of that very error by offering my life to carry on the will of the Holy Ji Palace. May the Holy Ji Palace live and prosper." "For the Holy Ji Palace," Chunyang said. "For the Holy Ji Palace." Liu Chan's voice was no longer heard. The spiritual will of both men seemed to have merged into one before turning into a dazzling mark, flying deep into the palace, all the way to the Holy Sage Pavilion. Chunyang, the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs, said coldly, I call upon Emperor Xia." A dazzling light burst from afar, deep within the holy sage pavilion. The bodies of both Chunyang and Liu Chan were no longer around, yet that voice was an incredibly solemn one. The Lord of Ice Temple, Huang Shi, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others watched as they trembled inside. The sword demon, Sage Dowsing, trembled as well. The 9 states were all from the line of Emperor Xia orthodoxy. Legend had it that Emperor Xia left a mark in the grounds of orthodoxy in all 9 states, and only the heads of the orthodoxy knew how to activate the mark. However, it was also said that only saints were capable of such a feat. Palace Lord Chunyang was near the end of his days and Liu Chan was not a saint. They should have had no way of activating the mark unless they used secret arts. However, doing so clearly came with a terrifyingly hefty price. In this case, their lives. With the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs descending personally, even though it was simply a will, everyone knew what that meant. Nobody had a way out. After rounds of brutal battles, it was still deemed necessary for Yi Futian and Jiyu Dongliu to be taken away, and the Holy Ji Palace remained split with the barren state. There was only one way to resolve all that way: call upon Emperor Xia. The deed was accomplished through the sacrifice of both palace lords of Holy Sage Pavilion. Chapter 721. There seemed to be a mark being opened deep in the Holy Ji Palace. A dazzling light burst afterward. An image slowly came into being above the sky. It was a great, regal figure. He was standing at the top of 9 Cloud Palace and looked below. His silhouette seemed to have encompassed the entire sky. There seemed to be a mark being opened deep in the Holy Ji Palace. A dazzling light burst afterward. An image slowly came into being above the sky. It was a great, regal figure. He was standing at the top of 9 Cloud Palace and looked below. His silhouette seemed to have encompassed the entire sky. Ren Huang. Everyone's minds shuddered. The insurmountable legendary being. A figure who stood at the Ren Huang plain. The emperor who ruled all of the 9 states, Emperor Xia. All hail Emperor Xia. Chunyang and Liu Chan bowed and paid their respects. All hail Emperor Xia. The saint of Jisheng Cliffs bowed as well. While he was a saint of Jisheng Cliffs and was extremely irked about Chunyang, he had no choice but to bow down to the Emperor Xia all the same. One figure after another bowed to show their respect for Ren Huang. Barren State, the Holy Ji Palace. Emperor Xia opened his mouth calmly. His voice sounded as if it was imbued with the might of the heavens. Indeed, Chunyang bowed and said, "What is the matter?" Emperor Xia asked. The Holy Ji Palace had been a part of his orthodoxy and he had left a mark to show it. "Brother." Chunyang looked at Liu Chan beside him. "I beg you to look at this, Emperor Xia." Liu Chan's burning spiritual powers walked to Emperor Xia and turned into images to be presented to the will of Emperor Xia. The emperor came to understand what had transpired soon enough. Zhong Xiao, a student of Jisheng Cliffs, killed many of the Yu state and set up Jiyu Dongliu of the barren state to take the fall, pursuing the man to this land. As for what happens next, I took the liberty to call you, Emperor Xia, as I do not see any other way of solving this now that a saint from Jisheng Cliffs is here. Please forgive my trespasses, Great Emperor, Chunyang said. This place belongs to the barren state. Why did you help Jisheng Cliffs before then? Emperor Xia asked coldly. It is a crime of mine to have the Holy Ji Palace bear such a shame due to my personal agendas. I deem myself no longer fit to be in charge of the Holy Ji Palace as the Palace Lord, and I'm willing to atone for my crimes with my death, Chunyang said. Emperor Xia's expression was calm. He then looked at the saint from Jisheng Cliffs and said, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Emperor Xia, I knew not of what transpired before. What I did know was that a son of Jisheng Cliffs was killed. As such, I sent people to look into the matter. I will investigate the matter thoroughly after I return. I beg for your forgiveness, Emperor Xia. The head saint of Jisheng Cliffs bowed and said. Emperor looked at him plainly. The head saint then continued, Emperor Xia, a saint has not emerged from the barren state for many years, yet the barren state still calls itself a member of the orthodoxy. The Holy Ji Palace was not fit to be called such, and I suggest for the place to be taken apart. Chunyang and Liu Chan looked incredibly troubled. If it had not been Emperor Xia, The other states might have taken over Baron State a long time ago. They knew that there was not much time left for the Baron State. It was only a matter of time before the day would come. As such, they had gotten anxious and did everything they could to have a saint emerge from the Baron State. They had not expected such rushed, anxious efforts would lead to such wrongs in the end. Emperor Xia scanned everyone present and then said, "If there is to be no one at the Saint Plain emerging from the Baron State when the next Battle of Saints is held, the Holy Ji Palace shall be taken apart. Before that day comes, Jisheng Cliffs shall not lift a finger against Baron State." Indeed, Emperor Xia, the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs, bowed. He was a saint and thus making him a being right beneath Emperor Xia. While the matter at hand concerned the Holy Ji Palace's survival, it was something that hardly mattered to Emperor Xia. Why does Renhuang care about a force that doesn't even have a saint among them? Even Jisheng Cliffs would not have had such a high status in the eyes of Emperor Xia, and that was the reason why no one dared to get on the bad side of Emperor Xia. Thank you, Emperor Xia. Chunyang had not expected Emperor Xia to punish Jisheng Cliffs as he knew there was simply no possibility for that to happen. The Baron State had not had a saint emerge among their ranks, and it was obvious that the status of Holy Ji Palace had gotten very low in the eyes of Emperor Xia. Are there any other matters to be discussed? Emperor Xia asked Chunyang. Chunyang bowed and said, "The Holy Ji Palace needs a successor. I would like Yi Futian to take my place as the next palace lord after I perish, and he shall be assisted by all members of the Holy Ji Palace. I would like to seek your agreement on this particular matter, Emperor Xia." Many great figures from the Baron State shuddered as they looked at Chunyang. The palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace had wanted a saint to emerge from Baron State so badly that he went to nurture Bai Luli regardless of the cost, yet his efforts practically turned the Baron State upside down. However, he was still a man of charisma and persistence. There was no one who had expected him to pass on the place of palace lord to a noble right before he perished. It was an act totally against convention. Nobody had done so before, and there would probably no one else doing the same thing ever again. Furthermore, he brought the matter up right before Emperor Xia was about to disappear. It was obvious to many what his intentions were. The mess that they were in that day was brought up by Yi Futian and Jisheng Cliffs determined to get their hands on him. Furthermore, while Emperor Xia had decreed that Jisheng Cliffs shall not touch the Holy Ji Palace, he did not say anything about not moving against Yi Futian. Now that Chunyang placed Yi Futian on the seat of the palace lord, Jisheng Cliffs probably dared not move against Yi Futian, as it would have defied the will of Emperor Xia. The Holy Ji Palace was practically in shambles and Chunyang was doing whatever he was able at the last moments of his life to keep the place in one piece. He was also doing it so that the hope for the future other than Bai Luli lived. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked at Chunyang. He had not expected the elder sage to be doing such a thing for him. "But am I fit to become palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace? I acknowledge your decision." Emperor Xia nodded plainly. "Then I have nothing else to bother you with, Great Emperor." Chunyang bowed. The silhouette of Emperor Xia gradually faded away. "We shall see you off, Emperor Xia." Voices were heard and the silhouette above the sky disappeared. The mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs looked extremely irked, including the head saint. "We really got played today by Chunyang. Bringing out Emperor Xia just to threaten me, eh? Good move. Let's go." The head saint's silhouette disappeared as well. Kong Yarrow and the others with him scanned everyone present. So we just go home empty-handed like this? Furthermore, they had suffered great losses this time. They came to the Baron State and waged several wars with the inferior state, yet they returned with their wings clipped every single time. Let's go. Kong Yarrow scanned everyone present with deep eyes. It was a score he intended to settle at a later date. Yang Wuji of Sword Saint Villa, Godly Spear of Nantian House, Di Kai of the Emperor family and the others turned pale as the ones from Jisheng Cliffs left. What about us? With the Holy Ji Palace calling upon Emperor Xia and making Yi Futian the next palace lord, the will of the Holy Ji Palace was reunited once again. This time, it had the agreement of many great figures from all over Baron State. However, to those people, such turn of events spelled their doom. No one cared about what those few thought about anything. Chunyang and Liu Chan's silhouette faded, as if they had indeed come to the end and turning invisible. They looked at everyone in the Holy Ji Palace and Chunyang said, "You all heard what I said. From this day, Yi Futian shall be the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace." "Hey, I didn't agree to any of that," Yi Futian said as he turned to look at Chunyang. He was feeling very complicated at the moment. Should I resent all this happening to me? The battles fought today had many severely injured and their lives hanging by a thread, which included his teacher, Ji Yu, Hua Qingqing, and many others. If the Holy Ji Palace had only allowed him to battle with Bai Luli when he was there, none of all that would have happened. That was why he had gone to the Holy Ji Palace in the first place. He was there to return everything to how it was before. He had achieved what he set out to do in the first place. Everything turned to how it once was, yet said result came too late. He was feeling very complicated deep inside at the moment, and very exhausted as well. I know it is hard for you to accept what the Holy Ji Palace did. But your teacher, the Sword Demon and Daozang, did any of them do anything untoward towards you? Chunyang said, "Now, Liu Chan, Tianxing, and I will all be a page in history books. What happens next? Take it as something you do for yourself as well as for the friends you have in the Holy Ji Palace." Yi Futian looked at his teacher, Sage Dozhan, and then at the Sword Demon, Sage Daozang, then at Yun Shuaisheng, Phoenix, and the Otas. He closed his eyes and felt a storm whipping up in his mind. For many years, countless from the barren state lost their lives in their journey to achieve sainthood. I myself was one of those people. The barren state had the least hope out of the 9 states of achieving such a goal. We were weak and yet we dared to challenge, but that also meant that we suffered the highest casualties. As such, I nurtured Bai Luli and put all hopes onto him. I hope that one day, someone from barren state will be able to reign supreme, overwhelming top-notch figures from the other states and let a saint be born. Only by doing so will the Holy Ji Palace be able to achieve what it was made to do in the first place. Only with a true saint present will the Holy Ji Palace and the barren state truly achieve greater prosperity. I've always had a wish that I would be able to see a saint from the barren state emerge before I breathe my last breath. I clung to that belief with all I had. Now, I will never see that day come, but I do not wish for this place to be taken over by the states. If such a thing was to be allowed to happen, what happened today is doomed to happen in the future. Someone like you will have emerged, but they will have been even more powerless to change anything. Chunyang continued, "None of these would have happened if there had been a saint in the barren state. Your talents would have been discovered and you would have been a student of a saint. Bai Luli would be studying alongside you. The geniuses all over the barren state would be known throughout the 9 states. It is my fault that none of those came true. I would never see all that happen, but I hope you will bring all of the things that I have dreamed of to reality." His body gradually turned into bits of light as he talked. Palace Lord. The Sword Demon, Daozang, and many others listened with heavy hearts. "Assist him the best you can. Long live the Holy Ji Palace." Chunyang looked at everyone present. At that moment, he recalled the hopes his teacher had for him all those years ago. It was a pity that he never had the honor to truly tutor Yi Futian. "Brother." Seeing Chunyang disappearing, Liu Chan turned to Yi Futian and said, "I know you hate me. I had hopes for you when I permitted you entry to the Sage Hall. I had wished for none of these events to happen. I'm a Sind one of the Holy Ji Palace. Your achievements in the future will be great, while I, the Sind one, will be nailed on the stakes of shame. The world shall come to loathe what I did, and I will be very pleased if such a day is to come." He lifted his head after he finished talking. His body turned into specks of light, following Chunyang in the netherworld. Countless watched all that happening. 2 of the figures ranked on the top 3 places of Barren Sky ranking, the Palace Lords of the Holy Ji Palace, perished. The number 1 and number 3 on Barren Sky ranking were no more since that day. Many vaguely felt that an era had come to an end. What will the next era hold for us indeed? Chapter 722. Outside the Holy Ji Palace, countless eyes fell on Yi Futian. Outside the Holy Ji Palace, Countless eyes fell on Yi Futian. The brutal battles had finally come to an end. Many had given everything they had in those battles, and great figures of untold numbers came to stand by Yi Futian's side, fighting for his sake. It was probably one of the reasons Chunyang passed on the position of the palace lord to him. Throughout the entire barren state as of that moment, only Yi Futian had been capable of consolidating the barren state and the Holy Ji Palace. The battles fought there ruined the Holy Ji Palace's reputation. Chunyang wanted to atone for what he did. As he put it himself, he was willing to do anything for the sake of the Holy Ji Palace. Even in death, his plans had been laid in the hopes of making the Holy Ji Palace thrive. "Where is my third brother?" Yi Futian asked. "He is in the Holy Ji Palace." "I'll take him here," the sword demon said. "Thank you, elder." Yi Futian nodded. He had been very grateful to the sword demon for not participating in the battles. He was, after all, the lord of the sword palace. From a certain perspective, he should have sided with the Holy Ji Palace. "Eldest brother." Yi Futian turned to look at the sword saint, who was putting his blade away. He looked very frail. All of his powers seemed to have been sucked dry. Yi Futian helped him up and the sword saint smiled, saying, "It's all right, little brother." Yi Futian lowered his head and turned around, looking at Sage Dojan, Hua Qingqing, and the others. "Teacher." Yi Futian looked at the frail Sage Dojan and felt incredibly sorrowful. A peaceful smile was seen on Sage Dojan's face as he said, "Futian, what do you think?" "I feel all over the place." Yi Futian naturally understood that his teacher was asking about the matter of him becoming palace lord. "I understand. Get some rest when all of this blows over." Sage Dojan naturally understood what his student had been going through. Everything happened too suddenly. However, he still hoped that Yi Futian was able to agree to it. While it was indeed Chunyang and Liu Chan who had been in the wrong and they were the source of the disaster seen that day, it was not the same to say that the entire Holy Ji Palace was at fault. He still had a lot of feelings for the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian had turned into the linchpin holding the Holy Ji Palace and many forces throughout the barren state together. "Did anyone allow you all to leave?" A cold voice sounded, breaking the peace. Many turned to look at the direction where the voice came from. It was Yu Kai talking. He stopped Yang Wuji, head of the Sword Saint Villa, from sneaking out of the place. Yang Wuji, Di Kai, and the others were all exposed at the same time. Many stared at them and everyone looked troubled. They had sided with Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace. However, with Yi Futian being made the next palace lord and Jisheng Cliffs retreating, the scene before them looked like a living nightmare. Both sides were hardly on the same level at the moment. Yi Futian looked at all of them with an extremely cold expression. While Chunyang and Liu Chan had their own principles for doing what they did for the sake of the Holy Ji Palace, trying to prevent a greater crisis befalling the barren state by making him and his third brother scapegoats to bring the mess to an end, those people had nothing but their own interests in mind, wanting to take out the Zhuge family and Taihang Mountain. "Make your move here. Aren't you afraid that you'll get others involved?" Yang Wuji threatened coldly. "If you people even had a line that you wouldn't cross, your families might have suffered less," Yu Kai said with an equally cold tone. "Who do you think you are, threatening us?" Yu Kai Yang Wuji's expression turned bone-chillingly cold. "If they had the guts to show up in the first place, I see no reason to have them leave this place alive," Yi Futian said coldly. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Hong, Yu Kai, Shu Shong, Huang Shi, Qing Deng, Chen Yuan all stepped forward, surrounding them. There was no need to talk about principles at this point. The Lord of the Ice Temple, Sage Daozang, and many other mighty ones came to stand in front of Yi Futian and the others with him, preventing them from getting harmed by those on the other side. "Let's do this," Yu Kai said coldly. As someone ranked 8th on the Barren Sky ranking, it was apparent that he was no pushover. Things had come this far and none of those people were allowed to leave, or they would have come back to bite them in the future. "Eldest brother, little brother." Jiyu Dongliu's voice was heard. Yi Futian turned around and saw the sword demon bringing Jiyu Dongliu to him. There were many wounds on Jiyu Dongliu's body and he looked frail. It was apparent that Jisheng Cliffs had not been treating him well for fear that he would escape. Jisheng Cliffs. Yi Futian's eyes looked incredibly cold. Although Zhang Xiao was the one who had been responsible for everything, the overbearing attitude of Kong Yarrow and Jisheng Cliffs was something he would never forget. Many mighty great apes in Taihang Mountain were killed by the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs that Zhang Xiao brought with him, after all. Zhuge Mingyu walked to his side. Both she and Jiyu Dongliu smiled at each other while looking rather sad. It was fortunate, however, that the disaster was over. Yu Kai, Zhuge Qingfeng, do you have to go this far? A roaring voice sounded, and Yang Wuji was no longer breathing after he said that. The Nantian House is willing to submit to the Holy Ji Palace, the head of Nantian House said. The Holy Ji Palace doesn't need you, the sword demon said coldly. A scream was heard soon enough. The lord of the Sacred Fire sect was unable to last long and soon had his throat slit by Xu Shong, who was wandering around in the battlefield. The people surrounding them looked at the slaughter taking place without sympathy. They sowed their seeds when they decided to align with Kong Yarrow of Jisheng Cliffs. If Jisheng Cliffs emerged victorious, they would have been able to earn themselves a powerful ally. But now that Jisheng Cliffs retreated, there was simply no way they would be able to come out of their predicament unscathed. 4 of the mighty ones ranked in high places in the Barren Sky ranking soon lost their lives in the Holy Ji Palace. The surviving figures on the Barren Sky ranking had been reduced in that day's battles. I should go get some rest. The weight in Sage Dojan's heart was settled and he fell right there and then. It was apparent that he had only been able to stand for so long due to his powerful will. Teacher. Brother. Many came up to them. Sage Jinggang lifted him up. Sage Dojan's eyes were completely shut and he looked very peaceful. He needs to spend some days recuperating. Sage Jinggang said, I'll take him to Battle Sage Palace. Right. Yi Futian nodded. Sage Jinggang then took Sage Dojan with him and left. Qingqing, we should go get some rest too, Monk Qingdeng said to Hua Qingqing. Yeah. Hua Qingqing nodded and turned to look at Yi Futian, who was bowing to Monk Qingdeng saying, Thank you, Elder. Monk Qingdeng put his palms together and left with Hua Qingqing. Yi Futian came to Hua Jiyu's side and picked her up. She was in a coma. He looked at her with gentle eyes. I will ask my teacher to come out of isolation and treat everyone, Phoenix said to Yi Futian. The teacher she meant was naturally not Sage Daozang, it was the Undying Sage, who was also known as the Undying Old Man. Thank you. Yi Futian thanked her from the bottom of his heart. He turned to look at the others and bowed. He said nothing, but he took all of their sentiments, his debt to all of them, to heart. Futian, you have any plans in mind? Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian and asked. I'm thinking of taking Jiyu back to the Eastern Barren Territory for a while until she wakes up, Yi Futian said. He felt washed all over with exhaustion. He was barely able to keep his strength up and he was forcing himself to pick up Hua Jiyu's body. Furthermore, his exhaustion was more than just a physical thing. Right. Zhuge Qingfeng nodded. It's best for you all to go get some rest. Mingyu and Dongliu will accompany you to recuperate in the Eastern Barren Territory. Senior Shu, do you know where Shu Q and the others are? Yi Futian turned around and asked Xu Shong. Shu Q would have contacted Tingxue House. Rest assured that I'll have them go see you, Xu Shong said. Right. Yi Futian felt at ease. Grandpa Yuan, Yi Futian called. Yuan Hong's massive body was seen stepping out. Yi Futian took Hua Jiyu with him and sat on his shoulders. Eldest brother, second sister, third brother, Yi Futian called and all of them left with Yi Futian for the Eastern Barren Territory. The Sword Demon and Dao Zhang looked at each other as they watched Yi Futian leave. They sighed in their hearts. Yi Futian did not agree to become the palace lord right there and then. It was apparent that he was unable to let go of his grudge with the Holy Ji Palace just yet. He may not have resented the Holy Ji Palace, but it was still difficult for him to become a palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace so suddenly. Furthermore, Hua Jiyu was severely injured and was in a coma. He needed time to take in all of that. If I had only been able to emerge from isolation sooner, maybe none of this would have happened. Sage Wanxiang sighed as well. While Liu Chan had been the one calling the shots, if he had been able to come out earlier and get to know Yi Futian personally, he might have been able to calculate his fate. Perhaps Liu Chan would have taken a different approach. Or perhaps, if he had not calculated by Luli's talents or the ordeal of the Holy Ji Palace would have been put through, the trajectory of things might have been different instead. Astrologers earned the enmity of the heavens by peering into celestial secrets, which was why astrologers often ended up dying bad deaths. It's better to reduce the use of astrology to calculate fates in the future then. Everything in the world is eventually required to move according to the great patterns and rules, instead of deliberately changing certain facets due to having prior knowledge of certain matters. The end results are often disastrous, just like how it is with the Holy Ji Palace now. The news regarding the battles taken place in the Holy Ji Palace spread all over the Barren State quickly, shaking the entire Barren State. It had been many, many years since the last time such a disaster befell the Barren State. The war had even gotten saints involved and required Ren Huang to descend upon the world again. The two palace lords from the Holy Sage Pavilion perished, ending the war with their own lives in return for peace throughout the Barren State. At the same time, it was also said that Yi Futian was to become the next palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian was able to defeat Bai Luli, who ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking, while he was still a noble. Such was his fearsome talents. Many were awed, trying to imagine what the battle would have looked like. They knew that from that day onwards, Yi Futian was the true undisputed #1 genius throughout the Barren State. No one had imagined that he, as a noble, would have been given the seat of Palace Lord. Just what did the previous Palace Lord see to make such a decision? Those who knew Yi Futian trembled in their minds. A new era had begun with the ending of the previous one. A legendary figure demonstrated what he was capable of. What future awaits him indeed? Will Yi Futian agree to take the place of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace? Other than that, the Sword Saint Villa, the Emperor family, Nantian House, and the Sacred Fire sect all went through cleansing. Only the Yu clan of the two top-notch forces who had been with Alchemy City for many years were left standing. Many sighed at the turn of events. The four top-notch forces which had once stood at the top of everything lost everything in one day. Their leaders were all killed and it was a rather sad thing. All of that stemmed from little more than a single thought's difference. No one would have imagined Crouching Dragon Mountain to be able to fend off Jisheng Cliff's invasion, and no one would have been able to know that things would eventually turn out how they did. It was anyone's guess how many years it would take for the Barren State to regain its former power after that war. Furthermore, Emperor Xia gave the Barren State little time to prepare. If no saints emerged from the Barren State by the time the next Battle of Saints was held, the Holy Ji Palace would be taken apart. No one knew what such a future would hold. Perhaps only time would be able to tell anyone anything. Chapter 723. A month later, on top of Book Mountain at the Eastern Barren Territory. A month later, on top of Book Mountain at the Eastern Barren Territory. Hua Ji was lying on a bed inside a room of a compound, attended to by an elder looking at her injuries. The elder shimmered with jade-green light and exuded incredibly thick life energies. A beautiful girl was standing right behind the elder. She was none other than Phoenix, a student of the Holy Ji Palace. The Barren State was undergoing a metaphorical earthquake after the war at the Holy Ji Palace. Many forces were busy recuperating from the ordeal while the Holy Ji Palace needed time to get things together again. Yi Futian and the others had all returned to Book Mountain at the Eastern Barren Territory. Phoenix had requested for her teacher to treat the injuries sustained by Dozhan at the Holy Ji Palace, and he came to the compound right after treating Yi Futian's teacher. Yi Futian, Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyan all stood to one side and looked at the elder nervously. The shimmering jade-green light on the elder subsided after quite a while. He turned around and said to Yi Futian, "She overtaxed her spiritual powers in battle and used powers that did not belong to her. It is fortunate that she had ritual implements that helped keep her spiritual powers intact. Furthermore, the person you said to have possessed her probably held back as well, keeping her will from crumbling altogether. Phoenix had her take some pills before and I will work to repair her damaged spiritual powers in the next few days. She is not in any life-threatening danger, but she might undergo quite a long sleep, and it's anyone's guess when she will waking up. Thank you, elder, Yi Futian said softly. He had been very worried for the past several days. The undying old man's words put him at ease right there and then. He would have waited regardless of how long she would sleep, so long as she was safe. Let's move. We'll let her rest. The undying old man walked outside the room and the others followed. There were many waiting outside. Jiyu Dongliu, Zhuge Mingyu, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Yi Xiaosha, and the others were all on Book Mountain now. How is she doing? Zhuge Mingyu asked. The elder said she was in no danger, but she will probably spend quite a while sleeping, Yi Futian answered. All breathed a sigh of relief. If anything were to happen to Hua Jiyu, Yi Futian would have probably spent the rest of his days feeling guilty and beating himself up. The matter about him taking over as Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace would have been for naught. All will pass, Zhuge Mingyu said softly. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded, then smiled and said, what's with the grim looks? This is good news, isn't it? That was probably his attempt at comforting both himself and the others, seeing how everyone looked so grim. Little brother. Two figures walked in their direction. Yi Futian lifted his head and saw his eldest brother and goddess Wang Yu. Look who's here, the sword saint said with a smile. Yi Futian peered behind his eldest brother and saw Shui Yi, Luo Fan, Yu Shi, and the others. Yu Shi was seen carrying a baby in her arms. Fourth brother, fourth sister-in-law. Yi Futian went up to greet them. He took a look at the baby girl in Yu Shi's arms. The baby had huge eyes and looked at Yi Futian without feeling shy at all. Here you go. Yu Shi handed the child to Yi Futian. He held her in his arms and said with a smile, well, are you looking at uncle here because you think uncle is good-looking? The others around them laughed. Shui Yi then said, well, her uncle is quite different from her dad here in terms of looks, but her uncle is a handsome one nonetheless. Brother, please. Yi Futian then turned to look at Shui Yi. I'm her uncle and yet I don't even know her name. Shui Cow. Just call her Little Grass, Shui Yi smiled and said. Grass. Yi Futian said, so you're naming her after the cottage then, one? Indeed, if she has a little brother in the future, I'll name him Shui Tang. Shui Yi nodded with a smile. Yi Futian looked at the baby girl in his arms and felt tears welling up in his eyes. He lowered his head and kissed Shui Cao's forehead, then said with a smile, I call myself her uncle and yet I don't even have a gift for her. I'll keep that in mind then. When Little Grass grows, I'll let her come ask for it from her uncle, Yu Shi smiled and said. All right then, you keep tabs for Little Grass here, sister-in-law. Yi Futian nodded and then looked at the sword saint and goddess Wang Yu, saying, eldest brother, when are you going to marry the goddess? And third brother and second brother. You both are my elders. Don't drag things out for too long. The sword saint looked at everyone. Even Beitang Xing'er and Yi Xiaosha were there as well. Every single student of the cottage was accounted for. There is our teacher. The sword saint turned his gaze far away. Yi Futian was exasperated. Eldest brother is really close-minded when it comes to these things. Yeah, enough with teasing your sister here. What about you and Ji Yu then? You two seem to be the pair with the longest history, Zhuge Mingyu said, looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian returned Little Grass to her mother, recalling the days when he was far younger. Over 10 years had passed. Yi Futian smiled, shut his eyes, and then took a look at the sky. He then turned around and looked at Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin. Teacher, mistress, I want to marry Ji Yu and I seek your approval, Yi Futian said all of the sudden. Both Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin were stunned. When? Hua Fengliu asked. Ji Yu was still in a coma at the moment. A month from now. Regardless if she wakes up by then or not, I will marry her, right here at Book Mountain. Yi Futian's words rendered everyone around him silent. It was obvious that no one had expected him to bring that up so suddenly. Futian, I don't have any objections to that, but if Ji Yu were to wake up and find herself already married without knowing what her wedding looked like, wouldn't that be quite a pity? Hua Fengliu said. If Ji Yu wakes up after the wedding, so long as she is willing, I'll throw her another wedding. Yi Futian smiled brightly. Nandu Wenyin felt her eyes getting red and she lowered her head, not knowing what to think. Very well. Hua Fengliu nodded. Thank you, father-in-law. Yi Futian smiled and everyone around him smiled as well, but they all felt their noses wrinkling and sand getting in their eyes all of a sudden. Regardless, it was still a beautiful thing. The news of Yi Futian ready to marry Hua Jiyu shook everyone at Book Mountain. While the people of Book Mountain did not know what exactly happened when Yi Futian and the others returned, they knew that a war took place in the barren state, a war which the Sword Saint had participated in, and Hua Jiyu returned from severely injured and in a coma. Yet, Yi Futian was about to marry Hua Jiyu. The people of Book Mountain naturally knew a lot about Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. Everyone shuddered within. Jiyu Biue and Chu Yaro felt less calm about the whole thing as they knew Yi Futian and the others best. Time really flies. Is he really getting married already? The news quickly spread throughout the entire Eastern Barren Territory. Many people headed for Book Mountain suddenly, wanting to witness the wedding. A great incident happened in Liu Kingdom several days after the news spread. Yi Wuchen brought the princess of Liu Kingdom, Liu Chenyu, and the prince, Liu Feiyang, back to Liu Kingdom for a bit. Several lord palaces that had been renowned for a while and the residences of the ministers of Liu Kingdom all went through a bloodbath. Yi Wuchen, as the one-armed god of killing, killed all those who had betrayed Liu Kingdom in the past, taking revenge for Liu Kingdom. It was something that Book Mountain had not been looking into for quite a while, and it was a task handed over to Yi Wuchen. No one had expected the day to arrive so quickly. Just how many years have passed since then? Yi Wuchen had already become a superior noble within that span of time, and all the mighty ones of Liu Kingdom who had seen him in action claimed that Yi Wuchen's prowess was on par with the king back then. If Yi Wuchen had already grown to be so powerful, it was anyone's guess how powerful Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, the two who had been legendary geniuses back then in Eastern Barren Territory, had become. Have they reached that plane told in legends, the Sage Plane? Sages were insurmountable legends in the Eastern Barren Territory. The news of Yi Futian about to get married spread not only in the Eastern Barren Territory but out in the Barren State as well. Many top forces and top-notch figures ranked on the Barren Sky ranking were prepared to make the trip to the Eastern Barren Territory to attend the wedding. They insisted to go even though Yi Futian had not invited anyone. Yi Futian knew nothing about all that and paid no heed to it all. He trained in peace at Book Mountain, and any time he had to spare was spent visiting Hua Jiyu and talking to her. A group mighty ones arrived at Book Mountain that day. They were all young people. Shu Qiu, Huang Zhouge, Yun Shuisheng, Zhong Li, and many others went looking for Yi Futian right away. I heard that you're getting married. Shu Qiu walked up to Yi Futian and said, Congratulations. Yi Futian looked at Shu Qiu, Huang Zhouge, and the others. He smiled and said, I have yet to apologize about what happened to you all before. Xu Shong and Huang Shi participated in that war. Their participation naturally had something to do with Shu Qiu and Huang Zhouge. Furthermore, he already knew that it was Yi Wuchen who killed Bai Ziyi and Shu Qiu was in it as well, helping them escape with the powers of the Tingxue house. I don't know what you're talking about. Shu Qiu shrugged. I'll tell you something. I'm in the Holy Ji Palace now, Huang Zhouge said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked peculiarly at Huang Zhouge. What? You find that weird? Huang Zhouge shrugged and added, the Holy Ji Palace doesn't have a head now and all of the lords are waiting for you to get back. Yet, here you are, getting ready to have your wedding. How is my teacher doing? Yi Futian asked. Lord Dozhan is just fine. Everyone nodded. Yi Futian nodded slightly, feeling at ease. You should really head back after the wedding. Shu Qiu added, there are many expecting your return. You can't just keep staying here at the Eastern Barren Territory, can you? Furthermore, I'm still waiting for you to get back and grant me my permission to enter the Sage Hall, Shu Qiu said without bothering to hide anything. Yi Futian looked at him, feeling speechless. So this is why he is persuading me to go back to the Holy Ji Palace and become Palace Lord. The Sage Hall of the Holy Ji Palace was the place where the lineage of saints was. There was no one in the Barren State who did not want to get in that place. As the next Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, He now had the right to give such privileges. Yi Futian did not respond to that. Shu Qiu shrugged, speechless. Well, it seems like I can't be of any use in this case. But no matter, the old guys will come get you in a couple of days anyway. How many years do we have before the next Battle of Saints? Yi Futian asked all of a sudden. The issue with Jisheng Cliffs was one he had no intentions of forgetting. The event is held once every 20 years. We have less than 10 years until the next one. Shu Qiu added, no one ranked on the Barren Sky ranking had any certainty about things in the last one. They didn't even really get involved in it. The other 8 states were the ones mainly fighting back then. Palace Lord Chunyang suffered a crushing defeat back in that one. Short indeed, Yi Futian mumbled to himself. It was no wonder why the Holy Ji Palace rushed to create a saint. It would have been difficult for even Bai Luli to reach the pinnacle of the Sage Plane in such a short time. It was even more than difficult for Yi Futian, given how he was just a noble. 1. The cottage is called Cow Tang in Chinese, where cow means grass. Chapter 724. Things got very rowdy below Book Mountain as many from the Eastern Barren Territory showed up. Things got very rowdy below Book Mountain as many from the Eastern Barren Territory showed up. Following the news of Yi Futian's wedding, which he released himself, there was other news saying it was not only Yi Futian who would be getting married 3 days later. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen were also going to hold their wedding the same day as Yi Futian. While Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen had been overshadowed by Yi Futian somewhat, they were still extremely renowned figures of the younger generations in the Eastern Barren Territory. Furthermore, they were hardly considered to be of the younger generation anymore. Yi Wuchen, who had not even reached 30, carved his way through the old royalties of the Liu Kingdom like a hot knife slicing through butter, killing grade 1 nobles without breaking a sweat. His fearsome talents were apparent. People of the Eastern Barren Territory also heard that there would be many throughout the Barren State showing up at the wedding. It was indeed a very noteworthy event. Despite his wedding being right around the corner, Yi Futian was found training in silence at the peak of Book Mountain instead. Winds blew and there was no noise in his surroundings. It was a place where he was not bothered by anyone else. Quiet, light footsteps were heard behind him, prompting his eyelashes to twitch, yet his eyes remained closed. The figure who came from behind walked up to Yi Futian and sat beside him, casting his gaze at the sea of clouds far away. Yi Futian opened his eyes and turned to look at the old man beside him. The old man looked just as he had always been, slouching somewhat and completely plain, the kind of person who would draw anyone's attention on the streets. Yi Futian turned his eyes forward shortly after, gazing at the vista far away. There was nothing but silence. The air was stiflingly quiet. Yi Futian lost track of how much he wanted to say to and ask the old man. However, he was calm and tranquil at the moment, not knowing what to say. He did not even know if he should respect or hate the old man. Futian, I guess you have seen through it all, the old man said softly. His eldest brother was in possession of the demonic blade, Jiyu was possessed by a saint, and both of them were people closest to him. They were people who would give their lives to fight for him. The trail of thought then led to the demonic arts that Yu Sheng was practicing. There was just no way Yi Futian would not have seen through it all. That was you in Donghai City, wasn't it? Yi Futian then asked softly, why did you let Grandpa die? Why did you let Jiyu go through all that? His voice sounded rather dejected. He had the ability to prevent all those tragedies from happening easily, yet he did not. In your impression, what am I like as a person? The old man asked softly. Yi Futian's thoughts went back to more than a decade ago, and they went even further back after that. He and Yu Sheng both grew up under that old man's tutelage. Kind, firm, even cold, Yi Futian said. The old man was kind and gentle when dealing with him, yet he was harsh and cold when dealing with Yu Sheng. Which one of those do you think is the real me? The old man asked again. The latter, Yi Futian said, thinking the old man to be definitely a cold person. The old man smiled and said, Kid, what you saw were simply facets. I'm colder and more brutal than you could have imagined. My hands are stained with the blood of countless people. I've killed more than I bothered to count. All of the slaughter I did was not something you could have ever imagined. The old man's voice was calm all the same as he said those words, yet one would be able to feel the grand battlefields he had been through, the battlefields which he had carried out his slaughter. He was one cold, brutal machine who had made his mark killing everywhere under the heavens. Yi Futian lowered his head and clenched his fists. He then asked, "Why did you treat me like you did then?" "That's because you're their child." The old man looked at Yi Futian with eyes filled with warmth and gentleness. Yi Futian felt as if he was looking at the eyes that belonged to both the snow ape and Emperor Yi Qing all those years ago when they looked at him. "Who?" Untold sorrow was heard from Yi Futian's voice as he sounded extremely dejected. "Who is the person you're talking about?" The old man shook his head. Yi Futian felt very disappointed and asked again, "You had Yu Sheng practice the demonic arts, you let eldest brother take hold of the demonic blade, and even the person who possessed Jiyu seemed to one who practiced demonic arts as well. Why won't you teach me the demonic methods then? You are born as the emperor, and as such, you cannot train in the demonic arts." The old man shook his head and continued, "The one who possessed Jiyu was one I deliberately prepared for her. That person was a divine spiritual sorcerer. I hadn't thought of handing her to Jiyu so soon, but the events happening at Taihang Mountain at the time prompted me to do so earlier than expected. So, I went having Jiyu possessed with that spirit in Jiaxing House. While Jiyu had a hard time with things before, she would have had a powerful divine spiritual sorcerer to guide her in her training in the future. But they're all people I hold dearest to me. Don't you think you're going too far with all that?" Yi Futian felt his heart aching. Yu Sheng, his eldest brother, and Jiyu all had different arrangements assigned to them, all of them would suffer further. "It was their honor," the old man said with a neutral look. "To hell with that kind of bullshit honor. How are you any different from Liu Chan?" Yi Futian howled with a low voice. "Is this even honor at all? All of them were closest to him. All of them suffered just to let him succeed." The old man cast his gaze far away and went silent for a while, before saying, "I did not push them to do so. They were all willing to do what they did for your sake. If you feel guilty, if you hate me, then get stronger." Yi Futian lowered his head. "Nothing matters. The blood of the common soldiers was what won the general fame and glory. If you don't get any stronger, more will die in the future. Rest assured, even if more were to die for you, I won't bat an eye. Hate me with all you've got, and it still won't change a thing." The old man stood up and said slowly, "I need to see to one particular matter and you won't see me by your side from here on out. Take care of yourself." A gale swept by and the shriveled old man remained standing tall where he was, before disappearing like a mirage shortly after. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. Yi Futian felt incredibly painful inside as he watched the old man disappear. He then said, "I will get stronger, Godfather. Do I hate him? How could I possibly hate him? He was the person I respected the most growing up." The wedding was quickly approaching, and there was a day left before the big day. Book Mountain was in an uproar, with preparation work done right from the bottom of the mountain. More guests showed up at Book Mountain. Long Linger, Jiyu Yunshi, Mu Jiqiu, and the others all came to celebrate. They even brought Shen Yu, the servant girl who was with Yi Futian at the Celestial Pavilion. Other than that, Wang Yuro, who was studying at Starry School, came as well. Her family, the people of Wang family, would also join in the festivities. As they were acquaintances of Yi Futian, the members of the Wang family saw it fit to show up. While people of the Eastern Baron territory knew little of Yi Futian's current status in the Baron state, that was something made clear to all in the Baron state a long time ago. The youth who had once fought for the Wang family was now someone who could take the seat of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace if he so wished. It was elegiac that it felt like a dream indeed. "Brother Futian, can I be your bridesmaid?" Long Linger asked playfully. Yi Futian went to pat her head and said, "Just what is going on in that head of yours all day?" "Futian." A voice was heard. Yi Futian turned his eyes at the direction of the voice and found his teacher, Sage Dozhan, walking in his direction alongside the sword demon and Sage Daozang. "Teacher." Yi Futian went up and greeted them, "Seniors. Yi Futian, this wedding is more than just about you alone. Dozhan is both your and Yu Sheng's teacher, The sword demon is Wuchen's teacher, while I'm Hua Jiyu's teacher. I assume you don't have anything against all three of us serving as witnesses? Sage Daozang said as if he was joking. That's great. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. All of you teachers will have front seats to serve as witnesses for us. They nodded and Sage Daozang asked, how is Jiyu doing now? She has yet to wake up, Yi Futian said softly. Don't worry about it so much. I've heard from Phoenix that she is just in a coma for the time being. She will wake in due time, Sage Daozang said to console him. Haven't you made up your mind yet? The sword demon asked. The entire barren state is waiting for your answer. I want to wait until Jiyu wakes up, Yi Futian replied. Fine. No rush, the sword demon quipped while smiling with a nod. Go take care of things. There seems to be quite a number of guests here today. The sword demon smiled and Yi Futian nodded. Lulan, take care of teacher and the lords for me, Yi Futian said. Will do. Lulan nodded. Yi Futian left the scene and went to the compound where Hua Fengliu took up residence, which was filled with people. The Emperor of Nandu Nation, Nandu Wenshan, the Emperor of Kangya Kingdom, and Yi Lingxi were all there. Yi Xiong was naturally there as well, giving instructions to Yi Qingxian and Yu Sheng. Yi Wuchen's parents were there as well and they were very pleased. They had not seen their son much since Yi Wuchen embarked on his journey of cultivation and left the Eastern Barren Territory. There was another guest whom Yi Futian found rather surprising. Her looks were incredibly stunning. She looked at Yi Futian and asked, What, you don't know me anymore? The number one beauty of Kangya Kingdom. How would I dare not know such a person? Yi Futian replied with a smile. That woman was the number one beauty in the Kangya Kingdom before Lin Yuyao. Yi Futian, you're such a dog. You have all that success and you go about forgetting old friends, eh? Not inviting me to your wedding and all that. Lin Yuyao then continued in a sassy manner, well, consider me crashing the party today. I assume you're not going to kick me out. I wouldn't dare. You alone. Yi Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. He had no time nor was in the mood to invite guests. Everyone who showed up came on their own, but he was still feeling happy to see so many old friends around. It would have been better if Jiyu woke up. What do you think? Lin Yuyao said jokingly, should I bring a guy with me? I'd love to, but I'd lose face if the guy wasn't as good looking as you are. You have a point. Yi Futian nodded approvingly. I'm quite an exceptional being, after all. No guy would stand a chance compared to me. Lin Yuyao was dumbfounded. Make yourself at home. I'll go check on Jiyu. Yi Futian smiled and left. Lin Yuyao glared at him and walked up to Emperor Yi, asking, Your Highness, what is Yi Futian's plan now? I don't know. Emperor Yi shrugged. With things being so rowdy at Book Mountain, I guess that fellow would really be something, Lin Yuyao murmured to herself. Yi Futian came to Hua Jiyu's room. Nandu Wenyin was there looking after her. Masteress, allow me, Yi Futian said softly. Right. Nandu Wenyin nodded and left. Yi Futian sat at the side of the bed and held Hua Jiyu's hands. Things were still rowdy outside, but it was uncannily quiet in the room instead. Jiyu, we're getting married tomorrow. Do you really want me to carry you all the way up there? Yi Futian asked softly. You've been sleeping for quite a long time. Time to get up. When we get married tomorrow, I'll sleep with you as much as you want every day. Hua Jiyu was still lying still on the bed, but her eyelashes twitched. Yi Futian's eyes were still on her hands. He held them close with both of his hands and said with a smile, If you haven't woken up by tomorrow, don't say that I'm bullying you in the days to come. Yi Futian smiled and continued, It's been more than 10 years. Time really does fly. You'll be my girl tomorrow, and I'm not going to go easy on you. I dare you. A soft voice was heard. Yi Futian shuddered for a bit. He lifted his head and looked at Hua Jiyu's eyes. He saw her open her eyes with tears at the corners, which fell down the side of her face. She was, however, smiling. Her smile was beaming and it looked as pretty as ever. Yi Futian smiled as well. He took Hua Jiyu's hand and kissed it gently, before looking at Hua Jiyu's eyes and saying, You'll know if I dare tomorrow. Chapter 725, Yi Futian's wedding day finally arrived. On that day, the winding staircase from the bottom of Book Mountain all the way to the top was filled with people. Most of them were people from all over the Eastern Barren Territory who showed up to celebrate the event. It was only natural for the Sword Saint not to stand in the way of all the people who attended the event and offer their best wishes, which led to the grand scene where the place became filled with people everywhere. Yi Futian's wedding day finally arrived. On that day, the winding staircase from the bottom of Book Mountain all the way to the top was filled with people. Most of them were people from all over the Eastern Barren Territory who showed up to celebrate the event. It was only natural for the Sword Saint not to stand in the way of all the people who attended the event and offer their best wishes, which led to the grand scene where the place became filled with people everywhere. Book Mountain was all rowdy and festive with everyone talking about the wedding to be held, as well as the ones Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen involved. Thinking back all those years ago when the Qin dynasty wanted to reign supreme all over the Eastern Barren Territory, conferring the royal prince his title and sending mighty ones out, Yi Futian, who had studied in the cottage, showed his mettle for the first time and caused a massive sensation. The third student, Jiyu Dongliu, and the second student, Zhuge Mingyu, of the cottage, followed by demonstrating their impressive capabilities, taking down the Qin dynasty and the mighty ones of the Donghua clan. Within a period of several years, Zhuge Mingyu and Jiyu Dongliu were said to have become sages like the Sword Saint. Yi Futian is about to get married as well. All that felt like a dream and time really did fly by. The new is replacing the old. Mighty ones of noble plains are impressive like none other all those years before. Yi Wuchen went on his pilgrimage for several years and came back to cut down the Liu Kingdom's old princes and ministers. Even grade 1 nobles ended up being cut down with a single slash of the sword. So what did that all mean? I'm afraid all 3 bridegrooms of the wedding are near the sage plain. Indeed. The tide of time washes everything old away. New legends began to rise on the stage of history. I'm afraid they have all carved out their own places in the barren state now. Talk of the 3 men was heard all over the mountain. One would be able to see all of Book Mountain from its peak, and everyone below was able to see in that direction as well. The staircases were filled with beauties at the moment, and all of them were once female students of the Moon Clan, who had all now submitted. Seniors were seen above. The seniors of Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen were all found sitting there. Hua Fengliu had a beaming smile on his face. It was, after all, his happiest day for the past several decades. He was once in love with Nandu Wenyin and they were forced to separate. He stayed alone at Donghai Academy in Qingju City, yet he never expected that ordeal to have changed his fate as well. The student that he picked up unintentionally back in the academy reunited him with Nandu Wenyin, restoring his training and life spirits. Everything felt like a dream. That student that he treated as his son was now to be married to his own daughter. He was so happy that it looked like he had never been happy before. Nandu Wenyin was just as happy as he was. Both looked at each other and held their hands tightly together. Fengliu, Wenyin, you both can finally take it easy for real now, Nandu Wenshan said with a smile. I've always been taking it easy, Nandu Wenyin said with a smile. I don't think I can actually take it easy with that kid, Hua Fengliu said jokingly. Back when the students of both the Guqin Devil and the Art Saint fought in the Luo Palace all those years ago, I knew Fengliu had gotten himself a good student, Nandu Wenshan reminisced. Yeah. Hua Fengliu nodded. He was 80% like me, even with looks considered. At the moment, Hua Fengliu was thinking of the time when Yi Futian carried him on the back all the way to Donghai. Both teacher and student had never been so miserable before. You are one hell of a fellow indeed. Nandu Wenshan laughed. But Hua Fengliu was indeed uncannily handsome. His sister would not have fallen for the man otherwise. Elder Yi, you have to drink up today, Nandu Wenyin looked at Yi Xiong beside him and said. I will. Yi Xiong nodded frankly. The old man looks happy today. Have fun indeed. Hua Fengliu laughed a bit. Don't get my teacher drunk. Tang Lan, who was standing right beside, glared at Hua Fengliu. It's fine. I'm around still, Emperor Yi and Lord Yi, who were both sitting at the side, smiled and said. Other than them, There were also Sage Dozhan, the sword demon, and Sage Daozang sitting at the same table. Seeing the chatter of the group before them, all three men smiled. Such was the vigor of life, and it was something they had not experienced for years. They were able to get to know some of the things Yi Futian went through from those people, and it was also natural for them to get a better understanding of his personality. At that very moment, changes in the weather happened and a blinding light flashed in the air from far away. What is happening? Everyone in Book Mountain was able to feel that daunting air from far away, and one after another, they went looking in that direction. They then saw a golden dragon pulling a carriage with a group of mighty ones on it. All of those people sported an unusual and impressive bearing. The one who took the lead looked incredibly imposing, sitting on the carriage, looking dashing. That fellow. Dozhan, the sword demon, and the others smiled at the incoming guests. Alchemy City from the western region of the Barren State is here to offer our best wishes. A booming voice reverberated throughout the place. The one who was sitting at the front of the carriage was none other than Yu Kai, City Lord of Alchemy City. A vermilion bird swooped past. The carriage pulled by the divine bird was equally as dazzling and carried figures who were just as eye-catching. Fire Emperor Palace of the Flames is here to offer our best wishes. The group consisted of mighty ones from Fire Emperor Palace. Everyone in the Barren State was able to tell that they were family members of Li Futu. Yu Kai was now considered the supreme clan in the western region of the Barren State. With the relationship between Yi Futian and Yu Kai, as well as Yi Futian's own status and talent added to the mix, the group deemed it necessary to show. Ha ha ha. A squeamish laugh was heard and everyone saw the group of Jotian goddesses descend from the heavens. The woman who took the lead was fascinating and glamorous like none other. The Goddess Pavilion is here to congratulate Mr. Yi on the auspicious event, the Lord of Goddess Pavilion said with a smile. Chu-ji, behave yourself today, Yu Kai said plainly. I know. Chu-ji glared at Yu Kai. That old fart really likes sticking his nose into places it doesn't belong. She turned off her will of seduction and everyone felt less dazed in an instant. They felt cold sweat all over them. A frightening woman indeed. One look is all it takes to seduce people so that no one is able to think straight. Just who the hell are all those people coming to celebrate out of nowhere? Boom, boom, boom. The earth beneath Book Mountain shook as if the place was experiencing an earthquake. Many shuddered and then saw one enormous golden great ape after another in the air, appearing in all corners. What? The crowd was totally startled. Are they here to start trouble? Taihang Mountain is here to offer our best wishes, Yuan Hong said with a voice so booming that it shook the mountain. The Zhuge family is here to offer our best wishes. Yet another group descended. It was a group of mighty ones led by Zhuge Qingfeng. The sovereign family has come to offer our best wishes. Mortal world has come to offer our best wishes. Taishan Mountain has come to offer our best wishes. Voices were heard here and there, and the air above Book Mountain was quickly filled with a tremendously dazzling scene. A massive number of mighty ones seemed to have taken over the skies. Those who showed up were glittering, eye-catching figures, exuding powerful auras. The people of the Eastern Barren Territory were unable to stop themselves from shaking. What is happening right now? Is this really Yi Futian's big wedding day? The Mortal World and Taishan Mountain. Weren't those two incredibly imposing top forces of the Barren State that descended onto Book Mountain all those years ago? Why are they here to join the celebration? There is also the Zhuge family. Isn't that the family of the second student of the cottage? It was said that they were the topmost force in the Barren State. Why are they here today? Surely it has more to do than just because of Zhuge Mingyu, right? More showed up: Starry School, Dragon Clan, Jiyu Clan, Zhaixing House. Just about all who were acquainted with Yi Futian came. Many forces who were not acquainted with him were there as well. The people of the Eastern Barren Territory had hardly ever seen a grand scene like that. They all felt rather numb at all that was unfolding before them, not knowing what it was all about. Even Emperor Yi, Nandu Wenshan, Hua Fengliu, Yi Xiong and the others were hardly accustomed to such an uproar. They were all extremely restless. Just what kind of ruckus did Yi Futian manage to kick up in the Barren State? It seemed that more than half of the top-class forces from all over the barren state were there. Yi Lingxi, Yi Danchen, Lin Yuyao, and the others stood in a group, looking at the scene before them with gaping mouths, feeling their hearts about to jump out of their chests. They had entertained the possibility of Yi Futian achieving extraordinary achievements in the barren state, but they had never expected to see such an uproar right before them. At that moment, one figure after another went up the platform. It was Huang Zhouge, Shu Qiu, Yi Xiaoshi, Yuan Zhong, and Zhongli girls like Yun Shuixing, Phoenix, Jiu Yunxi, and Mu Jiqiu showed up as well. Many felt their hearts undergoing tremors looking at the silhouette of the youths who showed up. What a group of young people! The girls alone looked stunning, and all of them were incredible beauties. They were all standing at the side of the stairs, waiting to receive the soon-to-be-married couples. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu, Yu Sheng and Yi Qingxian, and Yi Wuchen and Liu Chunyu walked up the stairs to the platform. Countless eyes were on them, and at that very moment, Book Mountain was all quiet again. The mighty ones from all over the barren state who descended from the air all settled down, as it was rather inappropriate to steal the couple's thunder. They all remained in the air but slightly lower than the height of the platform, as a sign of respect for the wedding itself. Yi Futian and the others went before Hua Fengliu and all the other elders. Huang Zhouge, Shu Qiu, and the others handed the couples their cups before pouring wine into them. Yi Futian knelt with both knees and all the others followed suit. While it was said that gold lied with a man's knees and one should have never kneel easily, the ones who sat before them were Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin, Hua Jiyu's parents and Yi Futian's teachers. Dozhan, Yi Xiong, their eldest brother, and the other seniors were people who fought for the married couple's sake, putting their life on the line. Yi Qingshuan's father, Yu Sheng's teacher, Emperor Yi, and Yi Wuchen's parents were among them. It was only appropriate for all 6 of them to kneel before all the figures before them. I never knew where my parents were. Teachers and all of the elders before me are like my own parents. I wouldn't be here today without any of you. A toast to all of you seniors. Yi Futian emptied his cup in one gulp. Father, mother, and teacher, Hua Jiyu called out and emptied her cup as well. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen followed suit. Smiles were seen in everyone's eyes. Tears were even seen in some of them, such as Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin. Those were tears of joy. Stand up. Nandu Wenin's voice was rather shaky as she held both Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. I got myself a student, and that cost me my daughter. Man, what a loss I've suffered, Hua Fengliu smiled and said. Beaming smiles were seen on everyone's faces. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu smiled as well. Time for the second cup, Long Linger smiled and said. A group came and poured them their wine. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu looked at each other. Both smiled, but Yi Futian said softly, my second cup, to the one I love the most. They crossed cups and emptied them. The third cup. Not to the heavens nor the earth, but to the cottage, to my brothers and sisters. Yi Futian held his cup up and toasted his eldest brother, second sister, third brother, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Yi Xiaoshi, Yuan Zhong, Yun Shuixing, Phoenix, and the others, then emptied it. All the others followed and emptied their cups in a very frank manner. Shu Qiu, more wine. Yi Futian extended his cup and Shu Qiu poured wine into his cup. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu went to the edge of the platform, turned his eyes to all the seniors from all over the barren state and said, to all of you seniors who came all the way here, I owe my life to many of you as you have fought for my sake. The fourth cup will be for all of you. He and Hua Jiyu emptied their cups. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and the others felt rather moved as they walked up. Wine, Yi Futian continued. Many looked at him and they saw him drinking down 2 cups in succession. Hua Jiyu and the others followed suit. The 5th and the 6th. A toast to the past, and a toast to the future, Yi Futian had the 7th poured after drinking 2 cups. He raised his cup and turned his gaze to the countless people before him and said, the 7th cup, to the barren state. A toast to the barren state. A good one indeed. Drink up. Yu Kai took out his cup and every one of the great figures followed suit, drinking with Yi Futian. To barren state. Futian, this is your big day today. Time to make your decision, Zhuge Qingfeng said, looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded and said proudly, I agree to take the place of the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Many stood as soon as he finished. Even Sage Dozhan, the sword demon, and Sage Daozang stood up and walked in his direction. Many students of the Holy Ji Palace who were present that day looked at Yi Futian solemnly. When Yi Futian spoke those words, he became more than just Yi Futian, he became the leader of the Holy Ji Palace, the sacred ground of the barren state. Dozhan of the Battle Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. Sword Demon of the Sword Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. Daozang of the Daozang Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. All hail the Palace Lord. The three lords bowed to Yi Futian. It was a necessary ritual, even if Yi Futian was their junior. All hail the Palace Lord. Shu Qiu, Huang Zhouge, Yun Shuisheng and all other students of the Holy Ji Palace bowed solemnly at that moment. Yu Kai, City Lord of Alchemy City. Zhuge Qingfeng, clan leader of the Zhuge family. Xu Shong of Tingxue House. We hereby pay respect to the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace. One great figure after another bent at the hip and bowed in Yi Futian's direction. The Holy Ji Palace was the place of the divine path in the barren state, and that made it the leading place of the barren state itself. With Yi Futian taking the place of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, he was now a leader of the barren state to a degree. The voices rumbled throughout Book Mountain. Many gazed at the scene and were unable to keep calm. It was a sight that would be etched in their minds, a sight that many would recall for many years to come. Chapter 726. That day was one destined to be recorded in the annals of the Eastern Barren Territory, for there had never been an event of such grandeur. That day was one destined to be recorded in the annals of the Eastern Barren Territory, for there had never been an event of such grandeur. No one had expected that a student from the cottage would have already become a leader in the barren state before he even turned 30. The students of Book Mountain all felt extremely honored because of him. In Yi Futian's perspective, it was also a day with unparalleled significance. He married the one he loved most. It was a responsibility like none other. It was more than just power offered to him in taking the place of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace and shouldering the expectations of the many great figures who came before him. They would not have supported and urged him to take such a grand position otherwise. Of course, it was something to be discussed at a later date. Everything was to be put aside for the moment at that very day. Many great figures from the barren state left after the banquet. Countless from the Eastern Barren Territory went down the mountain with incredibly restless minds. The sky turned dark, yet Book Mountain remained lively, although it was nothing compared to what took place during the day. Red candles decorated the elegant room in Yi Futian's residence. His beautiful wife laid quietly on the bed. Everything was tranquil and beautiful. Yi Futian went to the bed and supported his jaw with his hands, gazing at the beautiful woman before him. Hua Jiyu rolled her eyes at him, but she blushed nonetheless. She obviously knew what was to come next. Well, Miss Fox. It seems like you're unable to escape me after all, Yi Futian said to her softly. I'm drowsy. Let's get some sleep. Hua Jiyu turned her back at Yi Futian. My wife speaks the truest words. The night is worth 1,000 gold. Let's do so together indeed. Yi Futian burrowed beneath the blanket and held his wife in his hands. Where are you putting your hands? Hua Jiyu's voice was as soft as the fluttering wings of mosquitoes. Very soft indeed. Yi Futian's hands were itchy. Pervert. Hua Jiyu attempted to run, but there was simply no way she was able to get away from Yi Futian. Well, now you know, Yi Futian laughed. The bed shook rather violently after that. It was as if the ones on it were having fun playing. It was a fine day and a night to be remembered indeed. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu got up early in the next morning to serve tea to Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin. Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin smiled rather sheepishly as they looked at the newlywed couple. Nandu Wenyin then said, Futian, I expect to be seeing my grandchildren from you soon. Well. Yi Futian smiled in a rather shaky manner and looked rather awkward. Hua Jiyu's face went all red and she rolled her eyes at Nandu Wenyin then said softly, Mother, what are you talking about? Hua Jiyu and Nandu Wenyin smiled, looking at the behavior of those two young people. It was normal for Hua Jiyu to feel embarrassed, but Yi Futian had always had skin as thick as a wall, so it was rather unexpected for him to be acting all awkward. Futian, your teacher, and the others said they are packing up and leaving at first light. Go check on them for a bit, Hua Fengliu said. All right. Jiyu, keep teacher and mistress company here, Yi Futian said. He did not change how he addressed his elders, and it was not due to him being unfamiliar with them, but rather simply because he was too accustomed to how he addressed them already. To him, they were both like his parents anyway. Yi Futian left and headed for the other compound where the lords of the Holy Ji Palace were. Teacher, uncle, Yi Futian called. He had taken to calling the sword demon and sage Daozang uncle instead. We're preparing to leave for the Holy Ji Palace to set things up for your return. When will you be returning there? The sword demon asked. This is why I'm here, seniors, to discuss this particular matter with you. Tianxing Pavilion is now in need of a lord to govern the place, and I'm thinking of having my eldest brother take the position. What do you think? Yi Futian elaborated. While he had become the palace lord of the entire place, it was still unthinkable for him to throw his weight around without consulting others. A matter of such importance naturally required the other lords to discuss over it. Fine proposition. The sword demon nodded. The sword saint fought Kong Yarrow hard that day. It was naturally a good thing for someone that powerful to be among the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace. With the place now practically in shambles, they, of course, hoped to fill up the ranks. If Yi Futian was able to persuade the sword saint to take up the position of a lord in the Holy Ji Palace, they saw no reason to be against it. Well then, I'll go discuss the matter with my eldest brother. If there are no further issues, we shall depart for the palace together, Yi Futian said. All three of his elders felt pleased with his words. It seemed that Yi Futian was ready indeed. Yi Futian came to the sword saint's resident palace, where the rest of the cottage students stayed the night before. Zhuge Mingyu smiled sheepishly and said as soon as Yi Futian came in, "You're early, little brother." "You're early yourself, second sister." Yi Futian pretended to be oblivious and smiled. "Eldest brother, there's something I need to discuss with you." "Go ahead." The sword saint nodded. With the Eastern Barren Territory at peace and Book Mountain serving as its sacred ground, there is no need for you to remain here any further. How about you go train in the Holy Ji Palace with us? Yi Futian said, "Me, seventh brother, and Yu Sheng will be there too. As such, I'm thinking of getting all of the cottage students to train in the palace." Little brother, Jiyu Dongliu, who was standing beside him, said, "I have discussed the matter with eldest brother yesterday." "You're right. With things being stable in the Eastern Barren Territory and you becoming the palace lord of Holy Ji Palace, many forces throughout the Barren State will also cooperate. Our next target should be all of the 9 states, and we will go to the Holy Ji Palace with you." The sword saint nodded and said, "Dongliu spoke my mind." Yi Futian felt warm and fuzzy inside. Such were the students of the cottage. Everyone was willing to be by his side, entering the Holy Ji Palace together and take on the rest of the 9 states. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded furiously. He knew before he even opened his mouth that his brothers and sisters had been planning things for his sake. "I will hand the position of college chief to Bai Lishu. I consider that handing things over properly," the sword saint said softly. Bai Lishu was the personal student of the previous college chief and was an exceptional talent. It was fitting for him to take over as college chief, while the sword saint and goddess Wang Yu would have made for the Holy Ji Palace instead. "Well, we'll go get things pertaining to the Eastern Barren Territory arranged and then we'll head to the Holy Ji Palace," Yi Futian said with a smile. A group of mighty ones arrived in the Holy Ji Palace 7 days later, and the group was none other than the ones led by Yi Futian. Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin arrived with Yi Futian as well. Hua Jiyu was their only child and Yi Futian was also Hua Fengliu's only student. With both of them married and Yi Futian becoming the palace lord, it was only natural for them to enter the Holy Ji Palace as well. Other than that, Yi Wuchen's parents were there as well, but Yi Xiong surprisingly did not show. He remained adamant about staying back as headmaster of Donghai Academy to teach the students there. That old man was so stubborn that Yi Futian was entirely incapable of persuading him. The only thing he was able to do was to have Yu Sheng and Yi Qingxian go visit the old man more often. Countless students of the Holy Ji Palace headed towards the Holy Sage Pavilion after hearing that Yi Futian was returning. With Yi Futian agreeing to take the place of the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace and returning that day, many wondered what his orders would be. The crowd was huge and mighty ones were outside the Holy Sage Pavilion. Yi Futian and his party descended from above into the Holy Sage Pavilion. Many of the mighty ones from the Holy Sage Pavilion came to greet him, among them being many who were elders. They bowed to Yi Futian and said, "All hail the Palace Lord." "At ease, elders." Yi Futian waved and said, "My plane at training is still low. Despite taking up the place of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, I still require your guidance from here on out. Teacher, uncles, please gather all the elders of the Holy Ji Palace here," Yi Futian said, looking at Dozhan and the rest. They nodded and then took to the air, heading for their respective palaces and pavilions. All the elders came and gathered at Holy Sage Palace shortly after. They turned their eyes at Yi Futian, who was sitting before them, and bowed. "All hail the Palace Lord." Yi Futian waved and said, "I've discussed with my teacher and the uncles before I came here. I know well that I haven't been in the Holy Ji Palace for long and my training is still lacking. The place of Palace Lord shouldn't belong to me, but since I'm now at such a position regardless, I hope all the elders present will cast off any personal opinions and work to make the Holy Ji Palace a stronger, better place. It was the wish of the old Palace Lord before you. It is only natural that we place our faith in you," someone said. Yi Futian nodded. The prior battles cost the Holy Ji Palace heavily. Without a saint in the barren state for many years, we have been bullied. With Jisheng Cliffs intending to crush the Holy Ji Palace, we do not have much time left. I hope you elders will work with me. Sage Dozhan stood beside Yi Futian and said, "The Holy Ji Palace is the sacred ground of the barren state, and we dedicate ourselves to creating a saint. We need to work harder on this goal in the coming days. If any are found harboring personal agendas as Ningxian had, they will be cut down without question. Besides that, we have been discussing several matters with the Palace Lord on our way here, and we would like the Palace Lord to make the announcements," the Sword Demon added. Everyone was able to tell Yi Futian's current status in the Holy Ji Palace. He had all the support he was able to get from the lords. First of all, Tianqing Pavilion will be henceforth be renamed as Sword Saint Pavilion and will be governed by the Sword Saint. Jiyu Dongliu and Zhuge Mingyu will train in the pavilion, assisting the Sword Saint to reform the place into a proper Sword Saint Pavilion, Yi Futian said with a brimming voice. Many shuddered to hear one of the 6 palaces and pavilions being renamed. Tianqing Pavilion was reduced to some item of the past, replaced by the Sword Saint Pavilion governed by the Sword Saint. The man was more powerful than Sage Tianqing had been. Jiyu Dongliu, whose talent rivaled that of Bai Luli, and Zhuge Mingyu, the daughter of the Zhuge family, were to be added to the ranks of the palace as well. With that said, the new Sword Saint Pavilion would be restored to its former glory when it was called Tianqing Pavilion, eclipsing the pinnacle of its former achievements. Second, the people of Taihang Mountain will be moving into the Holy Ji Palace. Yuan Hong, the king of Taihang Mountain, will serve as assistant palace lord of Holy Sage Pavilion, assisting me. Many more shuddered as Yi Futian announced his second order. It was a move to replenish the losses suffered by the Holy Sage Pavilion. Even though it was far from enough to restore the Holy Sage Pavilion to its former glory, the addition of personnel from Taihang Mountain and assistance from Yuan Hong would at least ensure that the place would not look too vulnerable. All there was left to do was to wait for Yi Futian to reach greater heights. Many were secretly startled. The old palace lord had good eyes all along. Yi Futian began injecting new energy into the Holy Ji Palace to make up for the losses suffered in that battle. Furthermore, with the Sword Saint and Yuan Hong among the ranks of Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian's position was further reinforced, as it was only natural for them to back him with all their might. Third, it is something concerning the rules of the Holy Ji Palace. The bar for entry to the Sage Hall had been set too high, resulting in only one person or even none from a single generation to train within. Henceforth, all students who have been personally inspected by the six lords will earn the right to train in the Sage Hall. I have discussed the details of such inspections with the lords, and I hope we will be able to see more with potential for sainthood emerge from the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian continued, and everyone nodded. There were still no objections. With the crisis looming around the corner, the Holy Ji Palace indeed needed to have more talented people emerge in order to fight the other states of the 9 states. Fourth, this is something that does not concern the Holy Ji Palace. The eastern region of the Barren State was in a weakened state. The force that originated from a saint's lineage was divided into 3 factions, resulting in the eastern region being continuously weakened. There is now only one mighty one ranked on the Barren Sky ranking among them. I propose to have the 3 major schools of the Divine Sky City of the eastern region be reunited as one school, and Jiaxing House to be returned among their ranks. The lineage of the saint shall be made one again with students of all 3 schools studying under one roof. The position of headmaster shall be taken by Chen Yuan, headmaster of Starry School, while the chief of Jiaxing House shall serve as vice-headmaster. Yang Ding of Blazing Sun School and Gong Kuei of Bright Moon School shall serve as elders. Yi Futian added, I will assign someone to relay the orders to Divine Sky City. Fifth, this is my own private matter. All the forces who descended upon the Eastern Barren Territory to fight for the Guqin score, I will absolve them of all their wrongdoings. However, in return, I ask for them to trade that absolution with one of their treasures, which will be placed in the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian said his 5th order slowly. Chapter 727. Once Yi Futian had given his orders, the palace immediately got to work. Tianqing Pavilion was already refurbished once before, but with the Sword Saint as its new lord, it would be renamed as the Sword Saint Pavilion. Jiyu Dongliu and Zhuge Mingyu would also stay to assist the Sword Saint. Once Yi Futian had given his orders, the palace immediately got to work. Tianqing Pavilion was already refurbished once before, but with the Sword Saint as its new lord, it would be renamed as the Sword Saint Pavilion. Jiyu Dongliu and Zhuge Mingyu would also stay to assist the Sword Saint. People were starting to notice that the selected people to enter the Sage Hall were all Yi Futian's closest friends. Battle Sage Palace had Yu Sheng, Yi Xiaoxia, and Yuan Zhon. Daozong Palace had Yun Shuaiseng, Phoenix, and Hua Jiyu. Of course, Jiyu was already the Lord's wife by then, and no longer a simple disciple. Sword Palace had Yi Wuchen, Shu Qiu, and Zui Qianqiu, and last but not least, Huang Zhouge of the Holy Sage Pavilion, as well as Zhuge Mingyu, Jiyu Dongliu, Shui Yi, Luo Fan, and Yu Shi of the Sword Saint Pavilion would not require an introduction by now. Yet, the people of the palace did not suspect that Yi Futian had made these decisions by favoritism. Upon ascending the role as the lord of the palace, these scenarios were bound to happen. Furthermore, these friends of his were also all gifted and competent in their own right. To have them cultivate their disciples in the Sage Hall, therefore, did not come as a surprise either. Additionally, these were the people that would be campaigning by Yi Futian's side in the future. The majority of them have stepped up for Yi Futian once before, supporting him through his most dire times. Without need for much further assessment, it was clear that if anything were to happen to the palace lord, they would definitely stand up for Yi Futian without a second thought. The lords also came from various backgrounds of immensely prominent forces in the Barren State. Even the chief of Alchemy City had personally brought his daughter, Yu Shi, and son-in-law to the palace to learn, not long after their child had been born. The significance of such a decision was a clear testament. The chief of Alchemy City was never an avid participant of the activities within the palace, independently occupying the western regions as their leader, but he had changed his attitude since then, supporting Yi Futian wholeheartedly. Everything within the palace had been reconfigured around Yi Futian's influence, which seemed to have fulfilled Sage Wanxiang's prophecy that with this newfound energy, the palace would be revitalized and reinvented. Yi Futian's influence extended beyond the palace as well. To uncover the power of the Yukio song on the likes of the Mortal World and Taishan Mountain, several of the strongest candidates were sent to the palace, bearing gifts as an effort to bury the hatchet. This was also why they had hiked up Book Mountain to congratulate him, and if Yi Futian had decided to look into it, it was also likely that they wanted to copy the ways of the Sword Saint Villa. When the top 3 schools in the Divine Sky City of the East were officially merged, and Jiaxing House was also to be returned to Starry School, despite the unwillingness of college chiefs Yang Ding and Gong Kuei, they knew that they could never raise a finger against Yi Futian's decision. They had no choice but to accept. They wondered if they had listened to Chen Yuan and assisted Yi Futian in the past, to have been a part of the 3 schools, would they be able to roam about the palace on their own by now? A month later, the number of problems started to dwindle, and the palace had returned back to its usual routine. The turmoils of the barren state had also been fully resolved. Presently, the relationship between the people of the barren state had become closer, with a collectively singular resolve, and it was hard to imagine that all this was brought about by someone of the younger generation, a noble descendant collectively elected by both the palace and the barren state alike. Compared to Yi Futian, his predecessor Bai Luli was elected by people of the palace alone. At the moment, Yi Futian was having a chat at the Holy Sage Pavilion. Standing with him were Sage Dozhan, the Sword Demon, Sage Daozang, and several seniors, as well as some of the more exceptional disciples of the palace Hua Fan and Do Kuan, both of whom were respectively first and second on the law rank. Master, Uncle Master, what is the Saint Plain? The 3 lords had gathered here to visit Yi Futian and took this chance to ask for his advice. Saint Plain. A few of them immediately looked curious. To them, the Saint Plain was of another unimaginable dimension, a realm only in fantasies and dreams. Rumor has it that the people of the Saint Plain are faultless. They'd have to experience some sort of heartbreak to achieve a certain level of perfection, so as to witness the legendary plane. Even people of great perseverance and of a steady heart are said to be incapable of achieving it. If one were to even have a sliver of regret or an unstable grade in skills, it would be undeniably detrimental and unsalvageable, said Sage Daozang. Yi Futian, fully engrossed, replied, "Is the Saint Plain really that difficult to reach?" "Yap." The Sword Demon nodded. "It's even more difficult for the people in the barren state, as they have no experienced individuals from the Saint Plain to consult, hence their only chance is the orthodoxy battle. The 9 states are in the same situation. The Battle of the Divine Path that Emperor Xia had planned is one of their most significant events. For the barren state, since there are no saints in the first place, the participation numbers are low for this, and even the strongest competitors are eliminated early on. What is it about the Battle of the Divine Path that the strongest competitors of the barren state do not dare to face?" Yi Futian asked. "There is the opportunity of attaining the status of a saint. It's a battleground for the best sages from the 9 states. The elites of the 9 states bring divine instruments that were originally wielded by saints themselves, most of whom were top candidates from Jisheng Cliffs. As for our barren state, we don't have the best candidates, and we also lack the capable instruments. Even if we take the chance to use one, it'll definitely be targeted and snatched away in an instant," Sage Daozang explained with an exasperated laugh. "That's devastating," Yi Futian murmured under his breath, discouraged at the sad reality of being at a disadvantage. To gain an opportunity to the divine path, those top candidates definitely would not let one off easy. Without any saint for so many years, the barren state is starting to severely lack resources. Back in the day, people of the 9 states used to visit us, but as the years have passed, the barren state seems to have been forgotten by them. In that case, all the more we should effectively utilize the resources of the Sage Hall, Yi Futian claimed. "Hua Fan, you've been at the Sage Hall for a while now, how do you feel?" Hua Fan turned to Yi Futian and said, "In time, I hope I can comprehend the rules involved upon reaching the noble plane and reach the status of a sage." Yi Futian nodded at this remark. In the past, Liu Dan also joined the Sage Hall upon crossing the threshold of the noble plane. "Joining the Sage Hall this time, you'll come out with greater revelations," said Sage Dozhan, facing Yi Futian and Do Kuan. To that day, Do Kuan was still one of Battle Sage Palace's best disciples and would also be training in the Sage Hall. "Understood." Futian nodded. "The current cohort joining the Sage Hall will define the palace's future. You should make good use of your time," Sage Dozhan claimed. He trusted Yi Futian, but Emperor Xia did not give them much time. To ask this group to excel in such a short amount of time was an incredibly difficult task. "We'll enter straight into the Sage Hall tomorrow," Yi Futian said. They didn't have much time to wait. "All right, I'll inform the rest and let them prepare for the disciples to join the Sage Hall immediately." Sage Dozhan got up and left, with a trail of his followers behind him. Futian looked on as Sage Dozhan left, expectant and eager about finally reaching the Sage Plain upon entering the Sage Hall. "My lord," a voice uttered from next to Yi Futian. Bowing, he said, "Zhuge Xing wishes to see you." Zhuge Xing. Futian's expression changed immediately. "Let him in." "Yes, my lord." The servant retreated without another word. Moments later, Zhuge Xing walked in, and with his hands clasped in front of him out of respect, he said, "As a superior noble myself, I request to join the Sage Hall." Zhuge Xing did not look too willing. Nowadays, to have a meeting with Yi Futian required prior notice, and he even had to bow when he approached Futian, yet Yi Futian had excluded Zhuge Xing when selecting people to enter the Sage Hall. I'd recommend you go back and continue your training." Giving Zhuge Xing the side eye, Futian coldly rejected him. Upon this remark, Zhuge Xing raised his head, unnerved. He already knew that Yi Futian did not like him, as Zhuge Xing himself used to go against him, but he was part of the Zhuge family, after all. Where would Yi Futian be today without the Zhuge family? Definitely dead. "Yi Futian, I understand your prejudice against me, but for the Zhuge family, don't think you can behave this way," Zhuge Xing asserted. "Don't forget what the Zhuge family has done for you." "Zhuge Xing, you're being presumptuous," Hua Fan quietly muttered beside him. Yi Futian stared straight at Zhuge Xing and flatly retorted, "What the Zhuge family has done for me. There is a difference between speaking of the whole family and the sole kindness of your father." Back then, Zhuge Qingfeng had protected him, yet how had the Zhuge family treated him? They would have handed Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Futian over if they could have. However, Yi Futian would not bear this grudge. After all, Zhuge Qingfeng was the clan leader of the Zhuge family. Even so, how dare Zhuge Xing use the Zhuge family's name as an excuse? "What is the difference?" Zhuge Xing rebutted. "If you weren't part of the Zhuge family, do you think I would have met you today?" Yi Futian replied, turning to Hua Fan. "Hua Fan, my brother, what is the punishment for disrespecting his elder and the palace lord? There are not many rules and regulations within the palace, but respecting your elders and teachers is vital. For punishment, it would be appropriate to expel him from the palace," Hua Fan stated. "Escort Zhuge Xing out of the palace," Yi Futian softly declared. "Yi Futian, how could you?" Zhuge Xing convulsed in embarrassment and agitation. "Leave. If you resist, your powers will be relinquished," Yi Futian said, unconcerned. A golden ape immediately stepped forward, forcefully dragging Zhuge Xing out. Zhuge Xing stared at Yi Futian in livid disbelief, his face completely white. "You can make a complaint when you get back," Yi Futian remarked, before leaving, undeterred. Back then, Bai Ziyi and Yi Futian had decided not to take revenge on Zhuge Xing out of courtesy for the Zhuge family. Yet, Zhuge Xing simply had to cause trouble for himself regardless. At dawn on the following day, there was a passageway at the back of the Holy Sage Pavilion that led to the Sage Hall. On this momentous occasion, several lords and headmasters were present to witness the entering disciples. Yi Futian, Hua Jiyu, the Sword Saint, Jiyu Dongliu, Zhuge Mingyu, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Huang Zhouge, and many others were standing at the entrance of the passageway, looking expectantly at the magnificent pair of gates at the end of the tunnel. They could almost make out the majestic temple beyond the gates, and of course, the sacred Sage Hall. Within that space, there were 6 different temples, each representing the 6 pavilions of the Sage Hall. "Teachers, uncle masters, the palace is in your hands now," Yi Futian said in Sage Dozhan's direction. "Go on." Several of them nodded. "As promised, we'll be out in a year," Yi Futian reassuringly stated, before following the footsteps of the other disciples, stepping into the sacred Sage Hall. Chapter 728. The turmoil within the barren state had been resolved, and everything had gone back to its usual state. The turmoil within the barren state had been resolved, and everything had gone back to its usual state. As the seasons passed, time really had flown by. Yi Futian and the other disciples had already been in the sage hall for half a year. Within these 6 months, the many lords who had come to the palace had occasional gatherings where they would discuss how to let the disciples learn as fast as possible, as well as making a few scattered guesses on how well Yi Futian and the others in the sage hall were doing. Within a year, the powerful Yi Futian should already have reached the sage plane. For the others who had already become superior nobles, they would at least have reached the higher levels of the noble plane and would hopefully comprehend the rules of maturity and become sages themselves. This was how they would be qualified to join the next upcoming battle of saints. During the year of 10,010 under the divine prefecture calendar, Yi Futian and the others stayed within the sage hall. And when it became the year 10011, after going through one grueling year, the major forces of the barren state were all eagerly anticipating a new era. The legendary figures had already made history. When the time was right, there would soon be new legends created. Presently, as a few people were practicing before the great statue at the temple within the Holy Ji Palace, a ruckus had started. Huang Zhouge and Yu Sheng were standing facing each other. A terrifying shadow slowly emerged from Huang Zhouge's body, moving towards where Yu Sheng stood. Similar to a demon, the shadow's overpowering energy absorbed all power around him, adopting the energy of the attacks as his own. As a counterattack, Yu Sheng stepped forward, conjuring an indomitable shadow of his own. It raised a fist and sent a flying punch in the direction of the other, to which Huang Zhouge let out a cry and blasted unassailable energy in retaliation. An earth-shattering loud clamor echoed throughout the space, shaking the ground. By then, more and more people came over to see what the commotion was for. Following the loud noise, Huang Zhouge backed away and said to Yu Sheng, "Ceasefire, ceasefire." Yu Sheng nodded and instantly retrieved his conjured powers. The onlookers started laughing, while Shu Qiu said, "Huang Zhouge, aren't you known to be arrogant? Why did you yield? Do you want to try this yourself?" Huang Zhouge retorted. "I won't fight," Shu Qiu said with his arms folded before his chest. To fight Yu Sheng would only result in disaster. The beginning stages of your rule powers are taking shape. All of you should take the time to get in touch with the energy of the battle sage hall. If you try carefully and sense it, you will eventually find the underlying rule power hidden within yourself, Yi Futian said as he walked up to them. For cultivators practicing spells and those under martial arts, there are differences. I predict that the martial arts cultivators will be able to shape the rule power's Dharma body. The masters have said before that the body is your temple. I'm wondering if the body itself is the manifestation of the rule power. The battle form that the masters have imparted was that a prior stage before having one's body as the main power itself. Sensing the power of the saints in the sage hall, he had attained multiple revelations. His intuition had never been more acute since the master's teachings, and he had been seeing more truths and realities during his freedom meditation sessions. Huang Zhouge and Yu Sheng nodded. Both of them majored in martial arts, and other spiritual forms of cultivation were secondary to them. "What's the progress with your own practice?" Zui Qianqiu asked Yi Futian. "Do you want to feel what it's like?" Yi Futian jokingly replied. "Don't be too harsh," said Zui Qianqiu, looking at Futian cautiously. "Don't worry, I'll moderate it," Yi Futian said with a smirk, making Zui Qianqiu a little uneasy. "This is what I achieved from training at the main pavilion within the sage hall, combined with every other energy I've gained so far, fused into a single move. Feel this," Yi Futian said while looking in Zui Qianqiu's direction. His voice dropped, and suddenly, all Zui Qianqiu felt was tension around him, some sort of rule power surrounding him. A subtle noise started to emerge, similar to the buzz of electricity. Following this, Yi Futian's eyes started to become incredibly strange, as purple lightning-like tendrils made their way into his eyes. As Zui Qianqiu stared on, Futian's pupils started to resemble vortexes, and the tendrils were lightning rods indicating something dire was definitely to come. Zui Qianqiu's immediate thought upon seeing this was how dangerous this was and to flee. In cold sweat, he stood up but suddenly felt as if his whole body had been electrocuted. He writhed as his spiritual will suffered a large blow. In that moment, Qianqiu felt his own spiritual will getting sucked into a deep spiritual vortex. His body continued to tremble in agony as his legs had started to give way. "This is too far," Shu Qiu said sympathetically from the side. Right at that moment, Yi Futian retracted his rule power, smilingly looking at Shu Qiu, sending a chill down his back. As Zui Qianqiu tried to recover and was just about to burst out in anger, upon seeing Yi Futian blithely looking at him, he instantly shut his mouth. In the future, he would never consider sparring or practicing with Yi Futian again. The strongest candidates of the Sage Plane only have murderous intent. That's a fact. Although Yi Futian has not reached that plane yet, he is already more intimidating than the average sage, and his aggressive rule powers are exceptionally strong. For someone of a lower caliber, they'd definitely be defeated even by a single look, unless they're protected by another person of the same level, Huang Zhouge claimed, feeling a little helpless. To have attained the rule power of freezing space and then using eye sorcery to directly attack someone else's spiritual will, who in the world could defeat him? "How were you able to do it?" Phoenix asked quietly from the side. "Upon understanding, you'll unlock countless powers. If you follow the method I mentioned, concentrate on comprehending the energy of the Sage Hall, spiritual energy, and the body. In order to resonate with the worldly powers, you have to consolidate all your existing powers, and upon reaching a certain threshold, you'll find that it's not that difficult to discover more abilities. As you slowly breathe in and out, over time, the rule power will naturally arise within you," Yi Futian replied. "And also, the rule power I just used hasn't matured yet. If it had, I might have destroyed his spiritual will even as a passing thought." The people around him stared on, speechless. It was definitely easier said than done. "And why haven't you reached the status of a sage yet?" Shu Qiu asked, incredulous. "My spiritual energy isn't very strong at the moment, I suppose. It'll come when the time is right, and I have a feeling that'll be very soon," Futian responded softly. "There's still half a year to go. If there is anything that any of you don't understand, we can figure it out together. Feel free to consult me, as well as big brother or second sister here. Jiyu has been cultivating alongside second sister recently and has improved tremendously. You could spar one another during training as well. I don't request all of us to leave the Sage Hall as sages, but I'd like all of us to at least have mastered the rule power, and not just the simple kind. To master the rule power, reach the peak of the noble plane, and to integrate all their existing powers, wasn't an easy feat. Even Shimon Hanjiang, who was once at the top of the law rank, had never been able to do it. Considering these were Qin Zhong's standards as well, Yi Futian already had unattainably high expectations. However, this was the Sage Hall, and within a sacred place such as this, Futian's standards didn't veer far from Qin Zhong's. Since they could even consult one another, Futian naturally would expect more from them. If they couldn't achieve this, how would they be qualified to engage in war against the 9 states and face the top geniuses within that region? It was also this very reason why Futian felt he had to cast his powers onto Zui Qianqiu in front of the other disciples. It wasn't to show off, but rather to trigger them and give them the motivation to improve their own powers. "All right, continue with your training," Futian said. The people around him gradually started to dissipate. They were a little unsettled as they knew that they were the first batch under Futian's rule to enter the Sage Hall. There was pressure for them to do well. They'd have to go beyond what they already mastered to truly reach the next step. As time went on, a year had finally passed, and the day for Yi Futian and the other disciples to come out from the Sage Hall had arrived. Outside the Sage Hall, the various pavilion lords and several seniors were already waiting to greet them. A long and magnificent path extended before them, where Yi Futian stood at the end. A row of people slowly walked behind him. Yi Futian looked exceptionally different from a year ago, radiating an aura of confidence that even made him look a lot more handsome than before. The disciples around him also gave off a sense of exalted pride. To witness this new confident generation, the various lords of the palace were filled with anticipation and pride. Over the past year, the clock at the Sage Hall chimed countless times. With every chime, it represented the recognition of the older generation as well. In the history of Sage Hall, there had never been a more magnificent sight. Masters, Uncle Masters, Yi Futian cheerfully called out. Reached the plain? Sage Dojan inquired. Yup, Futian responded, nodding his head. By that point, he had already reached the sage plain several months ago and was considered a principal sage of the highest nobility. Besides him, Yun Shuaisheng was the first to reach the sage plain. She had been stuck at her previous plane for years prior, holding back her progress on purpose, as she intended to let her rule power mature first. This was to allow for a greater impact for her body and spiritual will upon crossing the threshold of becoming a sage. Huang Joga had also recently reached the sage plane. As for several others, they were still at the peak of the noble plane, but they would become sages soon enough. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.